So because he shoots from the hip and just says whatever is on his mind, I think it's quite understandable that our trading partners, again, let alone the American people, are not quite sure what he is talking about doing. This is a hallmark of his administration thus far.
And so what should Europe and indeed the wider world make of an American president who talks about European allies in such a disrespectful way, talks about Europe being formed to screw the United States, and who seems to have so wholeheartedly embraced Russian talking points about Ukraine?
Well, I can say this, is that our trading partners, our allies, our long-term allies, post World War II here, the vast majority of Americans, still view the European Union, view Canada, view Mexico, view our traditional allies as our allies. This president has turned the presidency of the United States into a transactional business. And many of us find that greatly disheartening, find that empowering of autocrats like Vladimir Putin, like Xi Jinping, like Kim Jong-un and others, much to the chagrin of those of us who embrace democratic values first over financial transactions, which is really what it feels like right now.
Thanks for talking us through that, political commentator Ethan Behrman.
Thank you so much.
Now to Russia, where Donald Trump's embrace of several Russian talking points is making waves in Moscow's media. Once denounced as an enemy of Russia, America is now being embraced. High-profile media commentators are celebrating what they call the common sense Donald Trump approach and believe that Europe is now isolated over Ukraine.
Same studio, same guests, same content. The war in Ukraine, which is presented here as the West's war against Russia. What's new is the friendly attitude towards America. Over the last 3 years, Moscow repeatedly attacked Washington, and sharply. Now, the Kremlin is suddenly full of praise for US President Trump's new Russia policy.
We understand perfectly well that the pragmatic approach that they are now showing in their relations with our country, an attempt to restore diplomatic relations, should be welcomed.
Russia's best-known propagandist Vladimir Solovyov is also friendly towards the USA. Previously one of the harshest critics of America, he is suddenly emphasizing the similarities with the US president.
Trump represents the world of realities, the world of feelings, which is based on simple traditional values. We have always been on the side of realities.
The sudden 180-degree turn is no surprise for Russian opposition politician Yulia Galyamina. Speaking on DW, the former MP from Moscow explained,
"This ideology is very flexible, but there is actually no ideology at all in Russia's state propaganda at the moment. There are just short-term cliches that are used ad hoc, on occasion. One thing is used now, another tomorrow, depending on which way the wind blows."
But not everyone likes this today this way, tomorrow that way. This video spread quickly on social media. It shows a man in front of the building of the Russian media group Россия Сегодня, accusing the chief propagandist Solovyov of lying and threatening to shoot him himself on the front line. The so-called military bloggers, the patriotic supporters of the war, are also angry about the political shift. On one Telegram channel, some of them are particularly outraged by President Putin's suggestion that Americans could do business with the rare earths from Russia. We missed the moment when the evil ambition of the damned Yankees to steal Russian natural resources became the prospect of mutual cooperation with American partners. And the wives of mobilized men are even more outspoken on their Telegram channel. Now it's clear what we were fighting for, so Putin could sell Russia to America. Political analyst Ivan Filipov speaks of a genuine shock among Russian hardliners and of consequences.
This will of course lead to anger, to misunderstanding, to protest, but this protest will only be in kitchens and private conversations.
Public protest is therefore unlikely. While the USA is the new friend for Russia's state media, Europe remains the enemy. The upcoming summit between Trump and Putin is also being celebrated by the guests on this show as a victory over Europe.
We will definitely reach a deal with Trump. I assure you all of this will change, and we will be friends with America. And the others will not be at the negotiating table, but under the negotiating table.
The new Russian-American friendship looks likely to face some major stress tests in the near future.
Well, as the US attempts to broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine, another democracy with a large authoritarian neighbour is watching those negotiations closely. Many people in Taiwan feel that President Trump has taken Russia's side in the Ukraine conflict, and that doesn't bode well for the East Asian democracy, which is largely dependent on America for its national defence. China's military drills in the Taiwan Strait on Wednesday have added to a sense of unease for many of the island's citizens. But as DW correspondent James Chater reports from the Taiwanese capital, officials are still hoping they can keep Donald Trump as a loyal friend.
Outside the de facto Russian embassy in Taipei, a display of solidarity with the victims of Moscow's invasion of Ukraine. But for many of the Taiwanese taking part in this demonstration, this isn't just about a conflict in Europe. It's a reminder that they, too, face an existential threat.
On the one hand, I'm attending this rally to support Ukraine. But for Taiwanese people, it's also about resisting China and its alliance with Russia.
Many of the activists here, Taiwanese and Ukrainian, have been coming here right since the start of the war in Ukraine. Now, more than ever, they're troubled by how the conflict in Europe could end and what that means for the fate of Taiwan. US military backing of Taiwan is considered essential in fending off a possible attack by Beijing, which sees the self-ruled democracy as its own territory. That's why US President Donald Trump's move toward Moscow, even accusing Kyiv of starting the war with Russia, has rattled many here.
Taiwan and Ukraine both face great powers that don't recognize our sovereignty. But if Trump can abandon Ukraine for his own interests, then couldn't he abandon Taiwan too?
Taiwan is taking steps to smooth potential bumps in its relations with Trump. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te this month pledged to increase defense spending to 3% of GDP. He also promised more talks with Washington on Taiwan's world-leading semiconductor industry, something Trump has repeatedly claimed, incorrectly, that Taiwan stole from the US.
You know, they took the business away. Taiwan took our chip business away.
Wang Dingyu, chair of Taiwan's Foreign Affairs and National Defense Committee, was in Washington for Trump's inauguration. Wang says the US president's policy toward Europe has caused concern in Taiwan, but that the full impact is still unclear.
Of course, we need to monitor it. We need to realize our best friend, how they deal with international crisis. Taiwan, we need to put Taiwan in a reliable partner position.
When you look at the next 4 years and the relationship with the US administration, what are some of the things that keep you up at night?
Trust between allies. Anything weaken this kind of trust will meet the interests of autocracy China, Beijing.
People in Taiwan have weathered complex global forces for decades. But in the new world order ushered in by Trump, Taiwan will be challenged to find its footing once again.
Let's pick up some of those points with Fang Yu Cheng, who's a political scientist at Taiwan's Soochow University and chief editor of the podcast US Taiwan Watch. She joins us from Taipei. Welcome to DW. Let's start with a question we heard in our report. If Trump can abandon Ukraine, then couldn't he abandon Taiwan too?
Well, I would not say that Mr. Trump abandon Ukraine because everything under his policy is transactional. So he wants to make a deal with Russians, with the Europe, and with Ukraine as well. So everything becomes transactional. So there's no words like alliance or democracy in the past framework. So we have to adjust to this new framework. So I would not say that the American will abandon anyone, especially Taiwan, because Taiwan is a long-term friend of the U.S. and also there's a highly interdependence of the economy. We are the trade partner of each other. So I think there's a lot of new policies under the new administration. So everyone must to take a new approach on making the connection with the U.S.
Okay, so let's explore that then. In this new transactional world, what can Taiwan do for the US that would ensure US continued support? And also on the idea of Taiwan being a trade partner, all we've seen with Mexico and with Canada and even with the European Union, that counts for nothing. So let's start with what you can do for the US.
Well, first of all, the U.S. wants every country to pay more for the military capabilities. So firstly, Taiwan must invest more on the military capability and military spending. That is for sure. And that is also one of the most important Taiwan's national interests. So firstly, Taiwan should explore more possibility of the cooperation with the U.S. and also to expand more arms sales and other military cooperation items with the U.S., which the two countries have already done a lot in the past few years. So I think we have a very good base for deepen the ties between the U.S. and Taiwan. And secondly, for the economy, Mr. Trump is very often to use so-called tariff on other countries, and most of the times he uses the tariffs for different purposes. I think for Taiwan case, the tariffs on the semiconductor industry is not a real project because Taiwan's semiconductor industry almost produce not the final goods, but always most oftentimes the intermediate goods, which means that if there's any tariffs, it will not impose on Taiwanese company, but on the American companies, including Google, Apple, and Nvidia. So It is not I don't think tariff on Taiwan is a real plan. So there's another issues like foreign investment. I think Mr. Trump cares the most.
Okay, and a word about China then. How do you think China views this? Because the way, if I read you correctly, on the one hand, you could say that, well, China would be quite pleased about the idea of the United States backing Russia against Ukraine because it semi-legitimizes China's claim to Taiwan. But on the other hand, if the United States is then selling more weapons to Taiwan and Taiwan's increasing its military spending, well, China's not going to be happy about that. Read the Chinese mind for us.
I think most of times China is still very uncertain about the Trump administration. Everything is uncertain. So for the good side for China is that, well, the American first policy seems to have a retreat globally on the soft power, especially cancellation of the US AID. That includes cancellation of a lot of civil group monitoring projects on China. So that is first. China is very happy about this. However, China is also facing uncertainty on more resources on the Indo-Pacific region, which is one of the priority of the Trump administration. So everything is uncertain.
All right, thanks for that. Fang Yu Chen, political scientist at Taiwan's Soochow University. Thank you. Now, Israel has received coffins containing the bodies of 4 hostages handed over by Hamas militants and has begun the process of identifying them. The bodies were returned in exchange for the release of more than 600 Palestinian prisoners. Busloads of prisoners arrived in the occupied West Bank and Gaza overnight, with nearly 100 others reported to have arrived in Egypt. Israel delayed their release over the weekend in protest at previous hostage handovers, where the captives were paraded in front of hostile crowds and survivors were forced to make statements. This time, the coffins were returned without a ceremony. It's the final exchange in phase one of the Gaza ceasefire deal, which is due to expire on Saturday. Hamas has said that it is ready to start talks on the second phase. Journalist Balik Sladin in Tel Aviv told me more about what comes next.
Yes, we have two options. We have three options, actually. The first option, which is the best case scenario for Israel, is the extension of phase one, which means that more and more hostages, alive hostages specifically, would be returned from Gaza in exchange for more Palestinian prisoners. That's something that apparently, and this is according to Israeli officials, is possible because Hamas is also interested in the continuation of the ceasefire during the month of Ramadan. I'm not sure whether this is a factor or not, but that's the Israeli estimation for now, especially that Israel will also let the entry of caravans and heavy machinery inside the Gaza Strip, because only a limited number of them already entered during this ceasefire agreement, and that's something of importance for Hamas. The second option is the second phase of the deal, which I don't think that it is possible because of the gaps that we have between the parties. Hamas wants to stay in power, wants to keep its arms. Israel wants exactly the opposite, wants a complete disarmament of the Gaza Strip, and of course Hamas non-involvement in any post-war governing of the Gaza Strip. The third option, of course, is the return to fighting, something that also apparently is going to be inevitable at some point during the coming weeks.
Thank you, Balik. Journalist Balik Sladin in Tel Aviv. Now to Turkey, where it's thought that the imprisoned leader of a Kurdish military separatist group is about to call on his movement to disarm. A delegation of Kurdish politicians is due to meet with Abdullah Öcalan today, and they're expected to bring back what they're calling a historic declaration. The Turkish government hopes he'll urge the Kurdish Workers' Party, or PKK, to end its decades-long insurgency. The PKK has been designated a terror group by the US and the EU.
This man has spent the last 25 years in prison as Turkey's public enemy number one, Abdullah Öcalan, the founder of the militant group PKK.
But now there are signs that he could be released as part of a new attempt by the Turkish government to end more than 40 years of fighting with the outlawed Kurdistan Workers' Party, or PKK. It's a conflict that has claimed tens of thousands of lives.
All of our people on all sides have suffered greatly and paid a heavy price due to terrorism. The time has come to put an end to this pain once and for all. Today is the day to push the doors to peace wide open.
The PKK has waged an armed insurgency against the Turkish state since 1984. Over the years, it rolled back on its initial demands for an independent state, calling instead for more autonomy and political rights for Turkey's Kurds. The group is designated a terrorist organization by Ankara and its Western allies.
But there's a lot of guesswork here in Turkey as to what's behind the most recent peace effort. Let's look at two possible explanations.
It all started in October, when President Erdogan's ultra-nationalist ally Devlet Bahçeli suggested that Öcalan could be granted parole if he renounced violence and disbanded the PKK. A completely unexpected move, because Bahçeli had so far opposed any concessions to Öcalan or the group. But since then, Öcalan has been allowed to receive his first political visit in nearly a decade.
Good morning, Kweku.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. Yourself?
It's a Thursday.
It's a Thursday morning.
Yes, I'm good.
Well, I am excited about today, not because the weekend is almost here, but particularly about tomorrow.
Okay.
Yes.
What's up? What is it about
you know,
tomorrow?
we are launching the Heritage Month here in Channel 1, as well as City 97.3 FM. So I'm very, very excited about it.
Yeah.
The fact that we are going to have a beautiful cultural display here to witness how beautiful and dynamic our culture is as a people, and the guests. Everything about the launch is exciting me.
The guest list for me.
Yes.
It's the guest list for me.
And everything about the launch, particularly tomorrow, is exciting me already. So I'm excited about tomorrow being a weekend, but most importantly, about the launch.
Well, you know what they say, right? The weekend starts on Friday. So we're already getting into that mood. And of course, you know how it is. So it's going to go from Friday, launch of Heritage Month, Saturday,
we take a
the
break.
Beginning of, no, but it's actually the beginning of Heritage Month.
Right.
Yes, so that's 1st March.
Right.
And then Sunday, oh, the road trip of a lifetime.
Exactly.
Yep.
The bus sets off right from here.
I know I'm not going, but I'm still happy.
Well,
that
I am
happening.
happy too, because people are going to experience Ghana, kind courtesy us, so I'm happy for them.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome to Breakfast Daily. My name is David Kwekusochi.
And my name is Jifa KD Akoto. It's an absolute pleasure to always come your way every morning between the hours of 7:25 a.m. and 10 a.m. And we are grateful that you always make time to join us. If you're watching us via live streams, do join the conversations we'll be having this morning by leaving a comment in the comment section down below, or you can also send us a WhatsApp message on the WhatsApp number on your screens, 02044470033. This morning we'll be having very, very important and interesting conversations that need to be had. We need to have these conversations because we'll talk about opioids this morning, and then we'll talk some heritage caravan conversations as well. I mean, we'll just touch a bit of it, and you know how we do it. We'll be having a news review as well, and also there's something happening this weekend in the chest of a woman. We'll be having that conversation as well.
The question is, what is there?
They'll get to find out when the time is due, or when you go and watch the play. Anyway, so we're having those conversations and many, many interesting conversations as well. For the sports lovers, we are not going to leave you out because we'll bring you some conversations on sports this morning on the show. So do stay with us.
Absolutely. And we'd like to start the show off with some words of inspiration. And today is no different. Today we have Jubert Botha giving us our words of inspiration for today.
Right. This morning, Jubert says, sometimes the people around you won't understand your journey. They don't need to. It's not for them. Sometimes the people around you won't understand your journey. They don't need to. It's not for them.
I like that.
Okay, cool. Look, it's like this quote is saying that don't listen to anybody. Live life. It's about your personal growth. It's about how you want your life to pan out at the end of the day. You don't need to seek validation from anybody. The other day I said something on here that life is such that when you're doing something right, people will talk about it. If you're doing something wrong too, they'll talk about it anyway. So just do you. However it pans out for you, at the end of the day, you are accountable to yourself. You don't need to seek validation from anybody. You're not living life for anybody. If it goes well, hooray. If it doesn't go well, you sit back, Georgia, look at what you didn't do right, and then write your mistakes. As the quote said, they don't need to. It is not for them. As simple as that. It is your life.
The fact that people don't understand your journey shouldn't be a problem for you. Don't let it be about trying to explain yourself to people all the time, trying to get people to understand why it is you're doing what you're doing, you know. So if you choose to, let's say, fast, for example, it's your decision, you know. People don't need to understand why you're choosing to do that at this particular point in time, or any other point in time for that matter. You know, if you choose to pray, if you choose to, you know, exercise, if you choose, whatever you choose to do, it's your journey. Right? Justify it to yourself and pursue it.
Right.
You know, at the end of the day, like you said, you're accountable only to yourself at the end of the day.
And as a people, I think, just to add up, I think we need to respect people's decisions, as well as the kind of things people want to do. For example, Kweku, just as you sipped on your tea, you're drinking tea this morning, and I have a problem with why you're drinking this particular tea and not that one. It is your life, it's your choice. You know why we need to respect people's decisions and let them be. If you think somebody's on a path that you don't understand, instead of criticizing the person or chastising the person for what the person is doing, you should rather seek for an explanation and be like, oh, okay, this is why you are doing it. But don't just go into the people's spaces, invading their spaces, trying to tell them what you think is right for their lives. Because at the end of the day, it's about them, not you.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Anyway, I love the
great quote of the day. Let's give you a few reminders. The month of heritage is upon us, literally. So today is the penultimate day, and tomorrow we launch into the Heritage Month. And it all begins on the 1st of March. So we're starting with Heritage on Air series right from the get-go. Just letting you know that every single day of Heritage Month, we're going to be bringing you fantastic stories of places of interest, of people, of the land, of our religious history, of our music, of our food, all of that. The conversations around all of that will be happening on the Heritage on Air series, right? But on the 2nd of March, we jet off around the country. The road trip of a lifetime. Literally, the road trip of a lifetime. And for those who are privileged to be on the 2025 Heritage Caravan, as much as I'm saying it, you will come back and testify that I didn't even say it enough, that it's a road trip of a lifetime, and you will experience it and testify of it for real, that this is actually what it was. And those who are not privileged to be on the caravan, but you have friends who are on the caravan, ask them to take pictures. Ask them to get little videos and little video clips for you, of the places that they're going to be visiting, all that. And believe me, when they come back with the stories, you understand why I say it's a road trip of a lifetime. Literally, that's what it is. So I want to say a big thank you to all our sponsors for making it possible for us to have the Heritage Caravan. First of all, to our partner, GTA, that's the Ghana Tourism Authority. Thank you very much for partnering with us. We want to say a big thank you to the National Lotteries Authority. We want to say a big thank you to Hollard Insurance. We want to say a big thank you to Omni Basic Bank, to Goyle, to Standard Water, to GB Foods, and to Apollonia City, as well as Piva Beverages. Thank you for the road trip of a lifetime.
Cool. I like the fact that people are ready for Heritage Caravan. Others had been ready since yesterday. Magdalene and Kweko were taking their checklist as to the things they are going to take on the journey, their shorts, their sneakers. You know those two, they are de facto members of the Heritage Caravan. Year in, year out. Exactly. Just as Echo and
Tajidin. We will say it. It's penius.
Kweko, but you were on it last year. You had the experience.
You didn't hear what I said.
Others.
Some people are de facto members. Why are they not allowing others? So
by courtesy of what they do, they have to. They can't. They can't afford not to be on the journey. So you should understand it from that point.
I can also do.
Anyway, you talk to Frema about that. only Frema. So just as I was saying, people are ready. People have packed their bags. Others are also putting their things together. I mean, the last minute people are putting their things together. It's going to be a beautiful trip.
No, it will be.
It's going to be amazing and so much fun. And I just hope that they would have fun, as much fun as they did, or even better, because this year the caravan even promises to be more exciting than last year. There's going to be like Jama in the bars. I mean, a lot of interesting stuff. And the climax for some people is the 2 nights they are going to spend in the Western region, Maha, to explore the beautiful places or the beautiful things that Maha has to offer.
No, it will be something else. It will be something else. Yeah. So anyway, so that's what's happening, and of course, the end of the month.
Back to your village food festival, my favorite. my personal favorite, Back to Your Village Food Festival. It's the intentionality of how we do things here in Channel 1 for me. From the caravan to the on-air series to the other conversations, then we crown or climax the month with the Back to Your Village Food Festival, where you get to taste indigenous Ghanaian meals. Look at that. Meals that will give you memories.
That's a cranty, I can see.
Yes, that's a cranty. You see how they've tied that cranty with a button? You know, they take a thread from the sack and tie it so it doesn't. That's you. That's you, Swallow. Every time I see this.
These are very pleasant memories.
Every time I see this image, then I'm upset. I'm salivating. It's like, why is Kweku in my face the whole time, every morning? Why? Kweku, why? There's gobe. There's going to be a buno. This ampesi.
This one.
Mankeni ampesi, right? With
Mankeni ampesi, No, that's my hand. I know my hand.
Again,
I know my hand, I know my hand. That was my hand in that song.
Then you actually filled your stomach.
No, I did.
If you have plans, or for those who didn't even make it, or were not able to secure their slot on the caravan, I'm not sure you want to be hurt twice. Like, you want to be heartbroken twice.
I know, right?
So if you didn't get a chance to be on the caravan, my dear, make it a point to be at the Back to Your Village Food Festival. And unlike the caravan that will be going outside Accra, that you can't catch up with the bus, this one we are here.
Right here.
It's going to be
in one location.
Exactly.
For 2 days.
Exactly. So you don't have any excuse to miss out on the Back to Your Village Food Festival.
I think the Back to Your Village Food Festival is a nice compensation for those who are not able to get on the caravan.
So you are sorted, huh? Kweku, you are sorted. You don't have to be.
No, it's still paying me, but it's okay. We'll enjoy the festival.
Anyway,
to the max.
Yes, so as I was saying,
people were enjoying.
People are enjoying.
People are enjoying power.
What is more than going to an event where you
someone should call him this morning that they have seen him on TV.
You are seeing food, lots of food that you are spoiled for choice.
Yeah, look at
food
this.
Look at the prekese and the crab and the ebunu nkwan. That's ebunu goes very well with fufu.
I know.
This is what dawa jollof on the screen right there. Oh, and yesterday I tasted some dawa jollof. Kweku.
Tell me.
Kweku.
Tell me.
Stop. I'm sure it's going to be at the Back to Your Village Food Festival.
You see the snacks we have as well. Yeah,
Nimatu has been craving for TZ Chozafi since the beginning of the year. And all she keeps saying every morning is, I can't wait for the end of March to eat proper TZ.
The important thing is, as much as you're going to come and enjoy, make sure you come with packing bowls as well, so you can buy extra food and take home.
Very important.
You know, because
see, I said that packing bowls are not enough. You come with ice chest if you have some.
Thank you.
Ice chest coolers if you have some.
No, seriously. You see, what we're saying, you may not understand it till you get to the ground and realize that you have identified at least 5 or 6 different meals that you want all of, but you only eat one. Because the truth of the matter is that you can't do sampling. When you eat this one, you eat to be full because it's too nice to just eat a little bit of it. Then you're already full.
Yes.
You have to be able to pack food and take it away. You know, and
so that
for me,
your kids can also enjoy. And if you are coming, make sure that as you are coming with your packing bowls and your ice chest coolers, your pockets and your Momo accounts are also full.
Thank you.
You can even come with your ATM cards.
Yeah, thank you.
Any form of payment is accepted. That's Kusia, the popular Kusia. Yes, Kusia. And that's Agbelika Klo.
Oh my
one of my
goodness.
favorite snacks.
Local
snacks. There's
against the Akoshi, you know.
Exactly. So there's going to be lots of food that you can't even, fill your bellies with.
Charlie, Heritage Caravan, people have a safe trip. I think I'll manage with this one. Yeah.
Are you fully compensated now?
I'm okay now. No, I'm okay now.
Wow, okay, cool. So all you needed was food. You're fully compensated. That's okay. You just have to wait for a few days, and then when we get to the end of the month, you get to enjoy all of these. That's good. Tilapia, one of my favorites.
So a quick reminder for those who are watching who are potential vendors, all right? You have great food that you would like to sell to our viewers and listeners. Please call the numbers you see on your screen. It's very important, right? So 0558 973 973 or 0205 973 973. Now, here's the thing. If you want to be a vendor, okay, and you have great food, call the number and then you'll be taken through the process. For everybody else, there is no gate fee, there's no calling, there's nothing. Show up on the 29th, show up on the 30th, and just come with an empty stomach, a full pocket, and many empty bowls with an ice chest.
And those who will be coming with family, I would employ that they come with their children to also come and sample these indigenous Ghanaian meals. Very healthy foods, I must say, because most times when the children are going to school, you pack food, all sorts of foods for them, and they eat all of these foods and they don't even know what the local ebunu tastes like. They don't. Some children have not even seen what agbelikaklo or achupupe looks like.
It's true. You're right. And so I think that what the festival seeks to do as well is to help generations prepare themselves, like the younger generation prepare themselves in terms of connecting with what it is that is our history in terms of our food, our meals. Then, of course, as a festival, there'll be dance, there'll be music, there'll be cultural displays and all of that as well. So it's a full festival and it's done village style.
And as Kweku said, look, it's free entry. Do not think that you need to pay anything at all to come to the Back to Your Village Food Festival. Just come with your pockets loaded, your Momo accounts loaded as well, and then empty stomachs. Come and fill your bellies and enjoy the beautiful cultural displays. There will be good food, good music, good dance, and a lot to take away from the Back to Your Village Food Festival. So 29th to 30th March, the Accra Metropolitan Assembly forecourt. We hope to see you there.
Let's go to channel1news.com. We want to take you through the news headlines that making the headlines today. We are looking at Mahama delivers State of the Nation address today. All right, and so the Sona, it's not his first Sona, but it's the first Sona of this presidency. Yes, so that'll be happening today, 10 a.m. We're taking it live. Okay, then we have Stop Politicizing Public Sector Jobs. Bernard Owusu to government. He was on CNR last night. Bagman initiates probe into MP's Galamsey allegations. All right, and we have sensitization key to boosting local tourism. This is Yusuf Jaja. I was at his vetting yesterday. And then I'll give you one more. Majority recommends approval of Srem Sai Suhini. Two others amid minority boycott. And now we go to citynewsroom.com. And we have cement prices surge again as retailers cite import costs. And this issue, well, it's something that the government will definitely have to get on top of. Mahama to deliver State of the Nation address today. We have TUC outlines key expectations ahead of Mahama's address. And we have KNUST food research scientists find harmful banned substances in some tomato paste. Okay, so we need to delve into what exactly that story is all about later on. But we're going to go to the printed press, and to help me go through the papers this morning is the one and only Apioko has joined me on the set this morning. Hi, Abby.
Hi, David.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Yeah, I'm super. Yeah, I'm pumped.
Got the flag of Ghana still flying on
Charlie, today is Sona.
Today.
Yeah.
Today, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, and a lot of people are expecting a lot of things. But we look forward to hearing what the president will say.
Yeah.
And then subsequently getting into some serious business to address whatever he would raise through his delivery.
With so many, or so much, I should say, high expectations, having won by such a massive mandate, you can feel the expectation of the nation in this Sona. And
no, absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely.
We're looking forward to what comes out. Yeah,
definitely.
Take us into the daily graphic.
Yes, so I have the daily graphic here. And the big story here, government rallies MPs for Galamsey fight. And there's a picture there of the Vice President, Her Excellency, Professor Nana Jane Opoku Agyemang. That's a big story there. Stay away from Galamsey, still on the Galamsey matter. And this is the Speaker of Parliament warning MPs. Can read more about that on page 13 of the Daily Graphic. Renault Motors partners Chinese company to produce electric vehicles. Page 13 again of the Daily Graphic. Borders must pay boarding feeding fees. Education forum stakeholders are saying. Remember, there was an national education forum at the behest of the president last week, and so the stakeholders are saying that borders must pay boarding fees and feeding fees. Then tonight's presidential business dinner postponed, and that's on page 2 of the Daily Graphic. And then also here, remove COVID-19 levy VAT on transit cargo. Acting GPHA boss says.
All right. Let's go to the Ghanaian Times, and we have on the front page of the Ghanaian Times, the mining must not be destructive, Veep asserts. This is at a confab on proper small-scale mining. Mining must not be destructive. Okay. We have here, Ghana records 44.7 billion trade surplus in 2024, and we also have over 40% health professionals in Ghana unemployed. This is a research that has come through. And don't militarize efforts to stop Galamsey. Don't militarize efforts to stop Galamsey, Dr. Kweku cautions. All right, so those are the headlines on the front page. We have on the back page, UEW unveils interventions to transform host and surrounding communities, and prioritize dualization of Accra-Kumasi Highway. Asenso Boache is the one speaking there.
Okay, and I have the Chronicle here. Your favorite? Or one of your favorites?
My favorite.
Nana Jane beckons MPs to join Galamsey fight. So similar to the story we just saw with the Daily Graphic. Post-election revelation, voters preferred Educhum to Napo, says KNUST research report. Very interesting. But I don't know if we'll have to look into the story to see if they're talking.
Pre-election, we also saw some other reports come out saying that Napo was the preferred one.
Right, so we would have to understand if we delve into the story, whether they are talking about within the context of the education ministry or as a running mate for the MPP to Bawumia, right? But that's what the headline says. Supreme Court stays sentencing of Ernest Kumi in contempt case. That's also there on the front page of the Chronicle. And then financing infrastructure, PPP, that's public-private partnership, is the way to go. And this quote is being attributed to Kojo Opong in Nkrumah. You can read more about that on page 7 of the Chronicle. And as usual, there is a scripture reading here. Galatians 6:7. Do not be deceived. God is not mocked. For whatever one sows, that he will also reap.
To him that has ears, let him hear the word of the Lord.
Thanks be to God.
The Daily Guide says, Bahama delivers Sona today. Minority rejects Deputy AG nominee. Don't sentence Akwatia MP. Supreme Court orders High Court. Damit warns Dafia Mekpo over false claims and anti-LGBTQ case. Supreme Court strikes out review. All right, so that's it for the Daily Guide.
We have Daybreak here. Daybreak says, leave General Ayorgo alone. And, interesting headline there. And then again, GPHA, Gapoa wants levies on transit goods removed. That story pops up here again. Ghana Link refutes claims at Tema Port. Right? And then there's a very big one here. Immigration chief seeks leave prior to retirement. And there's one here as well. Very interesting. How Carmelitos Company Limited won the Kweu East and Setre Kumewu irrigation contracts under questionable circumstances. First of all, that's a mouthful.
I know, right?
As a headline.
For a headline.
But seems like an interesting one. And that's what we have for the Daybreak newspaper this morning.
All right. The New Republic says Mahama's movement glimpses of Akufo-Addo, Bawumia's rotten legacy to pop up as president expected to speak frankly. BOG boss lays down 6-point master plan, vows to reshape Ghana's economy. We have Habib in hot water over Dumelo diss. All right, and those are the headlines on the front page of the New Republic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah. No. So I'm done with my papers.
Okay.
Yes.
Let me just give you some.
You have the BNFT
some bits
there.
From the BNFT. Yeah. So we have here nearly six. This is the BNFT. Nearly 16% of forest reserves completely destroyed. That's coming from the lands minister. So 16% completely destroyed, which means forests that have existed maybe for 300, 400, 500 years are gone because of a few people's greed. This is actually what it means.
Well,
that's a real
picture.
There. Yeah, well, because sometimes we make it.
Or now that we're hearing figures.
Well, you see, we make it look as if, forest reserve, and then in our mind it's like, I mean, we live in Accra, we live in Kumasi, and it doesn't really matter, kind of thing. But we need to get people to understand prospectively what it means.
Well,
right? Yeah. Your grandparents came to meet those forests. The forests are gone. Meanwhile, the forests are responsible for the oxygen you breathe and for mopping up the carbon dioxide from the air. Anyway, Prince Khan chairs Republic Bank Board, and we have restructured gold and oil ownership to strengthen cedi. This is IFS urging the government. I'll give you one more. Ghana Link refutes claims of non-operational way bridges at Tema Port. All right, so that's the BNFT.
Okay.
You want to do some details?
Yes, so I'm going to go into the big one in the Daily Graphic. Right. Government rallies MPs for Galamsey's fight. And this is particularly interesting because it's the Vice President who is speaking, right? So the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, has called on Parliament to support the comprehensive approach being rolled out by the government to clamp down on illegal mining, known locally as Galamsey. She said members of Parliament, MPs, played a crucial role in shaping policies, providing oversight, and ensuring compliance with their constituencies. They were better placed to educate their constituents on responsible mining practices. Professor Opoku-Agyeman said as well that the massive degradation of swathes of arable land, depletion of forest reserves, and the heavy pollution of water bodies through Galamsey had dire consequences for the country and needed the involvement of all stakeholders to grapple with it. And there's a quote here from her: as MPs, you are not only lawmakers, but also the direct representatives of the people most affected by the impact of mining activities. We have seen the effects of pollution on our water bodies in the very communities we oversee. It is therefore fitting that we engage in meaningful dialogue and orientation on how we can collectively tackle this national concern, the Vice President said. So, Vice President speaking, and I think it's in the right direction. She's very clear, not mincing any words there. But you can read more about that on page 3 of the Daily Graphic. It's a very nicely laid out article with different, so it talks about the conference where she was speaking. She's saying that the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, they held this conference for the MPs, and then she was there. She spoke to the stakeholders. There's a theme there. They talked about that commitment, the Vice President assuring the MPs and the people of Ghana that the government was going to fight against Galamsey. And then Parliament also comes back to speak. So it's very nicely laid out there, page 3 of the Daily Graphic. All
right. We'll stay on the Galamsey note, and this one is on citynewsroom.com. Galamsey, GJA condemns attack on City News' Akwesi J, 2 others by illegal miners. Let me take you into that story. It says here, the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA Western Region, has strongly condemned the attack on journalists by illegal miners at Breman Adomenya Forest on the February 23rd, 2025. Now, the victims of the attack included Theophilus Akwesi J. Enim, Oh, he's Theophilus. I didn't know that. Okay, of Channel Y TV and City FM. Henry Emil Finn of Angel TV and Jacob Eduba of ABC News GH and Rock FM. Now, according to the association, such acts of violence against media professionals are not only an assault on press freedom, but also a direct threat to Ghana's democracy and environmental sustainability. Now, on February 23rd, illegal miners, that's galamseyers, whose destructive activities are well known by police personnel in and around the Asankragwa area, attacked City News' Western Regional Correspondent, Akwesi J. Nim, and damaged his production equipment while he was filming. Shockingly, this happened in the full glare of a police escort, raising concerns about law enforcement's commitment to protecting journalists. GJA strongly condemned the attack and urged the government to prioritize the safety of journalists and ensure their unrestricted access to report on issues of public interest. The association emphasized that silence in the face of such attacks fosters impunity and erodes the foundations of democracy. Now, there's a short quote here. It says, "We urge all media stakeholders and civil society to unite in condemning violence against the press and demand urgent action to end the Galamsey menace," the association stated. All right.
Yeah.
So that's what we have here. Yeah.
It's just unfortunate that that had to happen in the first place.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be having this
No, we
conversation.
shouldn't. We shouldn't. Yeah.
I'm going to say with the Daily Graphic,
Okay.
on the back page, Tema Motorway Phase 2 project brings relief to commuters' businesses.
Hey, already?
I tell
Wow,
you.
okay.
So I'm just going to skim through the story, read some key parts of it. The completion of the Tema Motorway Phase 2 project has significantly improved transportation within the Tema-Nashama metropolis, making commuting along the stretch more efficient.
Okay.
Motorists and road users have told the Daily Graphic. A number of drivers and passengers who interacted with the Daily Graphic last Friday said the newly constructed third-tier flyover, inaugurated about 3 months ago, had not only enhanced traffic flow, but also improved road safety at one of the most critical intersections of the Abidjan-Lagos corridor and the Eastern Corridor Road. Okay, so I'll skim through now. It says that the drivers and commuters confirmed that average travel time on the stretch had improved from an average of 20 minutes to about 3 minutes.
Wow.
Thus easing traffic
That's
congestion
great news.
and boosting overall productivity. And the Daily Graphic team interacted with the motorists when the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, sponsors of the first and second phases of the interchange project, visited the site to assess its impact. And JICA, let me remind everybody, it's here. They provided a grant of 3.65 billion Japanese yen, which is about $33 million US, for the second phase of the project. And then that agreement between JICA and the government of Ghana was signed in October 2021. So let me move forward. Okay, so a truck driver who transports goods from the Tema Harbor to Cotonou described the transformation as remarkable. A commercial driver, Isaac Asari, who operates between Tema and Accra, also praised the project, emphasizing its impact on his daily work. And there's a quote from him. "Before the flyover was completed, we could spend close to an hour in traffic during peak hours. Now it takes me less than 10 minutes to cross this section of the road.
Wow.
This has saved me fuel and allowed me to make more trips in a day, which means more income for me," he said. And then Joseph Mensah, who is a long-distance driver who frequently travels from Accra to the Volta region, said the project had enhanced trade and transportation. And so, I mean, it's
good news all around.
clearly
Yeah.
great news, and we're glad to hear that, because that stretch has been a nightmare.
Well, thank you very much, Appy.
Thank
very
you,
much.
David.
Have a wonderful day. See you on the other
Too.
side.
Oh, on the other side, is it?
Yeah, the other side.
The mountain?
Sports is next.
Welcome back. Now let's do some sports stories. Now, Ghana's President John Mahama has sports sector at heart. Kofi Adams says that Minister of Sports and Recreation Kofi Adams has stated that President of Ghana John Dramani Mahama is interested in sports and has already shown this via his decision to restructure the sports ministry. Speaking at a meeting with players, coaches and executives of the Ghana Revenue Authority, female hockey team and executives of the Ghana Hockey Federation, Sports Minister Kofi Adams highlighted this while praising the GRA ladies for winning the 2025 Africa for Club Championship. And there's a quote from him that says, "I know he," in reference to President John Dramani Mahama, "is a lover of sports, and that explains why even at the time he was promising to downsize to reduce the number of ministers and the number of ministries, he saw the need to decouple youth ministry from sports ministry to give a certain level of attention. It shows his interest, his love, and he understands what is in sports, and we need to prepare ourselves and ready ourselves to benefit."
All right, we're going to take a look at some news happening abroad. And Messi chokes assistant coach. Inter forward fined for violent action. Now, this one says Lionel Messi has been hit with an undisclosed fine for grabbing the neck of a New York City coach, assistant coach, at the end of the match on Saturday. Now, the World Cup winner was seen on camera in a confrontation with the NYCFC assistant coach Mehdi Baluchi after the final whistle. Now, the MLS said in a statement that his actions violated the league's hands to the face, head, neck of an opponent policy. In a few weeks into the new season, Messi is already in fine form, with the 37-year-old superstar opening the match with a goal in the 19th minute.
Right, now let's go to the camp of Manchester United, as the former Manchester United manager Ten Hag says modern day players aren't thick-skinned enough. So the former Manchester United manager Eric Ten Hag says modern players struggle to deal with criticism and that his generation had a much thicker skin. The 55-year-old Dutchman was sacked by United in October, 3 months after he signed a new 2-year contract. His tenure included several issues and disputes with players. Speaking to SEG Stories External, a media outlet attached to his management agency, Ten Hag said this generation usually finds it difficult to deal with criticism. Criticism really gets to them. The generation that I grew up in had a much thicker skin. You could be much more direct.
All right, so that's it for sports this morning. Now we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back to get into some deep community related stories. But before we take the break, let me just do some birthday messages.
Sure,
we have a special belated happy birthday to Mrs. Vera Andrew of Lakeside Baptist Church. Best wishes from your husband, and this is that's Mr. William Andrew, your kids Fifi and Rachel, your freshest in-law Dr. Mrs. Sedinam Andrew, also from the Cardinal of the airwaves, Reverend Cephas Haywood Amate. I wish you all the best of God. Amen. And another birthday message here says, happy birthday, blessed birthday to my lover and bestie, Kweku Enim Boateng, aka Stiga, the managing director of Omri Projects Limited. Now, I say I want to thank you for being the most amazing husband and father to our kids. May this year bring you immense happiness and great success on all sides. This is coming from your wife, Faustina Amano Enim Boateng, and kids Ohenewa, Chief, and AJ. Take and maintain territories and dominion in this age. Amen.
Amen.
All right. All right, so we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
and experiencing oral health changes? Hi, I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Pregnancy is a beautiful journey, but it can bring about hormonal shifts that affect your oral health. During pregnancy, maintaining good dental health is important, not just for the mother, but also for the baby's well-being. Try to maintain good oral health routines. That includes brushing twice daily with fluoride toothpaste, floss daily, and use mouthwash if recommended. Please remember that it is safe for pregnant women to visit the dentist for routine checkups, cleanings, and emergency treatments. Bethel Dental Clinic, your partner in prenatal dental health for a healthy pregnancy and a healthy baby.
Healthy smile.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. And now it's time to get into communities. And, there are days when there are good stories, and you see positive things happening. Of course, there are a lot more challenges that we experience in our communities than many times the good ones, right? The good stories. But it's a rather troubling story. And this one has, it's troubling because of the ripple effect and what it means, into the future. Now, Jifa, we've been first of all, this first came to my attention when BBC had a report, BBC BBC Africa Eye had this report on the opioid menace, in West Africa, Ghana, Nigeria, a few other countries, how bad it was. Now, substance abuse is a problem. I have seen situations in places that I didn't think we would find same here, but a few years down the road, we see it. Now, if you go to Southern Africa, one of the things that you will notice is that people sniff glue a lot. Okay, it's not something that's so common in Ghana in terms of relativity. It's not as common, right? But you'll find that there are bottles, so a bottle of water like this, like a water bottle like this, right? And it will be like 1/3 or a half full of glue. And guess what glue it is? Carpenter's glue, right? And then they'll be sniffing. They'll either suck it through the mouth, and it's the vapor that they are sucking in. Okay, or they'll breathe it in through the nose. But whatever it is, the vapor is giving them some kind of a high, and they do that. And you'll be walking around all day, they'll be walking around with the bottle. All day, they'll be in traffic, they're trying to, vend stuff, they're trying to beg for money or whatever it is, and they'll be constantly doing this. Now, that is one problem. Thankfully, that's not a major issue that we see in Ghana, right? But the opioid problem is big and is bad here.
Kweku, the glue situation, I think 2-3 years ago, there was a report about that where people were sniffing in the shoemaker's glue as well as the normal one we call the super glue and all of that. And now, as you rightly said, the substance abuse. In recent times, it looks like the numbers has increased over the period. And you ask, what is going wrong? What are we not doing right? What's happening to our health sector? What happens to the civic education, the counseling and all of that we used to get back in high school and growing up? What are we not doing right as a people? Or how are they even getting access to these things? Because per the BBC Africa reports that I watched, our borders, it's not legal, but they find their way some way, somehow, to smuggle it into the country and sell it over the counter.
So
how are we not tightening our borders and letting our ends so loose?
Well, I mean, there's that. Then there's the easy over-the-counter purchasing of things, you know, like you can literally walk into a pharmacy shop and buy certain opioid products, you know, off the counter.
With no prescription.
With no prescription.
With no diagnosis.
And in some places, and in some cases where, exactly, with no diagnosis, you know, and in some cases where there's a restriction, right? You find that some shops
won't sell to you
because they are following the restrictions, but others would. Because all they are interested in is the bottom line and making the money. You know,
it's business as usual.
Well, we have a report by our Northern Regional correspondent, Shawana, received, and we want to take a look at this report. When we come back, we'll develop the conversation further.
The BBC, in its report titled Tamale's Hidden Drug Crisis, highlighted the alarming rise in substance abuse, particularly among the youth. Experts warn that if urgent action is not taken, many young people in the region could be lost to drug addiction. Psychologist David Minter has been studying the impact of substance abuse on youth, described the crisis as a ticking time bomb. He stressed that beyond the physical health risk, drug dependency often leads to mental health disorders, academic failures, and criminal activities.
Not good in the sense that call it sitting on a time bomb. Time bomb simply will say is to say that the people that are going to replace us as the decision makers today are wasting their life.
A victim of drug addiction who wished to remain anonymous recounted the devastating impact substance abuse has had on her life. It started as a way to escape from my problems, but before I knew it, I was addicted. My boyfriend introduced me to it, and it drained me completely, physically, emotionally, and financially. I lost relationships, and my dreams faded away. Even now, I struggle every day to stay away, she revealed. David Minter further outlined factors contributing to opioid addiction in the region.
Issues of peer pressure, challenging parenting activities, and ignorance. Ignorance in the sense that a lot of people who get hooked up to these things without knowing what they really mean. But when you come to look at the real challenges with this opioid use, especially those being documented, you realize that these are far above the normal thing that we are supposed to be. When you go into our health system, what we are told is that there's tramadol as one of the opioids that is being talked about, has medicinal purposes.
David Minter is calling on government agencies, religious organizations, and civil society groups to collaborate in addressing the root causes of addiction.
We need to beef up our health system. We need to build the capacity of our health workers. And we need to provide centers to be able to help these young people.
All right, so that's the report by our Northern Regional correspondent. This is one part of the country, but as we know, it's not restricted only to Tamale. This is a problem that is happening across the country, among young people especially, you know.
I think last week we saw a report on Sunyani in the Bunu region where they were also abusing substance, but the reporting states specifically that some of them were opioids. And I don't, as I said early on in the show, look, it looks like the Ghana Pharmaceutical Council needs to sit up and then setting standards, rules and regulations that they need to go by. We like the fact that the pharmacies are well kept and all of that, but we need to do more than that.
Yeah.
Because somebody just walks into a pharmacy or an over-the-counter licensed chemical shop and just wants to buy drugs like tramadol, all of those things.
Yeah.
With, as I said, no diagnosis. The person doesn't even tell you what is wrong with them.
And you're selling to them.
And you are selling to them.
No, so I think that the rules and regulations they are there. Is the issue is enforcement. Do you see? And that's, for me, that's the biggest challenge, with all of this, is the enforcement. And the rigorous enforcement is what we're talking about here, because it's fine enough to make all the rules and have it there and everything else. And then once in a while do a swoop and, slap fines on people and so on. But really, is that the solution, or is that the way to go about it? If pharmacies and chemical shops know that randomly, without warning, the authorities could happen upon them at any point without warning, people will be much better behaved and do things more strictly and more rigorously. You see, but because it's like an open situation, free for all. It's like nobody, look, the last 3 years we have been here, nobody has ever come to bother us or anything else. So they can feel free to do, because they have to keep the lights on. They have to keep the air conditioners running, right? So they will make their money, So I think it's a very important thing. And the minister, for the sector, for the health sector, has made some comments, on the floor of Parliament. Let's take a listen to what the minister said.
In Ghana, Mr. Speaker, tramadol abuse has already caused significant social and health problems, particularly among young people. High doses of tramadol, often far exceeding what is legally allowed for medical use, have been found in circulation, leading to severe addiction, mental health issues, and even death. Following the revelations of the BBCI findings on Aviation Pharmaceuticals and Western International involvement in illegal opioid distribution, the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with the regulatory and security agencies, took immediate and decisive action. The FDA had directed Samos Pharma to immediately cease using these companies as exporters of registered products to.
So there you hear the minister speaking there. I actually want to just read this article here. It's a story we wrote off the back of the minister's statement, and he says that Akando warns of rising unregistered drug infiltration and vows a crackdown. The Minister of Health, Kwabena Minta Akando, has raised concerns over the increasing influx of unregistered drugs into Ghana's pharmaceutical market, and has pledged to halt further production of such drugs. Okay, so he warned that the proliferation of unapproved opioids, including various brands of tramadol and tapentadol, has led to widespread abuse, severe health complications, and fatalities. Now, this, of course, is off the back of the BBC investigation into a particular pharmaceutical company all the way in India. All right, let me take you to this story on citynewsroom.com. FDA suspends Aviation Pharmaceutical certification over opioid smuggling. All right, so this story came on the 26th, that's yesterday, and I'll just do a quick read. The FDA, Food and Drugs Authority, has suspended the Good Manufacturing Practices, that's GMP, certification of Aviation Pharmaceuticals, an Indian drug manufacturer, following revelations of its involvement in the illegal distribution of opioid-based medications in West Africa. The decision follows a BBC Africa Eye investigation which exposed how Aviation Pharmaceuticals, through Westfin International, allegedly exported unapproved drugs containing tapentadol, carisoprodol, Okay, 2 countries including Ghana, Nigeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. These substances, classified as highly addictive opioids, pose serious health risks, including respiratory failure and death when abused. In response to the expose, the FDA has instructed Samos Pharma, a Ghana-based importer, to cease all dealings with Aviation Pharmaceuticals and Westfin International. Now, furthermore, the registration process for 6 products from Masters Pharmaceutical Limited, which plan to use Aviation Pharmaceuticals as a contract manufacturer, has been put on hold. The FDA reaffirmed its commitment to combating opioid abuse, highlighting ongoing enforcement efforts, including seizures, fines, and prosecutions of unauthorized drug distributors. Now, it assured the public that it will continue to collaborate with law enforcement agencies to prevent the influx of dangerous pharmaceuticals into the country. This latest action reinforces Ghana's regulatory stance on illicit drug trafficking and strengthens ongoing measures to safeguard public health. Now, Jiva, there's some things that I'm noting here. So these are not drugs that were smuggled into the country.
Right.
These are drugs that were legally brought in and some manufactured here.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow. Then now it gets me thinking, and the next question off the top of my head is, how did we get here to...
It's a good question.
Yes, how did we get here to see or to sit down and watch these things happen right under our noses?
Yeah, so
how negligent could we be?
So FDA has instructed Samos Pharma, a Ghana-based importer, to cease dealings with Aviation Pharmaceuticals and Westfin International. Now, Samos Pharma, on the other hand, the day before, refuted BBC Eye's allegations. But FDA saw differently. So here's the thing. I think that we should be careful when we are dealing with some of these situations, because the bottom line is not everything. Responsibility to the community in which you live is critical. Samos Pharma Limited refutes BBC Africa Eye's allegation of unlicensed opioid imports. Okay? And it says here, and I'll just read the first couple of lines. So, in an official press release dated February 23rd, 2025, Samos Pharma Limited stated that the BBC had approached them with alleged evidence of their involvement in trading opioids such as tapentadol and carisoprodol. Samos Pharma vehemently denied these allegations, clarifying that at no point did BBC Africa Eye visit their offices or facilities to verify the claims, calling the accusations scandalous and libelous. Well, at this point in time, the FDA has given them strict instructions not to deal with the said pharmaceutical companies, Westfin International and Aviation Pharmaceuticals, who are trading in these pharmaceutical products. Well, we have our Northern Regional correspondent on the line. Shawana, good morning.
Hi, good morning, David.
Welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, Shawana, so sort of paint a picture for us, what it looks like on the streets of Tamale among the young people when we're talking about the abuse of opioid drugs.
Thank you so much, David. It's actually a sad thing in Tamale, and the elderly will tell you that even if they see the youth holding a bottle of drink, they fear that this is not just a clean drink. They have the suspicion that they have infused the drink with some of those opioids. There are instances, we hear stories of people joining a tricycle and then the driver is high on drugs. But you don't see him taking anything. The only thing you see is either an energy drink standing beside him or a soft drink what they suspect is just they might have infused it with something that is making them behave the way they do. Let me cite an instance. There is this one I heard about a driver who was just driving, and all of a sudden he had to jump out of the vehicle. The passengers had to follow, and you know how the tricycle looks like. When they asked the driver afterwards, what he said was that he saw a pool of water and he wanted to dive into it. But come to think of it, if you are in your normal senses, how would you be operating a machine and all of a sudden you want to jump into a pool of water, leaving the passengers at risk? So in Tamale, it is becoming a serious issue that a lot of people are expressing concern about, and they fear that if nothing is done about it immediately, it is actually going to get worse and worse as the time goes by. In my report, I indicated that I engaged a young girl who is just 21 years. She told me she started doing opioids 2 years ago. That tells me she was just 19 years when she started doing it. I asked how she got into it. She tells me she met a guy, and the guy, expressed love to her. So they were going out like a boyfriend and a girlfriend. And this guy was into the use of opioids and other substances like weed and other things. This girl told me that was the thing the guy was doing on a daily, and started introducing her to it gradually. And before she noticed, she was also addicted. Whenever they have an issue in their relationship, the only thing the guy does is take this, you'll be fine. And because she gets high, for her, that is the definition of fine for her. So she kept doing it and doing it and doing it. Before she could notice, according to her, it took people to tell her on the day that you look different from the way you used to look. You used to be plumpy, now you are very slim, you look sick, you don't look like before. I tried engaging the mother, and the mother said if I engaged the girl, she would open up. But she wanted to remain anonymous. And when I spoke to her, she opened up a lot about some of these things that was happening. People in some of these communities very close to the forest in Tamale are expressing fear that these people who sell the opioids and other substances are found in the forest. So if you go to areas like Abuabu, if you go to areas like, what's the name? Nyohani and other areas very close to the forest, Nobisco and other places like that. People feel inside these forests, these are where the people sit to do this business. And if you also go to Abuabu market in the night, we hear the only thing you see is smoke everywhere. You see people light fire in pieces, only for you to get close and they are there smoking weed. Most of them are there doing the drugs. People are selling, others are buying. And this has been a major issue for the local authorities in the region. They've been doing time without number, all they could to ensure that the situation changes. But we don't seem to be making headway. And they are calling that there is a need to include the military especially in this kind of operations, because it is felt that the youth in Tamale don't even fear the police anymore. They feel if the military is involved, we'll get results more than the use of the police. So they should rather use both the police and the military rather than just using only the police in these kind of operations. So for Northern Region and Tamale to be specific, the situation is scary in parents, and you know the poverty level, you know the unemployment level. All these are influencing some of these characters that the youth are picking up. And the question still remains, what becomes of our future, looking at what our future leaders are doing today.
Right, now, Shawana, so when you were talking, I was just thinking that sometimes ignorance, I feel like sometimes ignorance makes people do certain things. Has there been any form of sensitization or education on these opioid abuse to the youth? Has there been any form of approach like that? Yeah, so I wouldn't say there haven't been
education ongoing, sensitization has been there, but I just think we need to up the game when it comes to sensitizing the youth about some of the things opioids and other substances can do to their lives and their future for that matter. There is so more to be done. The NCCA has to sit up. I think they have to be well-resourced to be able to take up this particular mandate. It's a big thing. Radio stations, television stations are doing their best like we are doing right now. But the question is, how many of them are we able to reach when we do some of these things? And how sustainable has it been? So I just think there is a need for us to ensure that we are able to invest more in education when it comes to substance abuse and to ensure that the right people are targeted and the information goes down well with them. And probably it can help things like when I spoke to the young girl and I questioned her and I later asked her what she thinks about the things she has done and the impact it is having on her. She says she was very brilliant and she feels she has wasted her life. I had a lot of conversations with her, and it has dawned on her that the things she was doing wasn't right. And she's even saying she would consider going back to school if in any form or way I can be of help to her. She's willing to go back to school if we can help her. So, we are looking at, I think most of them, like you said, are naive about what they are doing. And some of them are following the path because their friends are doing it. And they just want to test, they are curious, they want to see what is happening in there. And that's how they get started.
Shawana, speaking of helping her get back on track and going back to school, what is rehabilitation in Tamale like? Are there adequate rehabilitation centers for people like this who wants to withdraw?
So I will tell you that if it comes to rehabilitation and centers for people who are psychologically disturbed, who need help in the region, we are backwards. Like, we don't really have the right facilities in place. I can say, if not the Tamale Teaching Hospital, where they have a little corner that can help with some of these things, but we don't really have a big facility. Under the Agenda 111, and they were hoping to build that psychology hospital in Tamale. But here's the case, the thing has been solved. We are hoping that it will be revived, and maybe they will have a big facility designated for rehabilitation for people of this kind who are interested and willing to turn their lives around.
Right. Shawana, thank you so much for speaking with us.
Thank you so much.
We'll follow up on this story when we have to.
Sure.
All right. So that was Shawana Yusuf on phone with us, our Northern Regional Correspondent here at Channel 1 Television as well as City 97.3 FM. And Kweku, you could hear the disturb in Shawana's voice. These are people that we are looking forward to, we are looking up to step in shoes, to step in leadership positions, to take up their mantle when need be, or when they have to lead the country. And talking about the fact that we don't even have adequate rehabilitation centers for people who want to withdraw, to put their life back on track. Because when there's this level of addiction, it takes a lot to have to get back on track. So if we don't even have the facilities to help or support the people, how do we get them back on track? We are losing our youth quickly.
So, we'll be speaking with a clinical health psychologist shortly, but I want to look at the problem and look at the different layers of it. Okay. We've been joined on the line by Mr. Peter Amadou. He's a clinical health psychologist. Mr. Amadou, good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you.
All right, so paint for us a picture of what sort of efforts should we be making to stem, this problem of the opioid abuse and general substance abuse? It appears we've lost our clinical psychologist. We'll try and raise him on the line, shortly. Yeah, but I was just looking at the different layers of the problem.
Right.
So you have the part where the manufacturer, is probably, from all that we are reading, illegally producing these substances. Okay. There's that. They need to be shut down. They need to all be arrested. They need to be prosecuted. That needs to happen. Okay. Then there's an issue of infiltration into the country.
Right.
All right. Mr. Amadou, good morning once again. Yes, welcome to Breakfast Daily.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me.
All right. Just sort of wanted you to try and paint us a picture of what sort of efforts we should be making to try and stop this problem that is happening now.
Thank you very much, and good morning to your cherished viewers and those who are listening to you via the online medium.
All right.
When it comes to the opioid use, the effort that we need to make, I will say, we need a holistic approach to tackling the opioid use in Ghana, but specifically, let me say, in the northern region of Ghana. And when I talk about the holistic approach, we need the family intervention. Many of the young men or women we have found have issues at the family level. Nobody is there to listen to them. And then, so when they go out and they found themselves in a ghetto where the solidarity is very high, they stay in there and they continue to perpetuate the abuse of the substance. Then we will need the community-related support. I'm sure as a people, we seem to have lost it in our communal living approach. We have now become more individualistic. This is not my own. This doesn't belong to my tribe, or this doesn't belong to my family. I'm sure that's where we are losing it. Those days gone by, we had the communal approach to correcting children, communal approach to correcting wrong in the society. We are gradually losing that as a people. And that is that. I think that going forward, if we can go back to a concept like this, will be very helpful. Then to the entire government approach. So we need capacity building at the level of our health institutions. We need capacity building in the level of our professionals. And we need more mental health professionals to handle this perspective. Then we will surely, from the government perspective, we will want to also see enough budgetary allocation to the mental health authority, to the Ghana Health Service, who it is their primary mandate to do some of these things. But having said this, let me also go to the CSO's bit, and then also for you with the media, in the sense that the CSOs seem to be doing a lot. CSOs, what I mean is civil society organizations. They are doing excellently well, but there is a serious challenge of society, which most of the CSOs are focusing on the youth. The youth are basically into the opioid use, draining their future, and yet the focus is, our project doesn't align with this. Who are you then helping? So the CSOs need to realign their projects and their implementation activities towards supporting youth with challenges. Then on the part of the media, advocacy. I have championed a lot of advocacy activity in the northern part of Ghana, and I think that one of the areas that we need to hammer very much is advocacy. Education at our school level, education in the communities, education on air, just for people to appreciate. Sometimes I have a publication on the media. I rather have people who read this from the Americas and they are calling me. I had to get people who read it in northern region or even in Ghana, and I have seen this. So we need more of education in terms of what is it that our people want at the community level, at the school level, because we realize that the young people are greatly involved in this, and they are in schools. They are at the artisanal shops, apprenticeship, and all of that. Can we target all of these institutions? Then above all, what we have been pushing for is a rehab. If we have made all the positive support, encourage people to stop, educated them, yet there will be one or two who may have one challenge or the other. How do we help them? That all of us are not sick doesn't mean we don't need a hospital. It's true that we don't have, we cannot say everybody is into opioid abuse.
Yeah.
But even those who are into it, genuinely wanting to come out of it, stop using it. Is there a system? And I can say for the northern part of Ghana, we do not have a well-resourced rehab center.
Okay.
There are makeshift facilities that seem to be doing something. But we need a holistic approach, just like I have said. And if that happens, then we can be tackling this canker or this menace head on and frontally.
Yeah. Can you briefly speak to the issue of regulatory framework and our, the dispensing regime as well? So regulatory framework as in the companies that import certain drugs into the country, as well as then the issue of dispensing. People, some pharmacies and some chemical shops without any prescription, dispensing all kinds of drugs to young people. Just briefly speak to that.
Okay, so thank you. I think on the part of regulation, I think as a country we have very beautiful laws. Even though not from the legal fraternity, but we have read these things or heard commentary on these things. Ghana has very beautiful laws. I think our challenge is enforcement of the laws as a country.
Okay.
Because you come to look at the FDA, the Pharmacy Council, the Narcotic Control Commission. These are beautiful, excellent state institutions that are doing very well. But there are moments when they are overwhelmed. And the overwhelming part of it comes in the porous nature of our bodies.
Okay.
Because some of these, like we heard from the documentary, some of these things don't seem to be coming from the approved route. And our engagement with some of those who are peddling with these substances often do not come from the approved route. They use unapproved route. So in terms of regulation, we are doing well, but we probably may need to beef up the capacity of these state institutions to do more. And that means budgetary allocation, actually. And that means engagement of more people to that area. When it comes to the pharmacy, the dispensing part of it, the law is that opioids, for instance, are prescription-only medication. You cannot go to the pharmacy shop and just say, I want to buy an opioid medication, and they just sell it for you. But the challenge is who is monitoring what is happening, especially the over-the-counter drug stores or shops, which are not supposed to handle these, and sometimes some of them find it in there, and they will not display them, but because of the consumer who knows they know, and they, who also knows that these people have it, they go in there and it's like a black market, which is really not helping the system. So monitoring from the Pharmacy Council, because the community pharmacies are doing very well, but you have a number of pharmacy shops springing up way above the capacity of the staffing level of these individuals to be able to monitor. In the northern part of Ghana, you see them go out, lock shops, or engage in some conversation to educate. But how often? So on that part, I will say that we are doing well, but we only need to keep pushing as a country. It's just because there's sometimes some bit of capacity issues, some bit of logistical issues that is affecting us. But I think we are doing well. We can do better with the right support from these state institutions.
All right.
But also to call on the individuals who are not supposed to handle medications like this. You see, it's good to have money. Like in that video, the BBC interview, the young man said, the chief executive officer said, it's business. We're making money. But see, if we have thrown morality away towards making money against the well-being and the success of others, then we are losing it as a people. How do I make money and some other people suffer? I feel it's like this because I have in a week, I have not less than 5 parents calling me for rehabilitation, or 5 young men calling me because they heard about the radio program I have hosted and spoke about the drugs. And so the issue is huge. What we need to do is that we need to be more dutiful towards our communities. We need to be more responsible. And basically, money is good to have money. But what is the essence of having money when you are the entire society in which you belong
is destroyed. Yeah.
And that is that aspect of the collectivism I spoke about when I was talking about the community approach to curbing this issue.
Yeah.
We have lost it as a people.
Yeah.
I want to be the only one who is affluential. I want to be the only one who everybody comes to. How am I making that money? Let me just paint a scenario. In the Tamale task force,
yes,
last year arrested a woman who peddled these things. That woman had a 10-year-old son. The task force decided that they were going to give this child 10 of the tablets to take. The woman started crying. Why? It's going to destroy my boy. And they asked him, do you know how many young men you are destroying outside?
Yeah.
So we have a lot to do in terms of the regulations.
Yeah.
But I think if we can come back to our communal way of doing things, you are not supposed to handle this. You are not supposed to handle that. And we all can serve as a check to the community pharmacists, to the individual peddling these. Then we can go far as a people. But when we leave it that, it is a state institution, then we may not go very far.
Yeah.
That's why for me as a person, I have taken up to the radio station, I've gone to the schools, I've gone to organization, just talking about these things. Nobody's sponsoring all of these. It's just because I think that we need to be more responsible to our society.
Right. Thank you so much. Thank you for speaking to us this morning. We appreciate your time. So that was Mr. Peter Mintir Amadou. He is a clinical health psychologist and clearly very passionate about this issue. You know, and I like the way he broke down the different areas which we can attack the issue. You know, and there's so much. So beautiful laws, poor enforcement. It's always been the story of Ghana. Beautiful laws, poor enforcement. And in this space too, this seems to be the major issue. One of the things he touched on, which I think we should highlight on a bit, is the issue of the community supervision. It's like looking out for each other. This whole thing of we become very individualistic
I'm minding my business
is a problem, you know, because why should you not speak up if you see somebody abusing a drug?
Kweku, I can understand, but then again, looking at it from another angle, children or the generation we have now have become very rebellious, you know. I mean, have
we not always been rebellious though?
We have been, but you know, over time, their ways are so different, such that they are even rebellious against their own parents. How much more an outsider who is not directly a family member or who doesn't relate to them directly? I mean, they will ask you straight in your face, who do you think you are to correct me? They won't even listen to you. So to save yourself the embarrassment, you just watch and walk away. But I don't think that is the way we should go. No, I agree that we should all be looking out for each other.
See, I think that if we understood what it meant, that if one person A, is abusing a substance, how does that impact me?
Yes.
If you understood the impact, we will be quicker to say, no, stop it, and give them 100 reasons why they should not do what they're doing. You see, because if the person is using and abusing, right, what happens is that that person is, first of all, becoming a burden on the healthcare system. Automatic. That person is going to influence other people. Because remember the story that Shawana was telling us? It was the guy who was using, who influenced his girlfriend to get involved. So the power of influence is like, if whenever they start arguing or fighting, he says, oh,
take this,
you take this, you'll be fine. And truly, she becomes fine. Not that the problem has gone away, but she has an altered state of reality because of the drug effect. An altered state of reality. So now, nothing is a problem. And we know that opioids make you feel relaxed and they make you feel happy. It's a false sense of happiness. It gives you a false sense of happiness.
Very temporal.
It's a very temporal false sense of happiness that it gives you. You see, and this is the action of opioids, you know, and all narcotics behave in a similar way, you know. So really, we need to be very serious as a country in dealing with this problem. And we have messages. We have a lot of messages, actually.
We have lots of messages. So this one comes in from Philip Sam from Adenta Barrier. He says, I have seen young people struggling with the effect of overuse and overdose of tramadol specifically. They use these drugs to push their bodies beyond what they should be capable of naturally. It is said amongst the boys that for construction and other physical demanding jobs, such drugs are the way to go, and they believe it just like that. This one also comes from Samuel Jima from OEB. He says, it is important for people to know that tramadol is used in various drugs, but in their proper quantities. People should be careful. Not all side effects can be reversed after using these drugs. So Samuel is warning us. And William James Fee from Ofanko also says, I had a help live with me some years ago to help around the house when I'm busy. His behavior started to be really suspicious with how he began locking up his drawers and almost always carrying around one of those tiny little fancy packs around his waist. I found this boy passed out on the bathroom floor one day after getting off work early. He later on revealed to me what was going on in our neighborhood. He told me almost all the boys in the area were involved one way or the other in either supplying or using tramadol. Interesting.
Yeah. No, it's a very serious situation, you know. And let me just talk about my personal experience watching the effect of tramadol. Right. So my father of blessed memory was fighting cancer.
Right.
Okay. In his latter stages of life, very advanced cancer. The prescription to help with the pain, there was one time tramadol was prescribed to help with the pain because he was in excruciating pain.
Yeah.
Now, even he, using tramadol, one day said that, you know something, I don't want to use it. We have to find something else. There must be something else. Not this. Because he used it once, twice. Look, in the entire, let's say 4 hours, our estimate, about 4 hours after the use of the drug, he was just spaced out. He was just, it's like your pain is gone, but you are also gone.
Yeah.
It's like you're not there. You know, and I watched this. I saw it. You talk to him and he's very sluggish and very slow. It's like he's here, but it's like he's not here.
Yeah.
You know? And just because he's dealing with a pain. The question is that why are we using tramadol? Altered states of reality is why people are doing this. Because you want to temporarily feel good small. And that feel good factor is what we are chasing. You know? And it's the dangerous thing that we're doing.
It's interesting.
It's a dangerous thing.
It's really interesting, but sad how we are losing our young ones to these illicit drug abuse. And we need to do better as a society. We need to do better as a country. And of course, as people said, the laws are there, but we need it to be a bit more stringent on the enforcement and make sure that people are doing the right thing. Because we can't have people producing opioids here in this country and having others smuggle it into the country. What are we doing on the borders? Anyway, we'll take a quick breather here. When we come back, there's more interesting conversations on Breakfast Daily. Do stay with us.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebaut. How Zebaut there? Zebaut won Chaboke.
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play, he is not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me. Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. Want the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive. Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama, catch the excitement every Friday.
One upgrade is nice, but a double upgrade is amazing. And that's how we do it. Upgrade today to get even more with Step Up. If you're on GoTV Max and upgrade to GoTV Super, you'll get way more with GoTV Super Plus.
It's so cool!
Get big value. Get big entertainment.
Very good.
Perfect! Upgrade and get even more with GoTV.
Yeah.
GoTV. Love it.
Welcome back from that break. You are still live on Breakfast Daily. As we know, the President of the Republic of Ghana, President John Dramani Mahama, is expected to deliver his first State of the Nations address this morning. And our colleague Jude Duncan is in the Parliament House. He'll be bringing us some updates on the State of the Nations address and what we are expected to hear or see this morning. So let's just go straight to Parliament. Jude, hi, good morning. Hello, Jude.
Good morning, Jifa.
Right. How are you doing this morning?
Yeah, hello, Jifa. Good morning. I'm doing amazing. I trust you are well too.
Well, we are very well. How is the atmosphere in Parliament this morning as we are expected to see and hear the President deliver his first State of the Nations address?
Yeah, right. So we are expected to have the President here in Parliament for his first State of the Nation address in his second term of his presidency. It's a very busy place right here in Parliament. Quite a number of members of Parliament are already seated. We've also seen some senior members of government make their way into the gallery where they will be seated for during the president's address. Some senior members of government include the presidential advisor for finance or the economy, Seth Stekpe. We've seen the presidential advisor on legal affairs, Madam Marita Brew Opon. We've also seen other high-ranking members of government make their way here. We've also seen some members of the civil society also present here, as well as the clergy and other traditional leaders. So it's been very colorful. It's been very busy. I must also add that security is heightened here at the Parliament, where the President will be delivering the State of the Nation address pretty shortly. But Jifa, I've been joined by some members of Parliament who will be sharing with us their expectations ahead of the President's address. I've been joined by Member of Parliament for Ahanta West, Madam Mavis Kukwa. You can come closer. Thank you very much for joining us. This is Channel 1 TV.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for engaging me. Yeah.
Great. So the President is expected to deliver his first State of the Nation address today. for yourself as a first-time MP, this is also your first time you are going to receive the president. What are your expectations for the address today?
Good morning again. I say my expectations are what Ghanaians are expecting, because there's been a lot of issues previously, as we all know. I don't want to just mention them one by one, but hopefully after today's Sona, there's going to be the resetting that our president is talking about is going to start from today. So hopefully prices are going to come down. Galamsey issues that are causing devastations in our communities are going to come down. Like, things are going to change. So that is my expectation today. Like, the economy is going to reset itself from today, as we are all going to work hard towards it.
Not long ago, I saw a meeting of the Western Region Members of Parliament caucus with the Lands Minister. I'm sure issues that came up had to do with dealing with the illegal menace of Galamsey. A lot of the public and also civil society have called for the revocation of licenses or mining activities in forest reserves. Should we expect the president to delve very strongly into Galamsey and also mention some initiatives being taken to address this really huge problem?
Yes, hopefully we are all expecting that, because Galamsey, the illegal one, is actually destroying a whole lot of things in our communities, causing problems. When I say, I am more concerned about the health issues that it brings into our communities. So with young boys dying, getting ill, teenage pregnancies, and it's all coming out of these Galamsey issues. So hopefully today's address would be very strict about Galamsey. As in, we need to move from illegal to legal. So you get a license before you can mine, and then you mine at the right place where you don't destroy somebody's farm or the water body or a forest reserve or something. So hopefully that is also going to come out today.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Grateful for your time. We'll be hoping to speak to you after the president's address. So you heard for yourself, Honorable Mavis Kukwa, who is Member of Parliament for Ahanta West, sharing with us her expectations for the president's address today. But Jifa have also been joined by Member of Parliament for Bongo, first-time MP, lawyer Honorable Bawadria, who will be sharing with us his expectations for the president's address today in Parliament. Honorable, thank you for joining Channel 1 TV.
Thank you and good morning.
Great. The president is expected to deliver his first State of the Nation address for his second term. He campaigned on the message of resetting Ghana. Not long ago, late last year, we also heard the outgone president deliver his final State of the Nation, where he mentioned that the country is heading towards an economic overturn, trying to sell the message that things were getting better. Do you get the impression that indeed the economy has turned and things are going to get better?
Well, I think that His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, upon assumption of office, have made utterances to the effect that the economy is in serious trouble. And he said, not only is it in serious trouble, but at criminal levels, the level of destruction of the economy. So I expect that His Excellency will give us some more detail of what he said about the criminality or otherwise of what has happened during the last regime, a little bit of it, and of course to give us an indication of how he intends to come out of it. I believe that whatever it is, this country expects that the economy must have another turn. Whether we like it or not, we must have, because it's the reason for which they voted for us. And we should have no excuse to say that because of the current state of the economy, we are unable to turn it over. So I expect His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to tell us some of the things that he intends to do, give us some indication. I believe that the major details of how this will come about will be in the budget when it is read subsequently. But some baselines based upon which we should have hope that there will be some improvement in the economic life of Ghanaians.
The minority tell us that the recent 10% salary increment for public sector workers and government's pronouncements or its pledge to pay the DDP coupons, are evidence of the good works they put in place prior to your assumption into office. Do you share in such sentiments?
No, I think that, look, the 10% that they're talking about, clearly, it's not on the high side. it is just because Labour understood the current bad situation of the economy. And note that His Excellency the President had to go there personally and physically partake in the negotiations. Managed to convince him, humble as he convinced Labour, that look, we are facing a serious crisis in our economic situation. Please take 10% and give me the opportunity to turn around the economy so that in the future we can now enjoy. So I don't think the minority should talk of 10% as though it was something huge for Labour. Apart from that, it was the government's, ability to organize itself, source funding to settle those bonds. You understand? So it ought not to be taken as though there was money available. If you listen to the finance minister, he was clear that it was the ingenuity of the new government that led to the ability of the new government to settle these debts. So I think that let's give His Excellency John Dramani Mahama the opportunity to have the free hand to run the economy and see how in the near future this will change our life.
And finally, but still on the economy, we also know that some development partners who give us aid have decided to, hold back the aid they gave us. It's created a very tight fiscal policy for fiscal position for government, because we get a lot of funds to run quite a number of programs in different sectors, health, education. How is government going to cope with this pressure or this setback of not being able to access these funds that we've been used to receiving? And I'm referring to the United States aid, US aid.
I think that is a critical issue that government needs to pay attention to. US aid is no more going to fund our activities, and some other organizations, including the UK organizations as well. So government has stated that one, it will be prudent in government spending, and that is key. In the majority of situations, government had spent money, especially in the past government, spent money without any prudence. So the government say we will cut down government expenditure to be prudent in our expenditure to ensure that we do not waste the resources, the meager resources that are available. Two, government says that it's intent to embark on a drive that ensure that everybody who is within the tax remits pay tax. So there will be an expansion of the parameters of the people who pay tax to ensure that we raise enough funds to be able to make up for the shortfall that will arise as a result of the holdback of aid from the US and other European countries.
Finally, Honorable, we know that also in recent times, concerns around health has become topical. CSM is causing a lot of devastating effects to residents, citizens up north. You're a member of parliament from Bongo. What are your expectations in the health sector? What are you hoping to hear from the president with regards to the state of affairs and how he intends to better, health concerns for residents generally in the country?
I think that is very key. I mean, the health minister has already been on the floor of parliament twice, and then it's stated government position on what it's doing. So I expect His Excellency the President to give us some hope, and especially the necessary funding that is required to enable the health institutions and they take the necessary process to ensure that the CSM does not spread further, and those who get it actually get treated. So I believe His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has a plan.
Thank you so much for your time. Amazing. So you had Member of Parliament for Bongo, Honorable Bawadria, who himself is a lawyer, sharing with us his expectation for today's State of the Nation address expected to be given by the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. We've also been joined by, Member of Parliament for Navrongo Central. Member of Parliament for Navrongo Central, who will be sharing with us his views. Honorable, can you also share with us your expectations for today's address by the President?
Thank you very, very much. Let me begin by saying hi to the good people of Navrongo Central who have sent me here to represent them. What do I expect from the President's address today? I expect hope. I expect a reassurance for the confidence that Ghanaians have reposed in the NDC government led by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I expect that there will be a statement on the way forward, what he intends to do in building the country and resetting this country on the right path. You will agree with me that for the past 8 years, our country has been subjected to a lot of decimation. things are coming together. You see confidence in the business community coming back. You see confidence in people in the agric sector coming back, and all of that. So I expect that the people will thank the people of Ghana for electing him, and then assure them that nation building is about all of us coming on board and then doing what we need to do to get our country to deliver the jobs that we need, to deliver the roads that we need, and then the health difficulties that we go through.
It's interesting you talk about delivering on job creation. For Labour, another concern they've raised is the mass revocation of appointments and the layoff of some government appointees by the last administration. Some have described it as unfair and not a proper use of state power. What are your thoughts around concerns on the revocation of appointments?
Very simple. That there are processes for employing people. Whatever you use to employ people should be within the context of those rules. And if it's outside of that, then they have to be removed, or they have to sit aside and then allow the whole process to start all over again. It's not as if they've been sacked and that they will not be given an opportunity. It's just to look into how these people were recruited. I am sure you followed the developments at NEIP, NAPE. The fact that some of the staff there were not properly employed, and that they dumped party boys on the state who sit at home and almost do nothing. That is not right. Every Ghanaian should be given the opportunity based on merit to be able to apply and get a job. It shouldn't be job for the boys. Otherwise, we are not building a country. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is looking to build a country that will make the best use of our talents, the best use of skills, and make opportunities available to everyone. I think you will not agree that jobs that are meant for Ghanaians who are qualified and experienced should just be given to party boys. I hope you agree with me on that.
Except that I don't know for a fact that they were party people who were appointed. I think they were Ghanaians, but I get.
Yes, they are Ghanaians, and I've heard one of them, their party people on social media saying that yes, it is true. I mean, they didn't appoint them through the right way and didn't even regularize their appointments. I'm sure you would have heard that.
Interesting. All right, but let me come to another issue of significant concern to Ghanaians: the state of our environment. Galamsey is causing, a devastating effect to our environment, the quality of our environment. Concerns are rife about government's effort in dealing with this menace. In fact, people have even petitioned the speaker over the involvement of one of your colleagues in this activity, this illegal menace. What do you envisage would be the president's, position as he prepares to give the state of the nation with regards to dealing with some environmental challenges, particularly on Galamsey?
Thank you very much. In fact, Galamsey is something that the nation is confronted with, and is done by big people and small people and all of that. But let's understand that it's an existential issue. Our life depends on the environment. I am a friend of the environment, and as a friend of the environment, I know very well that we need to go back to the point where our environment is restored. We restore our environment back to what it is supposed to be. And the president has said that, during his campaigns before he was elected, that he will make sure that Galamsey is stopped. I was lucky to be part of a gathering, a forum, where the Lands and Natural Resources Minister spoke to us on what they are doing to stop the scourge of Galamsey on our environment. Now, I think His Excellency the President will speak on that, and tell all Ghanaians to rally behind this fight, because it's not a fight for only the NDC. It is a fight for all of us as Ghanaians. And I'm sure you yourself, you see the state of our environment, the state of water, our water bodies, the state of the lands and all of that. The fact that it has health impacts, the fact that it has all kinds of effects that will come to burden the state in terms of cost, shows that we need to focus attention on it and deal with it.
Honorable, I'll let you go shortly, but still on the economy, the president described certain things that happened in the past as criminal activities. He's also gone on to talk about how his government will be handling the IMF. We heard the finance minister doing his vetting about how he also intends to cut wastage from government. I just want your very brief thoughts on the economy, how government intends to generate, significant funding for its major initiatives. You've promised the $10 billion push initiative. You've promised other really capital intensive programs for the Ghanaian people. What should we expect the president to say in a State of the Nation address in terms of funding for his major initiatives, and also ensuring that the economy is managed and all other indicators, inflation, the exchange rate and all other things are managed appropriately.
Thank you very, very much. I mean, the president has demonstrated right from the appointments that are ongoing that he's committed to ensuring that he runs a lean government. And if you look at what he's doing so far, you realize that he's kept the appointments very, very low. It shows his commitment to cutting down public waste. So that will be one thing he will tell us, I am sure he will, about cutting government waste, and also looking at how to generate money from the various sources of funding that are available to government. I mean, there are a lot of things that we need to cut down. If there are areas for example, travel, foreign travels, members of government have been told that you cannot travel on first class or even on priority seats, So you travel on economy because you are working for the state. He has cut down on the number of benefits that are supposed to go to most of the people that are in government. Aside from that, I look forward to him telling us how the agribusiness will generate money for us. I look forward to him telling us how the road sector, road tools coming back and all of that, how we'll be able to generate money to build our roads, because you know that our roads are very bad. The Ghana Revenue Authority will tell us about the reforms that are going on there. The current finance minister is holding meetings and holding talks with the IMF and all the multilateral and bilateral institutions, the Bretton Woods institutions. I'm sure they will cut down on how much they expect us to pay. They'll give us some moratorium on most of the things, and then we export more, cut down on imports, and I'm sure we'll be fine. But I can't be very specific on all the things that you talk about. I'm sure it will be more on producing more in our country, consuming more of what we produce in our country, and then cutting down on imports.
Thank you so much for your time, Honorable.
I'm most grateful. Thank you.
So there you had the Honorable Member of Parliament for Navrogo Central sharing with us his brief thoughts around the State of the Nation address expected to be given by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. But I've also been joined by a Member of Parliament for Ablekuma South, Honorable Alfred Oko Vanderpoy, who is going to also share with us his thoughts very briefly, former Mayor of Accra, going to share his thoughts with us on the State of the Nation address and his expectations for President Mahama and his new administration. Thank you for your time, Honorable.
Yes, good morning, and good morning to your listeners and viewers.
Amazing. You've been a significant player in this administration in the first term, and you are now also Member of Parliament. This is the first State of the Nation address by President Mahama, but he's given 4 others in his first term. What are your expectations going into the State of the Nation address today?
Yeah, this is a great day for our country, coming from the backdrop of the fact that the people voted for the idea to reset Ghana. And President have had days to look at this and this new set Ghana agenda. So today, President John Dramani Mahama will reveal to Ghanaians how it was with which the people reset Ghana. In other words, voting for the idea of the reset and the agenda to practically really reset Ghana.
Talking about reset, some Ghanaians are not too happy with how this government has handled the revocation of appointments by the previous administration and have described it as not fair or not reflective of the reset agenda. What do you have to say to comments like that?
Yes, some things were done wrong. So the reset agenda says, let us look at it. What was done? Let us review it, and then let us correct the mistakes. It's a fair deal. So we will review it. They are all Ghanaians. At the end of the day, we will reset it in such a way that people would know that we've been fair in dealing with the situation.
President Mahama described the handling of the economy by the former administration as criminal after having gone through some, documents and other information and data available to him. What do you envisage will be his comments around the economy in terms of resuscitating or revitalizing the economy?
Yes, in coming to the point, the time and the period to decide, that is the election, that the people decided that we are going with the reset agenda. Not possible. We are going with the reset agenda. They have given the president the mandate so that President will look at all the events that happened under the previous administration and now make a decision that will not take us backwards, but taking us forward, in that the practical lives of the people will be improved under this government's agenda, making sure that the things that were happening in the previous years, in the previous administration, will not continue. But today, we will reset everything to ensure that the ordinary Ghanaian is really living as a Ghanaian and living a life that is meaningful, that the youth will get employment, that our parents will get food to eat, that we'll be able to go to our hospitals and be taken care of. This is the reset agenda. So Ghanaians will be happy to being a Ghanaian.
Honorable, finally, before you let go of us, you have former mayor of Accra. You were dealing directly with the local assemblies. We know the challenges with the local assemblies: sanitation, managing their spaces, flooding issues in some places, street lights in other places. What are your expectations around the local assembly and how government can make them more efficient to address the pressing concerns of citizens and residents in the local assemblies?
The reset agenda will permeate into the establishment of the district assemblies, in that very soon we will have our district chief executives. When we have the district chief executives, they will be informed, instructed to ensure that we will reset in all operations. The sanitation issues will be taken care of, the congestion in town will be taken care of, the illegal activities of traders being where they are not supposed to be, and all matters of concern to our public, to our people, will be taken care of under the leadership of our district and metropolitan executives.
You are quite confident in the reset agenda?
Yes, because that is what we campaign on, and the people believed in it, and they gave us massive votes. In my constituency, 72%. They said no, you are fair workable. No, so that must work. It will work. We will make it work. It's a new day for Ghana, and we should all embrace it and let it work for us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Alfred Oko Vanderpoy, Member of Parliament for Ablekuma South, joining us, sharing with us his expectation for the State of the Nation address expected to be delivered by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. According to him, he is confident in government's reset agenda, for it using the Ghanaians or the people of Ghana voted overwhelmingly and gave the NDC a strong mandate in the just ended 2024 general election. But I've been joined by a Member of Parliament for New Edubiase. Honorable, good morning and welcome to Channel 1 TV.
Good morning.
Amazing. This is the State of the Nation address, the first State of the Nation address by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. What are your expectations for the President's address today?
Thank you, and thank you for having me. I think the overarching expectation is for the President to tell us exactly what the state of the nation is, as he inherited it, and what he intends to do to reset Ghana in the various sectors, and also let us understand how he intends to fulfill some of the promises that we made when we were running in 2024.
I saw you at the vetting of the Deputy Energy Minister, and you were quite interested following proceedings there. For quite a number of Ghanaians, they are concerned about the state of power, really, power issues. For them, they feel the doomsday, the intermittent power, outage issues are of major concern to them. The minister made it clear that they are working to address the challenge of frequent power outages. What are your concerns around the energy sector, particularly on doomsday and fears that we might be revisiting the really dark days?
I don't think the intermittent power outages we've been experiencing recently started in 2025. I mean, in December, we started experiencing this from last year, even before the elections. So this is something, again, we inherited, and we expect the Minister of Energy, together with the President and the government, to resolve this as immediately as possible. Because, we all need power. Industries need power. The 24-hour economy, if it comes into fruition, will need sustained energy and power to be able to, realize whatever we set out to do with the 24-hour economy. So definitely, we hope that today the president will speak about it and would outline measures that he has taken to resolve these crises.
All right, thank you so much for your time. So you heard a member of parliament for New Edubiase, but very briefly, I've also been joined by member of parliament for Okwaikwe South, Ernest Keon Adomako. You've done quite a number of projects in your constituency already. You've embarked on a really huge educational renovation program in the constituency that's got quite a number of reviews, so many people talking about it. You had a government chair and the Minister for Education there. What are your concerns around education in the upcoming budget, and what do you think the president's focus should be in the State of the Nation address today?
In terms of development in Okwaikwe South, we are really far behind. And Okwaikwe South, we have been giving our mandate to one political party, that is MPP, for the past 28 years. And they didn't see the need to develop Okwaikwe South for us. And then I saw that our educational system in Okwaikwe, especially the educational infrastructure, is very, very poor. So I started renovating some of them when I was campaigning. I promised the people that when I get a nod, I am going to make sure that all the public schools within Okwaikwe South are really renovated and be suitable for education. So that is why I spoke to my father, Manche, and then spoke to my brother and a colleague, Honorable Haruna Idusu. And we all came together to renovate and then fix, which we have already started. And we have started with the Bishop School. Yeah. So the contractors are on the site working. We need to make sure that our father, the president, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, succeeds. So we are doing everything possible to support him and make sure that Ghanaians will also have the trust they have in him, to continue to have the trust, yes.
Interesting. So what are your general impressions around education? You've spoken a lot about your interventions or your initiatives for your constituents, but the general picture, free SHS, is a major concern for a lot of people. People have said that the quality of the free SHS or the tuition in schools has come down. Like you've done, also people have raised concerns about infrastructure. You've taken it personal, you've started projects in your constituency. Should we expect the president to make very bold pronouncements in our educational sector, particularly on free SHS and infrastructure challenges in general for our education sector?
Exactly so, especially with the free education. We need to restructure it. That is why our president promised that when he gets the nod, he's going to review it. And he's not going to do the review by himself. He's going to set up a committee. Parents and those and the stakeholders are going to be involved and make sure that they take the right decision to support the program. It's a good thing, but the implementation also must be good. Okay. So I think I support the review that our president mentioned, and we are going to review it and then make sure that it becomes successful for all of us.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ernest Adomako Keon, Member of Parliament for Okwaikwe South. So Jifa, David, members of Parliament here are optimistic that the president's address today will touch on key issues affecting the ordinary Ghanaian, to bring relief, to bring hope, and also to ensure that they are able to bring economic prosperity. These are some of the words the members of Parliament have been mentioning to me in my brief engagement with them. I must also add that we've also seen quite a number of other government appointees make their way here in the Parliament, into the chamber. We've seen Council of State members Alhaji Mumuni also make his way in here. Council of State Chair Honorable Edward Do Ajaho, who is also a former Speaker of Parliament, has also been seen here in Parliament. So pretty shortly, we'll be expecting the arrival of the President, the Vice President, and then the President. And I'm sure Parliament will begin proceedings and receive him for his first State of the Nation address.
All right, Jude, thank you very much. And I'm sure that subsequently we'll come to you for more updates when the State of the Nation address is started. Thank you so much for that report. So that was our colleague Jude Mensah Duncan giving us updates on the situation in Parliament as we are expected to hear the first State of the Nation's address by President John Dramani Mahama since he assumed office on January 7th.
Yeah.
What are your expectations, though?
Oh, well, I mean, I just say that, and somebody asked me earlier today as well, that the issue is that there's a high voting, like I said, the Ghanaians give the president a strong mandate to say that whatever you have been saying on the campaign trail, we like it, we buy into it, we're giving you the mandate. So come and deliver.
Yeah.
So the expectation is going to continue at the Sona that the things you said, are you coming to deliver?
Yeah.
Come and tell us what's going on and what your plan is in terms of what the situation looks like and what you're going to do to address the situation. Yeah. So that's what I expect him to do.
Of course, most definitely.
Nothing
and
less.
then we are hoping for
nothing less.
We are hoping for a very good delivery and a good state of the nations as Ghanaians as we are. But we'll take a quick breather here and we'll take a look at our entertainment highlights for this morning. When we come back, we'll be talking about in the chest of a woman, and we'll get to find out what is actually in the chest of a woman. Do stay with us.
Hello and welcome to Entertainment Highlights on Breakfast Daily. My name is Ni Komete Kome. Now to our first highlight, and we commence from home because renowned journalist Umar Rusanda Amadou of Channel 1 TV and City 97.3 FM has honored his primary school teachers and headmaster with television sets and monetary gifts in gratitude for their influence in his education. In a Facebook post, he revealed that he personally delivered the gifts to his former educators in Esuchari Junction during the December-January break, describing the gesture as his way of appreciating them while they are still alive. He encouraged others to acknowledge those who shaped their journeys. He also hinted at sharing stories about his teachers to further celebrate their impact. Such exemplary lifestyles are worthy of emulation. Now to our next highlight. Veteran Ghanaian broadcaster Akosua Ago Abuaje has announced her resignation from Despite Media after 20 years of service. In a heartfelt Facebook post, she expressed gratitude to the media house for the support and experience she earned while working there. She also thanked her audience for their unwavering encouragement. While she did not disclose her next move, she hinted a new chapter in her career. Abuaje, known for her eloquence and storytelling, leaves behind a lasting legacy, with fans and colleagues flooding social media with tributes and well wishes. Now to our next highlight. Sparrow Studios has launched Sparrow Station channel on YouTube, offering free access to its acclaimed films, series, and exclusive content. This move marks a new phase in the studio's commitment to accessible storytelling, moving beyond traditional cinema, DVDs, and paid streaming. Emphasizing its mission to share great stories without paywalls, Sparrow Station will bring premium African and global entertainment to audiences worldwide. Fans can expect classic films, original series, and exclusive content, all available anytime, anywhere without subscription fees. Now to our next highlight. Kim Promise, Kidi, and Black Sherif are set to represent Ghana at the Trace Awards in Zanzibar, Tanzania. The event celebrates the diversity of Afro music across multiple genres, with musicians from over 30 countries competing in 24 categories. 9 Ghanaian artists and nominations, including Stonebwoy, Amare, Kim Promise, Black Sherif, Sarkodie, and Kidi. Stonebwoy received 2 nods, while Odumodu and Black Sherif's Woto Woto Seasoning was nominated for Best Collaboration. Ghanaian choreographers Incredible Ziggy and Dance God Lloyd were also recognized, with Kim Promise and Black Sherif among the night's top performers. Anticipation is high for Ghana's representation at the prestigious event. Now let's get to Channel 1 TV's Top 10 Countdown.
Over party, see how she dey rock. On the head top, she dey
non-stop, make a bad man put away the Glock, grab it.
Wash. Number 9.
Wash. We can wash them other two. Wench.
Number 8.
Asoiko.
Now again, I'm in
Number 7.
Ojobo to the shower task. Master D with the and Woody 5. Okradabena Wobas. Otto Wobela Owodu.
Number 6.
I pray so we go make a like I pray.
Number 5. Number 4. Number 3.
Lord, I'm amazed, I look at this fight my feelings. Give me all the love when I need it. Oh, your name is one more, could I ask for one? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient.
You're the media, baby, I won't quench me fire, no. I'm finding you come up, bosom. You're the chin Messiah.
Number 1.
Excellent. You go put me for emergency.
And this is how we end entertainment highlights on Breakfast Daily. For more entertainment news, visit GhanaWeekend.com. I am Ni Komite Kome.
Welcome back. You're still live on Breakfast Daily right here on Channel 1 Television, and thank you for staying with us. You can join the conversation via socials at Channel 1 TVGH, or you can use the WhatsApp number on your screens 02044470033. Now it's time to have another interesting conversation. For those of you who did literature or studied literature in school, I'm sure you might have chanced on this very literary book, In the Chest of a Woman, written by Efo Kojo Maugbe. But there are a group of people who want to bring the vision or the literary device to life. They want to put it out there for you to see beyond what you've read in the book. And joined me in the studio is Nana Prempe. He's a cast who played a very beautiful role in The Chest of a Woman, as well as Monica Awimbono, who is also a cast. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
And thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having us.
Let me start off with the interview. Earlier in the morning when we started the show, we mentioned the fact that we're going to have you, and Kweku was asking what is in the chest of a woman. I'll start off with you, Nana Prempe. Tell us, what is in the chest of a woman? We want to know.
She should be the best person.
No, I know, but I'm asking you. I'm asking you. Tell us what is in the chest of a woman.
In the chest of a woman, I would say is a very feeble heart. Let me just end there. She will say the rest.
Okay, yes. Monica, tell us more. What is in the chest of a woman?
There is a lot in the chest of a woman.
Okay.
Aside you seeing the protruded breast,
right,
there's a lot that is harbored within. So in the chest of a woman, it's not just only the extension of the breast and a feeble heart, but also a flaming desire to possess and use power. That's what is in the chest of a woman.
That's powerful. Speaking of which, what role did you play or do you play in the chest of a woman?
I play Nana Yachirichi.
Tell us a little bit about your role.
So in the chest of a woman is basically about Nana Yachirichi.
Okay. Oh, so you are the main character. Right.
One of the.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
So she actually took a very tough decision in life, just because of stool. So in order for her to win the stool, it is a man who is supposed to be on the stool, as customary will always say. They say that it is a man. When there is a man, a woman cannot be on the stool. Yeah, so our mother decided to give the stool to my younger brother. So in order for me to also get a taste of it, I have to decide to make my daughter to become a son. So I changed my daughter to a male in order to get that stool.
That's very interesting.
Yeah.
Very.
So we are going to see this acted out live on stage at the National Theatre. But before we go into the details of that, Nana Prempeh, what role did you play in The Chest of a Woman?
So like she rightly said, I played the role of her younger brother, the king.
Okay.
Nana Kwekudia.
Okay.
That's a bre.
Wow, what's Nasi? You know, what did you work on you?
What is it?
That's right. Yeah.
Yes, so I played the role of the king, the ruler of the kingdom. Yes, and so just a bit about my role. So like she said, a male is supposed to rule the kingdom, and unfortunately we both gave birth to girls.
Okay.
Or daughters.
Okay.
So she trying to be smarter from the birth of her daughter.
Right.
Hid the identity of her daughter and made her male. So I mean, all this while we all thought she had a son.
Instead?
Yes, just because of the stool, so that her son can become king.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
So we'll get to find out at the National Theatre again. But how long have you guys been, both of you actually, been doing theatre? Or the way you're smiling. or is this your first ever stage play?
No, please.
Right. So how long have you been doing theatre for?
I've been doing theatre for quite a while, but professionally from 2014.
2014.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a while.
Yes.
And taking up this role in The Chest of a Woman, I know you've done a lot of theatre plays and all of that, but was there anything peculiar on this role for you that you thought had been a challenge as compared to the other roles that you played?
My look. This is not my look. I just shaved because of the play.
Purposely for the
yes. Because I'm beard gang a little.
Oh.
Yes. But you know, a king in our traditional sets, I mean, mostly don't have beard. So I had to shave.
Was it difficult for you to come to terms with that decision?
It wasn't really difficult. I understand that I'm an actor.
Right.
So I need to look the part.
Right.
But you know, family, even my phone ID can't pick my face. Can you imagine?
Wow.
And my daughter sometimes has to.
It's like, is that my daddy?
Is that daddy or uncle? You know? Yeah, you know, there's just some of these things. But as an actor, you should be ready for anything. If you need to go about, you go about, you know, to bring out what is expected of the role, the character. So yes.
Beautiful. What about you?
So I have been in the industry for professionally 5 years now. I've done a couple of stage plays.
So what are some of the challenging roles that you've experienced, or throughout this? I'm sure you've done rehearsals over the period, because this is not the first airing of In the Chest of a Woman. I mean, when it comes to stage, I think you guys did it sometime last year.
Yes.
So this is the second time.
Yes.
So taking up the role or doing it again, what has been the challenge? Because I know that comparing stage plays to movies, stage is a bit difficult. I did that when I was in high school, so I can relate, because you need to memorize the script word by word. So to speak. How challenging has it been for you?
Not too much of a challenge, because I am already into the industry. So I did theater art, so I already have a background.
Okay.
So learning the lines, was a bit difficult, but not too difficult, you know. No matter what you do, you still have to get the lines. So yeah, I had to go out of my comfort zone in order to put myself into that character. That is not me. This is Nana Yachirichi. So you need to act Nana Yachirichi, and you need to make it believable so that people will watch and be like, ah, is that how this girl is? No, she's acting out the character.
Let me put you on the spot. Which is your favorite scene in the whole play?
Oh, my favorite scene is the flashback when I had to go back to back with my mother and my brother and the elders. I gave it to them.
Give us 2 lines or at most 3 from that scene. I want to see how well you've memorized your script.
Okay. And who says you men are the most energetic of the human species? Who says so? Where and when was it said? On which rock is it engraved? I want to know. I am a woman. I agree. But I am not going to indulge in the fanciful notion that men have a priority on leadership talent. The only sheer talent men have demonstrated is the ability to cheat and suppress us of the opposite sex.
She just had to go there.
Who are men anyways?
She just had to go there.
Who are men anyways?
Who are men anyways?
Ended her line.
No.
She just had to go
Who
there.
are men anyways?
She wanted to ask.
I just asked the question.
Do you want to answer?
Or that's my woman who deprived me of that right?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Oh, thank
This
you.
weekend, when they come to the National Theatre, they will get the answers.
Anyway, Nana, talk to us. What do you expect viewers who are going to come to the National Theatre on Friday, Saturday, Sunday to take away after the experience?
So, anybody that will come to the theater this weekend should expect nothing but a bigger, bolder, and better production. It's a rerun. So, though you're going to see, some things from the first one, but there are new things that have been added on to make it better, So, I mean, there's a lot of things to enjoy from this particular production, so don't miss it. Tomorrow, 28th February, first match, second match, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. Make your way to the National Theatre and...
So it's running 3 days. Tomorrow, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
6 solid shows.
How much are the tickets selling for, Nana?
So a ticket is 200 cedis for regular and then 300 cedis for VIP.
Right.
We have a package for students which is 100 cedis.
Oh, that's cool. And how can people purchase the tickets?
So we have a short code which you can access. That is star 713 star 33 star 10 hash.
Right. Take that again for the purpose
star 713 star 33 star 10 hash.
Right. Yes. That's how you can purchase.
And there's also a contact you can call to purchase a ticket, and the number is 0545 246478. 0545 246478.
Right, beautiful. We'll be there to support you. I missed the first one in May,
then you need
but
to
I'm
come.
definitely going to be there tomorrow or Saturday to support you and take a look at both of you in action. Because I'm going to be looking out
the
for
battle
you.
of the siblings.
The
we are siblings, but then we are
enemies. That's fine. So, In the Chest of a Woman is airing tomorrow, Friday, 28th of February, first and second match, 4 p.m. and 8 p.m. each night. Head to the National Theatre. Let's support the creatives. Let's support the theater industry. They need the maximum support that they can get. So let's go and support them, and let's put Ghana on the global map. But we have a video we need to take a look at. So let's take a look at the video. But when we come back, we will be sitting with Yao to talk sports. Do stay with us.
Hey, Tina the base and a damn free. And I mean so. My sister, I'll buy him on your bra for about cushion. Hey, and I'm so glad you see the grand say, it is an adrian. Oh, my wouldn't mean more. Jem was meaning, nothing. And I am feeling. And I want to change that. Oh, my own. I send me some assembly. Me assembly says, too. What to do there? Wait, Anna, Obeta Hatching. Oh, that's fair. Oh, I said the idea. I was say 2 and 1 years old. I fell it. Look at my face. Hey, yeah, who be you?
In the chest of a woman. In the chest of a woman.
Yes. On the idea where they soon. Yes, I'm nice. Oh, dear. On the send on nine. No. Hey. Tina the base and a damn free. Taiwan. And I mean so. My tea said, oh, buy him on your bra for about Kurdish. Hey, and so glad yes, city, you can't say, it is an adrian. Oh, my wouldn't mean more. Jem was meaning nothing. And I am feeling like. And I want to change that. Oh, my own. I send me some what be assembly. Me assembly say, what to do there, waiting. Anna, over the oh, that's fair. What is the idea? I was here 2 and 1 years old. I fell it. Look at my fellow. Hey, yeah, who be you? Something I can't wait.
So, head to the play. You're going to find out what is inside the chest of a woman. They say some fire day there. We will find out this weekend. All right, so let's talk Premier League now. And some of us were in a comfortable lead. So Yahweh Jimmy has come to join us on the set to come and explain. Yeah, Hobby. Charlie, what's happening?
Oh, great things happening for Liverpool. Great things happening if you're a fan of Liverpool and a fan of Ancelot and a fan of pretty much good football, if I can put it that way.
How are Chelsea doing?
Chelsea, they are just flattering all over the place, flopping all over the place. But at the end of the day, 2 days ago, they managed to get a 4-0 win over Southampton.
They did.
So, if you beat Southampton by 4 goals, you haven't done
really. It's not a big deal.
You haven't done much. Honestly, you haven't done much.
Have you heard? If you beat Southampton 4-0, you haven't done a big deal.
They managed to get a win, a clean sheet, and they scored 4 goals. And Christopher Nkunku scored after a very long time. Cole Palmer couldn't get a goal, but he missed a lot of chances. And he says he'll be back. And so, we look forward to see how he will perform once he gets back on form. And so for me, Chelsea getting that 4-0 win over Southampton, no big deal. But that was 2 days ago. Just yesterday or last night, a handful of games took place. Quite interesting matchups involving big clubs. And so the first that took place was that Man United game against Ipswich. Man United ended up beating Ipswich by 3-2, despite they going down by a man due to the red card that Patrick Dogu received for making a very horrible tackle. It was bad and it was quite deserved. But Man United managed to rally and get a 3-2 win over Ipswich with everyone's favorite captain Harry Maguire getting the winning goal to give Man United that 3-2 win over Ipswich. But things aren't going well for Arsenal because they drew goalless with Nottingham Forest, and you could tell in the post-game interview that Mikel Arteta, he was really pissed with the constant questions about the title race. Has he given up on the title race? Did they just lay down their tools? And the whole striker issue, he was getting irritated. And it's clear at this point that once they dropped points against Nottingham Forest, they pretty much put Liverpool in the driver's seat to end up winning the English Premier League title. I mean, 13 points is no joke. Well, but at that point, it wasn't up to 13 points because Liverpool had to play against Newcastle, and we didn't know what would happen in that game. But Liverpool made sure that it was up to 13 points. They took advantage of Arsenal slipping once again, and they ended up beating Newcastle by 2-0. That was quite impressive. Aside that Callum Wilson chance that he missed, that scare, pretty much Liverpool were in control of the game the whole time, and they managed to manage the game and get the win without conceding any goal, despite the fact that their manager Ancelot was up in the stands because he was serving the first of a 2-game touchline ban because of his reaction in the aftermath of that controversial game between Liverpool and Everton. But it was interesting to see who his assistant manager is. That's John Heitinger, who used to play for Everton. Yeah. And you know that rivalry between Everton and Liverpool. So it was quite interesting to see Johnny Heitinger on the sidelines leading our affairs for Liverpool's technical team. But it was an interesting matchup, and Man City also did their thing. They managed to beat Tottenham Hotspur by 1-0. Erling Haaland getting back into thick of affairs and getting that goal. He missed a couple of games due to any injury, but he came back and he managed to bag a goal for Manchester City. So important wins that we witnessed yesterday on City 97.3 FM. Brought you all the games live. And later today, we have another game, midweek game, and that involves West Ham taking on Leicester City at 8 p.m. And so kindly join us on City 97.3 FM at 7:30 p.m. as we build up to that game that is likely to have Mohamed Kudus taking on Jordan Ayew's Leicester City. Then later this weekend, there are no FA Cup games, and so you see, that even gives me more belief that Liverpool will end up winning the title because they are not competing in the FA Cup. And so this weekend, the guys will get to rest. In the lead up to that Champions League tie
to play against PSG.
So, also confident they'll do something great in that regard too. This weekend, FA Cup ties on Saturday and on Sunday. On Saturday, there's Man City taking on Plymouth Argyle. Remember Plymouth eliminated Liverpool from the competition in the previous round, and there's also Bournemouth taking on Wolverhampton Wanderers, and that's on Saturday. Then the games we'll bring to you live on Saturday. Then on Sunday, very interesting pairings. You have Manchester United taking on Fulham in that matchup, and Newcastle also taking on Brighton and Hove Albion, and so we've had interesting games throughout the entire week. We have an interesting game coming up tonight. That's West Ham taking on Leicester City at 8 p.m. Make a date with us on City 97.3 FM at 7:30 p.m. Then this weekend, on Saturday and on Sunday, we bring you live the FA Cup games, minus Liverpool, who just need 5 wins in their next 11 games to end up winning the title, pretty much.
Well, let me
their next game is against Southampton.
Let's go. Let me ask Jifa to come and join us, and I want to find out from you as she comes that. Top 4. How are we going to end the season? Predictor. This is the prediction that I'm going to use.
Prediction. I know that once Jifa is here, I'm under pressure to put Chelsea in that top 4.
You had better.
Oh no, but sorry to disappoint you, but I don't see Chelsea finishing in the top 4. I don't see Chelsea finishing in the top 4.
Were you every more?
I don't see.
I don't see for inside.
I don't see.
All right, let's hear it.
I don't see. But top 4, Liverpool are pretty much champions. All they need is for us to just give them the trophy at the end of the season. Like, the champions officially.
So
Liverpool. I still see Man City finishing ahead of Arsenal.
Okay.
A lot of people disagree with me on this, but I still see Man City finishing ahead of Arsenal. All right. Man City 2, Arsenal 3.
Yes.
And and Bournemouth.
Okay, fantastic.
Bournemouth 4.
Thank you very much.
All right,
thank you very much.
You're
welcome.
All right, well, that's it from Breakfast Daily. The president has arrived at the Parliament House, and we're going to be crossing over. My name is David Kweku Sechi.
And my name is Jifa Kediakoto. Thank you for staying with us. But don't go. We have the State of the Nation's address coming your way now.
This year,
Something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apopranta, Renkwan, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558-973-973 or 0205-973-973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM.
Love is sweet and beautiful when you find a partner who's willing to find a solution to a problem. This week, Chris Carter and his sisters discuss and seek expert opinion on a very delicate matter.
My wife is a wonderful woman, kind, loving, and compassionate. But there's one thing I can no longer endure: her snoring. For years now, she has been snoring like a freight train. I don't know where to turn. That's why I'm writing to you. If anyone can offer me any advice, it's you. Please help me.
Like you can't
Like
even
what
sleep
work?
to the extent that you know exactly what time. Speak to a doctor. Speak to a doctor. Ask the doctor what you can do.
I think he's just looking for a solution. He's just somebody who is stressed, a husband who is stressed and trying to find a solution to the problem as best as possible and not run away from his problems.
But some of these little things, they eat up your soul, they eat up your spirit. So I wouldn't say that it is enough reason, but I won't falter him if he decides to leave because of this.
Tune in this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for in-depth conversations. Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice. Cindy Rice, sweet aroma, great taste, and Kiwo Pepper.
Hello, good morning. Thank you and welcome. We're most grateful that you chose us. This is Channel 1 Television and you're watching a live broadcast of the President, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's first State of the Nation address as the 6th President under the 4th Republic. The President has just arrived at Parliament where he's currently taking the salute. Outside the main auditorium, which looks or overlooks the Accra International Conference Center, after which he would be guided into the chamber by, of course, the protocol department that is manning the occasion today. From where there will be introductions by the Speaker of Parliament, the Right Honourable Kingsford Alban Sumana Bagbin, and then the President will proceed to deliver his statement on the state of the nation. He is expected to touch on issues that border on the economy, education, agriculture, the financial sector, amongst other key sectors, where, of course, previous speeches and, of course, directions or matters hinged on the president's manifesto or the NDC manifesto will be explained further in this particular address. Already, various stakeholders have made clear or have voiced out their expectations, and so we hope to see or hear that some of these are covered by the president in his State of the Nation address. This particular address is designed to outline the president's administration's key policies and priorities. Major focus, of course, which will be the main expectation of a great many Ghanaians, will have to do on or dwell heavily on economic stability, which is one of the issues that the president has had or has time and again made reference to on the current state of the Ghanaian economy. And so one of the areas that his State of the Nation address is expected to focus on is economic stability. Then, of course, the president came into office on the back of a number of promises relating to job creation. Subsequently, we've seen the creation or the establishment of a ministry for youth and job creation. And so it is expected that his State of the Nation address will also touch heavily on job creation. Then there's the issue of infrastructure development, one which is dear to the president. Recall that in his previous administration, he was touted as having embarked on a number of infrastructural development projects. This also remains key in this administration of his, and so it is the expectation of many that his address will focus on infrastructural development as well. Then, of course, there's the issue of national unity. Recall that the president, after having taken office, one of the first things he did was to take flight to the Upper East region to meet with the people of Boko and the chiefs there to help broker peace in the community. And so you know that peace and stability, unity and development are key priority areas for His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. It's been touted widely by the NDC and its assigns, supporters, of course, MPs, agents, members of Parliament, ministers of state, including the president himself, the resetting agenda. And so we're also looking forward that a proper explanation, or if you want an expatiation, is given to this resetting agenda and what its key strategies will be to revitalize the key sectors of the economy. We're expecting that clearly, as is always has to do with State of the Nation addresses, it will generate some widespread reactions. We'll most likely hear from the opposition and its members in Parliament. We'll hear from economists on what they make of some of the policies or strategies that will be outlined by His Excellency the President. And then, of course, some industry giants or industry players regarding some of the things that will be said. The President has made a promise, which promise has been reiterated by his ministers, even going through their vetting and, of course, subsequently being sworn in as ministers of state, which promise has to do with the removal of some taxes, especially within the first 120 days of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. And so we're also looking forward to hear about some of these things. The removal of the e-levy, the COVID levy, the betting tax, that 10% betting tax and all. And so we look forward to seeing and hearing the President speak to some of these issues. I'm in studio with my colleague and the head of current affairs production here at Channel 1 Television and on 97.3 City FM, Fred Tete Jabano. We'll be looking at a number of things, including what the expectation of many is on what the president's message should dwell on. But also we know that a number of activities are lined up there's just around the corner in a few hours to come, the 28th February commemoration. Then there's also the issue of the Independence Day celebration on the 6th of March, which some changes have been made by this current administration. We understand it wouldn't be as flamboyant as it has been over the years. And so we'll be expecting to hear him touch on some of these issues. But let me come to you, Fred. General expectations.
Nana, like you rightly said before, this is going to be President Mohammed's first State of the Nation in his second term.
Exactly.
In the helms of affairs.
Yeah.
This is going to be his fifth or sixth State of the Nation's address.
Yeah. This
Don't
will be
forget
the
sixth. Yes, because he started in 2012
exactly.
when he ended the tenure of former President Mills, and he did his 4 years.
4 years.
So this is going to be his sixth.
This will be sixth.
This is going to be his sixth State of the Nation's address. This is nothing new to him coming back to the presidency. For me, I think that this State of the Nation address is going to be in two parts. The first part is going to assess the last year or the tenure of the former government led by Nana Akufo-Addo, and also now assess his first 1 month in power. As we speak now, he's done about a month and 2 weeks in power, running the affairs of the state. So he's going to assess the last administration, what was left to him to come and take over, and what he's been able to do within this 1 month as president running the affairs of this country. So there are two things the president will be doing today: to look at what was given to him as president when he took over power in January 7th, and from January 7th till now, what he's been able to do as president, what the country is at this particular moment. That is what the president is expected to deliver to us. We are going to look at various aspects of governance. We're going to look at the economy. He's going to look at mining. He's going to look at education. He's going to look at health. He's going to look at infrastructure and everything. And what is really the true state of the country. You know, there's always a saying that data is interpreted depending on whoever is looking at it and giving an interpretation to it. So we had our former president Nana Akufo-Addo in his last State of the Nation interpreting data on what he believed and saw it to be. You recall that he actually indicated that the economy was back on track. He indicated that the education system was far better than what he came to take over when he took over the reins of affairs in 2016. He said so many things on the different aspects of governance. Now, a new government and a new person has taken over. The person has just spent about 6 weeks in power. So really, the person cannot tell us what the state of the country is in that 6 weeks. What the person has come to do now is to look at the data and the information which had been given by the past government, and look at what they also make of that data, what they also make of the reviews given by reviews by the former government, and how they intend to change it and make it better. So the president there's going to be a lot of comparison. There's going to be a lot of hard facts as to what our situation is. If you don't forget that even before today's event, the president had already made statements.
Not to cut you, but we see that the speaker is on his feet. Both leaders on the majority side and the minority side also on their feet. Suggests to me that they will be stepping out of the chamber to welcome the president. Already we see the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Tokonu, already seated. In the public gallery there, we see the likes of former President John Agyekum Kufuor also seated there. And so it is the general expectation that once the leaders are on their feet and have stepped out or walked out of the chamber, then they are walking out to welcome the president and usher him into the chamber. Pleasantries will follow, formalities will also follow, and then he will be given the opportunity to deliver his message on the state of the nation. Samira Faye has also joined us. I'll have you wrap up briefly and then pick Sammy's thoughts hopefully by then the president is in the chamber and then we can cross over.
Nana, one interesting thing is the choice of the color of the attire of the members of parliament.
I was going to come to that. Yes, it appears the minority are all clad in dark.
Black. Yes.
I don't want you to use black, but dark colors.
Then the minority,
there's a funeral to the left-hand side of the speaker, and there's a party to the right-hand side of the speaker.
All over. It's so interesting. You know, for me, I think that this particular thing, looking at the back, it's coming on the back of the appointments committee. The only proper business government has done with Parliament is the nomination of ministers and the vetting of ministers and the approval. So far, that's the real business government or the executive has engaged in Parliament. And look at what has happened in the last 3 weeks and even what took place yesterday, how they are going to react to the president, especially from the minority side, how welcoming they are going to be. I mean, whether they are going to be welcoming like every other person or they are going to, as usual, what we saw in the last Parliament, how the posture of the minority and how they acted towards the former president. Is it going to be the same posture? These are some of the things we'll be looking out for in today's at today's event. But back to what I was saying, my expectations of the president. I think that generally President Mahama has already given us an indication of what he's going to say. In the past few weeks, he's been speaking a lot. He's been talking about the economy, how bad the economy is according to him. He's been talking about even our health system. He spoke about the Agenda 111 when he says that we need about 1.5 billion cedis to be able to complete the rest of the project. So it's giving you an idea of where he's going to go with this particular address.
Yeah, very well. Let me come to you, Sammy. I mean, there are those who argue that the president has only been in office for about a month and a half. He is no magician. But then there are those who also argue that irrespective of the president not being a magician, to turn the wheels of the economy around within these a few days, there are the realities of Ghanaians and what the ordinary Ghanaian is feeling. There's also been a number of happenings within the governance space on the political front, and these are realities. And so it creates a Pandora's box of expectations from this particular message on the state of the nation. That those who want to hear a proper assessment of what he has inherited, and based on that, a proper strategy on how to deal or revitalize the economy and, of course, improve the lot of Ghanaians. But from where you sit, what do you expect in the president's first State of the Nation address after coming back or in his second term?
Well, basically, I am expecting President Mahama not to, tell us what he's done, because he's virtually not really done anything yet, because he's just 50 days in office. Yeah. So it would be so unfair to compare what he's done in the last 50 days. So he's just basically come to tell us what he inherited.
Exactly.
And so come to tell us the state of the economy, the state of health, the state of, the education sector, and a whole lot. That's what he's coming to tell us. He's coming to give us a briefing of the handing over notes, that was given to him by the previous administration. And not necessarily what he has done. He will maybe tell us what he intends to do within the next, 4 years as president. So when he comes again next year, then he will have the moral rights and authority to tell us what he's done within the last 1 year. So today I'm not expecting him to tell us, I've done this and this and no. He's just coming to, give us what he was or what was left to him by the previous administration. So, for instance, the economy. He has described the economy as, criminally handled by the previous administration. Today may be the fine opportunity to give fine details of how criminal the economy was really managed under the previous administration. So he just must give us detail of the description he gave us not too long ago. And then I'm looking at education. The state of the free SHS policy. It is the biggest educational policy in Ghana now. His administration promised to review it. I'm expecting him to give us the current state of the free SHS policy on the back of the National Education Forum that was held some days ago. and then the recommendations from the committee and how to make education better. Especially the free SHS policy. So that's what I'm expecting for him. And I'm also expecting how he will tell us the 24-hour economy system or policy is going to be like. Because a lot of people are expecting, a lot of people want to hear how the rollout is going to be like. Today may be the fine opportunity for him to tell us how the implementation, already there's an officer in charge of the implementation of the 24-hour economy, which is Guzitano. How the rollout is going to be is what Ghanaians will be expecting. And I'm also expecting him, as well as Ghanaians also expect him to give us his clear policy guideline on the fight against galamsey. The conversation has come back again. The conversation has come back on the back of recent directive that he is given, that excavators seized on galamsey site should not be bent, but rather be kept. And I've heard Ashanti Regional Minister say that these excavators, which will be seized, are going to help in the drip program. And so instead of destroying them, they're going to help in the construction of the feeder roads and the layoff of the various small roads or pathways within the various municipal district and assemblies across the country. I'm expecting the president directive on how we are going to fight galamsey. Mind you, yesterday the vice president opened a conference on the government intention on how to fight galamsey. Speaker Gbami was there, says that any member of parliament involved in galamsey will be severely sanctioned. So I'm also looking at what the president would declare directive on galamsey. I'm also looking at Agenda 111. Fred mentioned it, especially on the health sector. The president said that we will need over 1.7 billion, to complete it. I've heard the Minister of Communication, Government Communication also say that we will need 1.4 billion. So which we figure are we working with now? So I expect the president to tell us, details of the 1.7 billion dollars that he says that we will need to complete the Agenda 111, project. I've heard the former presidential advisor on health, Dr. Insiansari, challenge this particular figure and even challenge some of the things the president said in respect of this particular, policies. So I'm expecting the president to give a clear guideline on how to complete it, and if it's going to be abandoned, a new project will be, commenced. We don't know. And I'm also expecting the president to speak about the current state of Ghana's energy sector. We've seen doomsday in recent times. Is it doomsday or is just the normal power challenges that we experience? Before the administration took over, we were told that the previous government left them with only, I think, 3, 4, or 5 hours of crude to manage. We've heard the president say that Energy Minister Dr. John Jinapo has managed to turn the corner and then help maintain the light. I'm expecting a clear policy statement from the president how we are going to address the recent intermittent power supplies that we see in major parts of the country. So these are the areas I'm expecting the president, to speak on going forward, as president of the Republic, but then also having in mind what was left for him by the previous Nana Akufo-Addo and the MPP administration.
Very well. I mean, blanketly, there's talk about resetting. The resetting agenda, but specifically, what does it entail? And for me, this is something I'll be looking out for, to hear the president give some level of clarity to this particular resetting agenda. What are the specifics in there? What does it mean for, say, organized labor? What does it mean for, say, the health sector? What does it mean for the agri sector? And of course, all other sectors of the economy. And then largely, also, I am hoping to hear him speak or give the kind of speech that draws national cohesion. Because I don't know if you've observed same, but it looks like there's an overly partisanship type of wave in the system coming on the back of the elections. And of course, all the issues regarding the parliamentary seats, the veterans, and all that. It's as though there's extreme partisanship in the system. And so for me, I think it will be important for him to touch on issues such as this that will foster national unity in our drive for national development.
Absolutely, Nana. I agree with you when you say that we are living in a country now where everything has been brought to the level of the NDC and the NPP. So if you speak and you say something, you are either NDC or you are either NPP. I don't think that we've been able to move away from the campaign season, the heated campaign season when we went into an election. Ended the election, there's a new government which has been put in place, has been sworn in to run the affairs of this country. We haven't been able to move on from that particular state of mind that we find ourselves in. And this is for both the opposition and those in government. It's always our side or your side. I think that the president needs to use this address as a rallying point to call to both sides, the NDC and the NPP, and let the whole country know that we are done with elections. What is left of us now is to build a country, is to develop our country. Let's put our partisanship aside and come together and run this country. And the only way he can do this is based on what exactly he has to tell us, how he speaks to the people of this country. He may be speaking to parliamentarians, but as we know, parliamentarians are representatives of the people. So he's speaking to the entire country. How his posture, how he extends an arm to the other side are all very important in his maiden speech as president during his second term. This is very, very, very important. Also, he needs to address certain issues which seem to be dividing us. For example, the termination of the recruitment of people from December 7th till date. You recall that the president, through the chief of staff, issued a directive for every person who was recruited after December 7th to have their appointments terminated. What is the explanation? Why did he do this as president? And what is the way forward? These are some of the things which have been dividing us as a people in terms of dealing with corruption and fighting corruption. What is the approach? Is it going to be a persecution? Because already people are saying, and people on the other side say they feel like they are being persecuted. Is it going to be a persecution, or is just going to be he ensuring that people are held accountable regardless of where you belong to? He's always said that he was going to hold people accountable regardless of wherever they find themselves, whether you are in his party or not. But now he's in government. What are the actions they are taking? How are they visiting people's homes? How are they raiding people's homes? You understand? These are some of the things the president will need to speak to the country and tell the country that this is my approach. And I think that this is the way we have to do it. If there's a need to apologize, he apologizes. If there's no need to apologize, he goes on and gives his explanation for that. But like you rightly said, the president needs to ensure that this speech unifies the country. This speech brings us all together. So that we can go ahead with the development of this country. It's so tiring always hearing politicians and even regular citizens always reducing every conversation to MPP NDC. Or the NDC. Whether you are MPP or NDC, whatever you said, I mean, it should come to an end. And it starts with the president and how he approaches it. The president on a normal day has a very calm demeanor. He knows how to engage, but it's not just that. It's also about your actions and what you say. So I expect that the president would reach out the way we want him to reach out to bring this country together.
Well, Sami, let me come back to you on this resetting agenda, and of course, I mean the expectations thereof. Time and again, when you hear people from the NDC speak, they make reference to every single change that they come across as parts of the resetting agenda. So how is it important for the president to clarify this resetting agenda so we all have the understanding that indeed this is what he means by this resetting agenda?
Basically, when they say resetting, they are thinking, or the explanation they always give is that moving from the old ways to new ways. So more or less, moving from the bad ways to the good ways.
Well, okay, if you clarify it between good and bad, then it makes sense. But old and new may not necessarily mean that the new is good.
Well, the easiest justification they give is, for instance, the reduction of ministers of state.
Right.
They consider it to be part of the reset agenda. In previous administration, first administration Nana Akufo-Addo were 120, second was around 88. John Mahama come back, we are doing 60. A campaign promise, you know, and it's part of the reset agenda. So it is the one thing they'll point to when they say that they are resetting, you know, the system, and that is one of them they look at. So they may have other, you know, things they may want to point to as part of the reset agenda. But for now, what is visibly clear for us to see is a reduction in number of ministers. Recently, when he saw in some ministers of state, there was a clear guideline that no minister is supposed to do, I think, first class or business class, but then only do when it's necessary. You may also want to point to that as one of the reset agenda by cutting down costs, because the president has said that, you know, they want to reduce costs, they want to cut down costs, you know, so that at least they may also want to tighten their belts and not always ask Ghanaians to rather tighten their belt and they losing their belt. And so if they are all going with the flow, it should be the flow. So these may be some of the things they may want to point to. But I'm expecting details of the other things they wish to do to be part of the reset agenda. Apart from these two, which we have seen or we can feel, there may be others the president has not announced yet. And we're expecting that today may be the fine opportunity for him to announce this particular reset, you know, thing that the president wants to do, or the NDC, you know, really wants to do, apart from the two that have been announced by the president. But as first said, I'm expecting a statement or an address from the president that first of all calls for unity. Because after every election cycle, there's too much, you know, misgivings, too much disunity, too much anger in the system. And so I'm expecting, you know, this address to be more or less like a unity call for all Ghanaians to come together. Let's work together to make the country right. Because the MPP and the NDC, the ultimate objective of these two political parties is to make Ghana right, is to mitigate the plight of the ordinary Ghanaian, is to implement policies and programs that will make the ordinary Ghanaian feel better, feel, you know, good in their pockets. And so it's just that it's one destination but two different routes. That's how I see it. And so if there's unity, the call for unity for all to be on board, and let's get the Ghana that we all want, I think people will accept it.
Well, as I mentioned earlier, the former President John Ajekum Kufuor there seated, former First Lady Nana Akufo-Addo Rawlings is there. We've seen a former Speaker of Parliament and a member of the Council of State, Edward Ado Ajaho,
chairman of the Council of
current
State.
chairman of the Council of State there. So now we see members of Parliament rising to their feet, which gives an indication that the Speaker, the leadership of the House, will be ushering in His Excellency the President John Dramani Mahama. Already there is the Lady Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu, also on her feet. The Fonton from already speaking there, clearly an indication, as I said, to welcome or usher in His Excellency John Dramani Mahama to deliver his message on the state of the nation. General Secretary of the MPP, Justin Kodua there. General Secretary of the NDC, Fifi Avikwete, also there. National Chairman of the NDC, Johnson Asiedu Nketia, also there. We see Ayariga also there. Cletus Avoka also there in the back. And of course, the Vice President, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, also coming up to her seat. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama making his way into the chamber, always beaming with confident smiles, walking all the way to his seat. From here on, we expect that the national anthem will go off. Then, of course, the formalities that precede the processes that will make way for him to deliver his message of the state of the nation will follow. I was going to go into a legal argument with Fred, but I believe it is right that we go to Parliament, enjoy proceedings from there. When we come back, we will look at this legal angle where there are concerns that the Constitution mandates presidents to deliver the current state of the nation and not to make projections.
Yes.
We'll look at that. But let's take you to Parliament. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama is in the chamber.
Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency, the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency, the President of the Republic, to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse, by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship, Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Deborah. And we have a number of our lordships, the justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. We also have the chairman of the Council of State, our former Speaker, Right Honorable Eduardo Ajahu. And we have the former President, always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, order, order, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Kunedu Ajiman Rawlings. We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asedu Inketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Intim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Phoebe Fiavi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our Excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered chiefs, queens, and queen mothers with us here. And the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We'll also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship the Chief Justice, our honorable members of Parliament, honorable members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairmen of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august House as the Member of Parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic, demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I considered the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis, and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These 2 events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed a plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. Apotrowa ni ehune tenten. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this honorable house, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, Cocoa Road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of 29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayment, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last peswa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a Memorandum of Understanding with our Official Creditor Committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single-spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion Big Push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the Planning Committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. It will support the development of a homegrown fiscal consolidation program, and it will highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all our people. I believe there's absolute wisdom in what our elders say, that two heads are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the Senchi Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, critical maintenance activities such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I've been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region that we are going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI. And this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukon Kitinkiti. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market, and it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution, and this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmer service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We'll provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs. Our commitment to supporting women in the fisheries sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024. That's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the system, deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business in areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the free compulsory universal basic education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, to promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, While the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of Parent-Teacher Associations, PTAs, in the running of schools. It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We'll therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Government will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government universities and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in their administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USA's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional medical stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month, on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. when I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children, and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mastered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCEs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we're also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, culture and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We'll reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on track. We will develop the Osu Castle, the former seat of government, and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry and gold markets. This approximate 22-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have parked their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the Ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adome. We will also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehin to the Takoradi port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effect effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we'll develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehwiwioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the county, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in Galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon, for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, oral. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the oral committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public. and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the oral committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes. We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We'll initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we're committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes, and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units, and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. In addition to housing, we'll prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the 37 Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plant, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and unclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atamils of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we'll expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the passport office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The passport office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labor Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embrace the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those I have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, in the ICU. As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's tax nets, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members, honorable members, order. Support of parents to discipline the students. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the Majority Leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your kraal in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope. And this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at the time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana. And you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed few ministers, but more and more and more presidential staffers and more committees. Mr. Speaker, the President again.
Honorable members, please.
The President again came to this house with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The daughter of the founder of this NDC, Zaneto Rawlings, is missing. Hajia Ladi is missing. Helen Intosu is missing. Where are the women in this government? The Vice President.
Honorable members, please, order.
The Vice President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do two things: pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debts to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the president any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, sack them, sack them, dismiss her, dismiss her, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the streets of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Bakun termination bebre. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the president that he is going to launch the Nkokon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge him. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, we have patience for
Honorable members. Honorable members. Please. Honorable members. Honorable Minority Leader. Honorable Minority Leader. You have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last Sona, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the president failed to tell us that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members. And I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
President John Dramani Mahama there, exchanging pleasantries with members of parliament on the majority side. There you can see him in your shot with the majority leader, followed by the vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, engaging the leadership of the House on the majority side, beaming with smiles. Almost all his ministers yet confirmed and duly sworn in there. You can see most of them, the likes of Dr. Edward Omane Boama, Muntaka Mubarak Mohammed is also there. You can see quite a number of them there in a hearty handshake with the president, who has just in over some 2.5 hours delivered the State of the Nation address for the first time in his second term as president. Interestingly, members on the majority side were largely or mostly clad in white, while you have those on the minority side clad in black. And you know the beauty of politics, despite the heated exchanges, you would see leaders on both sides exchanging pleasantries after it's all said and done. And so you can see Mr. Mahama in a handshake with Alexander Afenyo-Markin, minority leader, despite having reacted so vociferously to his State of the Nation address. So the president will soon exit the chamber. He's done waving or exchanging pleasantries with the MPs on the majority side. He's now on the minority side, from which end he is expected to exit the chamber. You can see clearly John Dramani Mahama, followed by his vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. In your shot also, is the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufu Dampare, there. That minority was looking to conclude on its argument in its initial reaction or response to the president's address. However, the Speaker, Alban Bagman, in his own estimation, felt that the minority side was unnecessarily dragging their argument or response, and so he had to end the time given to the minority leader, Alexander Penyamakin, to respond or react to it in support of the motion for adjournment of the House. And so basically that's what this led, of course, to the minority chanting a portion of the national anthem, not necessarily singing the entire anthem, but a portion of the national anthem to wit resisting oppressors rule. We are not sure who in this case they are referring to as the oppressor. You can make your own deductions, but we are not sure of that. The minority did that in anticipation that the Speaker will allow the leader ample time to wrap up his submission. However, Speaker Bagman, keeping to his word and keeping to the promise to limit the time for the reactions, and of course promising, as the House will ordinarily or typically do, to allow for a debate on the State of the Nation address subsequently, restricted the minority leader. And so the House, the question on the motion was put to the House, a voice vote was taken, and like the majority leader has said, he will allow Mr. Penyamakin to have his way, but at the end of the day, the majority will have their say in Parliament. So basically, this is what has transpired. We've seen both sides fully represented in the House, and the President has delivered that State of the Nation address. John Dramani Mahama, His Excellency, Sixth President of the Fourth Republic, delivering that State of the Nation, giving an account of what he has inherited, and of course giving an idea into how he seeks to address or to revitalize the economy. He says the State of the Nation is not good.
But every president who addresses us always tells us that the State of the Nation has never been good.
Well,
in 2017, Nana Akufo-Addo's first, State of the Nation address, it was the same pronouncement. The state of the economy wasn't good. The State of the Nation wasn't healthy enough. So it's a cycle. Almost every president that comes in.
You think it's just political
it's just
rhetoric?
Political
or
rhetoric.
It's the reality they seek to capitalize on?
It's just the political rhetoric, and secondly, to energize the base and let people always paint the old administration a bad one. Or, yes, a bad one.
Could it be to buy time?
It is. So that at least in the minds of Ghanaians, it's in a sorry state. So give me time to fix it, because it's as bad. We didn't anticipate it to be as bad as it is, because from what President Mahama has just given out, it means the old administration left nothing totally, but then others will really disagree on that aspersion, which I'm sure later on, the political, people will have their own discussions on it. But then from the things that he listed, and the things that he wishes to do, from my experience over the years, I feel 4 years is too short a time for him to be able to achieve all the things that he's told us, this morning or this afternoon. 4 years is too short a time. In my experience as a correspondent at the Jubilee House in the previous administration, at least I've been a bit closer to power and administration, and there are certain things you are unable to do even though you say you do them.
Right.
4 years, I feel, is too short a time for President Mahama to achieve all the things that he has listed that he would do in his speech that he's told us. At least he may be able to do maybe 50%. By 100% achievement,
you see,
I doubt if that is going to happen.
President Mahama his is a unique one.
Yeah.
He's been there before.
Yes.
And he staged a comeback.
Yes.
So you I mean, give him the benefit of the doubt.
I agree.
That based on foreknowledge.
I agree.
And of course, his vision, he would have done the groundwork, done his homework.
Perfect.
Properly put together a strategy to achieve what he says he will do.
I do not dispute those things. But the things that he's listed will require money, will require funding.
Which he says we don't have.
So how do you achieve these things with funding?
But he hasn't told you his strategy to generate those funds.
No, he hasn't told us, but at least he's painted a picture for all of us to know that there is no money. Egamelio, the economy was criminally managed. I'm quoting him. So if there's no money to achieve these things that you seek to achieve, then can you do all these things in 4 years? Already the finance minister told us during his vetting that this government will not borrow. There will be no borrowing in this administration. So how do you fund these activities when you don't have a source of funding? Borrowing is out. Internal, you want to generate funds internally. How are you going to do that?
Drive demand locally.
Perfect. But here lies an administration that says it is going to remove certain taxes or scrap certain taxes, which was bringing extra revenue.
So then industrialize your economy so you can export more and generate revenue.
That's why they want to do 24-hour economy.
Exactly.
Let's see how that one rolls out.
That's why they've added agribusiness to the trades ministry.
Perfect. I agree with them. We wait and see. But for me and my experience, I feel 4 years is too short a time for President Mahama and the NDC to achieve all the things that he's told Ghanaians today. Remember, Mr. Mahama has only 4 years. He's not seeking a second term. The NDC as a political party may be seeking another term, but he as an individual may not be seeking another term, which is 8 years. So you could say that, oh, I could do these things in 8 years. But he's just doing 4 years. And the cycle of our politics is, he's still doing appointment. He's not done with appointment. Normally the first 4 years, the first 1 year is focused on appointment. So you get your footing and your grounding within the second and the third year. The fourth year is an election year. And election year, nothing really goes on. The focus is an election. But maybe because he's not seeking election, he may want or he may have the mind to want to concentrate on his legacy or do the things that he wants to do. But his political party is seeking another term. And so there will be some division or some disruption when it comes to his administration. So, excellent speech. You know, if he's able to do all the things that he said he will do, Ghana will be like heaven. But then for me, I say 4 years is too short a time to achieve all these things.
Fred, the man says he's not one to lament. He is more of, let me fix it. I am a fixer. I want to fix it type. But then again, he's painted the reality of what the state of the economy is and has given indication of how he seeks to turn around. From where I sit, it sparks my interest, especially in what the finance minister will present
on the 11th of March
in the budget. I don't know if you feel same.
I said before. I think that we are all
Fred, hold on, I'll pick your submission. We understand the minority is engaging the press now. Let's go back to Parliament and join in that feed.
That he dwelled on this misconception that the economy that we actually left for his government was criminally mismanaged and that we left a huge debt. The true state of the economy also illustrates otherwise. Ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon, the true state of the economy is one that is actually illustrating insecurity, mass termination, mass violations of human rights, and misapplication and breaching of our own constitution, which is the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. If you have been realizing what is going on in our country today, even public servants and civil servants who have what it takes to also access public facilities as enshrined in our constitutions are being sacked. But our president, presenting his statement, made it clear that he is in this position to make sure that equality and equitability prevailed. But what we are seeing in our country today is never true. It's the opposite. Clearly, the world went through one of the most unfortunate economic crises. You realize that the global economy grew negative 3.3. Inflationary rate post-COVID was over 200%. And that was the period that our economy actually went through very turbulent times and crises. So we appreciate that fact. When in the history of this country that we witness a society or a country such as Ghana whose productivity was impaired to the extent that Ghanaians were asked to stay home, but they were paid by the MPP government. Private sector had to sack over 40,000 people. Payee corporate taxes went so low that we had revenue shortfall of over 12 billion Ghana cedis. So definitely, the world crisis affected us because we are an import-driven economy. These were the facts that we're expecting our president to have told all of you. But he only concentrated on a lot of misinformation. Ladies and gentlemen, 2016, GDP growth was 3.4. Industry was 4.3. Agriculture was 2.7. Service was 2.8. But when we were leaving power, November 2024, our GDP was growing almost twice as 2016, and that was 6.3. Our agriculture was growing 4.5. Our industry was growing 8.9. Our services was also growing 5.0. So the economy that they inherited, almost all the secondary macro indicators that are very vital appraisal to KPIs were outperforming what we inherited 2016. Go and check our primary balance. Go and check our trade balance. Of course, inflation rate was around 23%. We took over 15.4. Don't forget that the severity of the crisis made us have inflation rate of 54.1. But because of the prudent economic management of the MPP government, we're able to reduce it up to 23%, from 54.1 up to 22. The exchange rate went to 54%. Look at T-bills, they all came as low as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, there's one thing I want you to know, that our president did not address the true state of the nation's economy. We have a lot of time, will not allow me. One statement that he made that I was very much surprised was the fact that we had left billions of cedis at the defense ministry. But he failed to tell us the crisis that was looming. He himself emphasized the point that our boundaries were threatening our country. In fact, this is what I'll hand over to you. At the defense ministry, unprecedented achievements in the area of acquisition of equipment that has given us security as a country. He did not talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, our president failed to talk about the fact that Agenda 111 is ongoing and that some of the projects, we have completed them. Government is about continuity. Government is about continuing what has been done. You remember the popular affordable house by Omanpanyi Kufuor. Previous government, being the NDC, abandoned this project. It had to take Nanado and Baumia's government to even complete those projects. Now he talked about railway sector. Tell me in the history of this country, apart from Nanado's government, who has accomplished unprecedented projects in the area of railway sector? Driving from here to Ho, you encounter about such major railway projects for crossing the roads. We have commissioned some of them and even brought into practice or operation coaches that are operating now. So if the president is trying to create the impression that the economy was so bad and it was criminally mismanaged, that is the reason he's been given the mandate. And that is why he was trying to intimidate the judiciary by describing the judiciary in a bad way. But ladies and gentlemen, the same economy was able to take care of the poor child, implementing most of the enviable projects in terms of social intervention in kind and in cash on the continent of Africa and on the globe. But for free SHS, over 100,000 young ones would have been home. But for Nanado's government, NHIS had already collapsed under first Mohammed's administration. School feeding had collapsed. LEAP had collapsed. In fact, teachers and nurses' allowances, the most essential services in any economic jurisdiction, is education and health. But he cancelled all of them, making some of poor Ghanaians coming home only to be confronted with unwanted pregnancies. And some got into drugs. So we are saying that MPP government, in spite of the economic crisis that was unprecedented since the First World War, we've been able to restore the economy. We handed over a restored economy to the Mohammed government. A working economy, operationally, it was so fundamentally correct that the economy that we left, in terms of primary macro indicators, in terms of secondary macro indicators, in terms of education, in terms of agriculture, in terms of health, they actually inherited a better economy. All the payments he's talking about, where did they get money from? Where did they get money from? Within this shortest possible time, they have borrowed almost 59 billion Ghana cedis. Only in 50 days. Only in 50 days. Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months. Mohammed's administration has borrowed 59 billion, unprecedented. So all that we are telling you is that Ghanaians have given them the mandate. Ghanaians are expecting them to treat everyone, whether you are from the north or south or central part of Ghana, whether you are Nilaye or Kwame Asante or Delali or Amegashi. Ghana is one country with one people, with one destiny. Why are they even sacking nurses and teachers? Whilst in most of the communities in the northern part, Ashanti, and in the Volta region, they don't even have teachers and nurses. In conclusion, we want to tell you that in the first place, the economic figures have indicated us that we left a better economy. Secondly, the proper policies that are betterly managed are indicative of the fact that our economy was good enough. The process of it have been used to manage the proper policies. Another thing that we left was a better security, safety, fundamental human rights. Ghana was peaceful. We were living together till they took over. So we don't want you people to go out there and be deceived. At the appropriate time, we'll give you details of every bit of the economy and then the social framework of this country that we left as a government. Go and count the number of STEM schools we built. Go and count the number of school buildings we put up. Go and count the number of health facilities. Go to the police. Go to the army. Go to all the security agencies. Unprecedented developmental achievements. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying that the MPP government actually left a well-restored economy after what Ghana went through as a result of the severe economic crisis. Ghanaians were still enjoying the social interventions that I named all of them. Yes, Ghana went through challenges, but before we left, these challenges had been dealt with and the economy had been put on a very sound footing for the NDC government to continue the good job that we did. Thank you very much for giving us your attention.
Member of Parliament for Ishaeso, Stephen Amwa, addressing the press on behalf of the minority, basically a reaction to the president's message or his address on the state of the nation. Of course, you will hear some of these comparisons and justifications and all that. Brace yourselves, because there's going to be more ahead as the House prepares to debate the president's message on the state of the nation address. Fred, you were going to make your own submissions regarding the president's message before we went to hear from
Mr. Like you rightly said, and Sami has rightly said, the president painted a very bleak picture of the state of the nation. Sami went on to say that it comes as no surprise. Actually, yes, it comes as no surprise. And that every new government led by a new president would come and paint a picture of a bad economy or a bad state of the nation when they are elected. But then let's go back and find out how they came into power and what was the verdict of the people before they were elected and sworn into power. Let's take 2016. In 2016, John Mahama lost an election with about a 1 million votes difference. What was the state of the nation at the time? It was terrible. So the people of a country decided to vote for someone else. That alone tells you the state of the nation. In 2024, there's an election where you have an incumbent party and a candidate of the opposition, and you lose an election with over 2 million votes. What is the state of the nation? It's the verdict of the people. Actually telling you that the previous government has mismanaged. We don't like the way the government or the economy or the state has been managed. So it comes as no surprise that a new president will come and paint a picture of how bad the nation is. What actually worries me is the amount of rot which is revealed after the takeover of the new government and the new president. The amount of rot which is revealed, which a lot of times we did not even know the severity of it when we were voting against those group of people.
Let me just chip in here real quick that our parliamentary correspondent Nia Ikwe will be engaging some members of parliament to pick their thoughts to the president's speech. We'll be going to him pretty shortly. So let me just have you conclude or your initial thoughts.
You hear the president, and it's no surprise because for me, as I said, he had already given an indication of how the state of the economy was prior to this particular presentation. And he mentioned so many things. For example, he says that we have just 64,000 Ghana $64,000 in the sinking fund. That's terrible. He tells us that ECG owes over 68 billion cedis. We have about 55 stalled projects due to how our debts and everything. We go to the energy sector. We are told we are about 60 billion cedis, owing about 60 billion cedis in terms of debt.
So public debts, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis. Several state-owned enterprises are also in debt. ECG, 68 billion. Says Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion, of which 9.7 billion Ghana cedis is due to be paid by end of September 2025. So this is just ECG and Cocoa Board.
And the question is, did we know this before?
That's why he sums it up that, as the elders say, you see the actual length or the true length of a frog after it dies.
That's when you see the stretch and the length of the frog. You see, a lot of the times when old governments leave office, it is a new administration which really comes to tell us what the true picture is. Yes, we may know that the true picture is not too good, but as to what the actual thing is, a lot of times is revealed to us by the new government. Now, you've revealed to us really what the state of the nation is. The question is, what are you going to do about it? Because obviously, we know that the state of the nation is not good. That is why you were voted into power to come and resolve it. And he says that, look, I don't like lamentation, I'll come and fix it. In giving us the state of the nation, the president goes ahead to tell us so many things he is wishing or he's looking at
Fred,
doing.
hold on. As I promised, let me go back to Parliament. Our correspondent Niaikwe Okain is currently engaging some of the members of Parliament. Let's hear from them and then we'll come back to the studio.
It's for the interest of the future of this country.
All right, thank you so much. So you heard me speak to former MP for Odododio Nilante Van der Poy, and I also have with me the Minister of Health, Pabna Mintak, and also to share with us briefly what he makes of the presentation. Honorable, we've heard the President state that about $400 million, as it were, have been wasted on Agenda 11 without any of these hospitals functioning at the moment. As a Minister of Health, how are you going to deal with this situation to ensure that these projects are actually completed, if not, or at least majority of them are completed?
So what I'll start by saying is that irrespective of how you know or you knew that the economy was in tatters, when you are confronted with the realities, as His Excellency the President told us on the floor of the House today, you will be left with no option than to be utterly shocked. And I believe that everybody who listens to the President today will be shocked. The realities as far as Agenda 111 is concerned is that, number one, we needed about 1.7 billion Ghana's dollars for the project. That's the first fact. The number two fact is that as at the time Mr. Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo handed over as President of the Republic of Ghana, they had spent not less than $400 million US. Now, per their own calculation, if you do $18 million per one hospital, you should be finishing not less than 22 of the Agenda 111 projects. Sadly, as I speak to you today, not a single Agenda 111 project has been operationalized. It's in use, such that you, as you stand here today, you can walk to that facility for healthcare delivery. Now, I have been tasked to advise His Excellency the President on the way forward. Now, the first thing the President has asked me to do is to audit the whole project. And once we audit the project and we know the status of the project, then we communicate effectively to Ghanaians how we manage Agenda 111. But of course, as the President stated, the private sector, the missionaries, the churches, the big ones, may play a major role going forward in fixing Agenda 111.
Honorable, your colleagues believe that an economy that is broke shouldn't have been able to fund major policy interventions such as the free SHS and even deal with National Health Insurance Scheme and all that. So they don't side with the argument that this is an economy that is broke.
But is somebody funding National Health Insurance? No money has been released so far for National Health Insurance.
To them, they made timely disbursement.
Well, if you had followed the trajectory, and as you are all aware, I have consistently, when I was a ranking member on the Health Committee, I was raising issues of payment, prompt payment. There were times under Nado's regime where he collected taxpayers' money for the purposes of National Health Insurance Fund, and not a single pesewa was released for that purpose. In 2022, I remember clearly, if you were not in the house, and if you could recall that famous graph drawn by a red line, okay? And so for me, what we are going to do is that His Excellency the President has stated that we are going to uncap the National Health Insurance Fund. From 2018 to 2024, as at the time they were leaving power, they had capped the National Health Insurance to the tune of not less than 8 billion Ghana cedis. But everybody was crying that there was no money, they were not paying realistic tariffs, but the President was spending National Health Insurance money at the presidency. And that is what His Excellency John Dramani Mahama says, that he is going to uncap, so such that when it flows into the National Health Insurance Fund, we'll be able to deal with what we call the free primary health care. And it is only by the free primary health care that we can hit the universal health coverage. And you know that the rate at which the NCDs, the non-communicable diseases, are killing Ghanaians is an alarming rate. And therefore, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has promised, and we are going to deliver. And I can assure you that a committee has been constituted to look into the framework for the establishment of Ghana Medical Trust Fund, popularly known as Mahama Cares, so that we will mitigate or subsidize the cost of the chronic diseases in this country.
Minister, before I let you go, what is the fate of the free dialysis treatment initiated by the...
There was no, and let me correct this, and let me put it on record and set the record straight at the same time. There was absolutely nothing like free dialysis. It was a political gimmickry, and it didn't exist. And I'll tell you what existed. I was the ranking member of the health committee. At the health committee level, during the last formula for national health insurance, we made a provision of about 2 million Ghana cedis, and they took additional 2 million from what they call corporate social responsibility. And that formula expired on 31st December 2024. So there was no policy beyond 31st December 2024. So there was absolutely nothing like that.
So the beneficiaries, what happens to them?
Well, there's going to be, the good news is that we're establishing Mahama Cares.
All right, thank you so much. So you heard me speak to the Minister of Health. I have here with me the Minister for Trade, Elizabeth Ofosu-Adjare. Honorable, thanks for joining us. Now, as the Minister for Trade, government's intervention or the policy of 24-hour economy, how do you intend to ensure that your sector benefits or incorporates this policy?
Strictly speaking, the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry is going to do the chunk of the 24-hour economy, because this is more private sector driven. And since I house the private sector, we've started discussion of the 24-hour economy with the industry. What it seeks to do is to encourage industry to run 3 shifts. A major challenge of industry is raw materials. And so the realignment of Ministry of Trade and Industry to incorporate agribusiness is to put measures in place to ensure that we have raw materials to start with, so that we are able to produce 3 shifts. And so the Feed the Industry is one major project that is going to enhance the 24-hour economy, because under this project we are looking for ways of making raw materials available for people in Ghana to feed our industry. It includes agriculture, rubber, cotton, and what have you. And so I think that the Ministry of Trade, Agribusiness and Industry is well placed to ensuring that the 24-hour economy starts in earnest. Again, some of our SOEs that are defunct or have not been working for a while, it's our business to resuscitate these companies to make them viable and run the 24-hour economy. One such company is the Commander Sugar Factory. You will see that yesterday I was at Commander Sugar Factory to see the real state of the place and see how we are able to move it forward. I think with the timelines and the measures we put in place, we should be able to bring Commander Sugar Factory on stream to take part in the 24-hour economy.
When should we see this happen?
expeditiously. I always say my timelines are expeditious timelines. It will be also recalled that at my vetting, I said I was going to use expeditious timelines to let this happen. It's just less than 2 weeks since I took office. I've already been to the site. We have also started procurement for getting a transactional advisor for it. So you see that I am in a hurry to execute Excellency John Dramani Maham's mandate. And you see that the Vice President is also very interested in this project. We are working very hard around the clock to ensure that we bring not only Commander and other states, but other state institutions on stream to participate in the 24 hours.
Minister, yesterday we had some traders, or as it were, sellers of cement, indicating that they are going to increase their prices. Some have even already increased their prices to 120 Ghana cedis. This should come as a concern to you as a sector minister.
Oh yes, it is. And we met them before. When I came, some of the leading cement manufacturers met me. We are going to meet them again and see how we are all going to work together to ensure that pricings are fair. We want to know what goes into their pricing for us to understand. Once we know what goes into their pricing, it will be fair, transparent, and then consumers and manufacturers will be great. And like consumers and manufacturers will understand themselves and will accept it so long as the pricing are fair. If we don't know what goes into their price, we can't just wake up one day and then they will increase their prices. We want companies to thrive. We want consumers also to be protected. And it's our mandate to make sure that all these things happen nice.
Thank you so much. So you heard the Elizabeth Ofosu Ajare, who is the Minister for Trade and Agribusiness, also sharing with us what she makes of the presentation of the State of the Nation by President John Dramani Mahama. Back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Nia Ikwe Okainde, our parliamentary correspondent, engaging some members of parliament on the message of the State of the Nation as delivered by His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic. In studio, I still have Fred Tete Jabano and Sami Wiafe with me here, and we're looking at some of the things that the President said regarding the economy, especially because he dwelt a lot on it, the realities of what it is in there, where he says, and I quote, "We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and in some cases criminal mismanagement of our resources," end quote. So clearly the president still insisting that the economy was criminally mismanaged.
If the economy was criminally mismanaged, as he's told us today, there's only one thing he has to do. Outside fixing the situation, which we have voted for him to, people need to be punished. People need to be prosecuted.
And he's already making moves in that direction. We also heard him say that he's asked that the suspects, the suspects in the National Service scandal, National Service scheme issue, be declared wanted, those who are not in the country, but those who are here picked up and prosecuted.
Accounts of those persons.
Exactly.
Yes, but it doesn't end there. There's investigation, there's prosecution. If you truly believe that someone has mismanaged and has criminally mismanaged the economy for their own purpose or whatever purpose it is, it's also your duty to ensure that you just don't come and report to the people of Ghana what the situation is, but you act upon it. One of your campaign promises was to ensure that you deal with the issue of corruption. You ensure that we are living, or people, public servants, are doing what is expected of them legally. So if you've come to realize that some of these things have done, and you've done well by coming to tell the country that this is what it is, it doesn't just end there. It means that you have to take a step forward to go and deal with the people who have gotten this country the way it is, which you are describing as very terrible. Also, there are so many things you've put out as president on the State of the Nation, which paints that bleak picture. Now the question is, how are you going to resolve those issues? The president in this statement gave us so many things he and his government is putting in place to ensure that we come out of the situation we find ourselves in. The question is, do you have time to do it? And where are you going to get those resources to do it? Because as we speak now, we are told that we don't really have enough resources. Per what we hear from the president, we don't have a lot of resources. So how are we going to deal with this problem? How are we going to treat this problem? It's going to be one thing the president has to do in his budget. In his budget, which is supposed to be presented a week from now or a week or two from now, he needs to come and tell us clearly what measures they've put in place to address some of these issues. How are they going to raise revenue to ensure that the promises they've given us, and he's also given us today, we are able to, he and his government are able to fulfill them. He talks about the health sector, he talks about the education sector, he talks about roads and how bad our road sector is, and how much money we need to develop this infrastructure within the road sector. Right. The issue is, where are we going to get the money? So like you asked initially, there's a budget coming up. It means that this is a budget we are all looking up to resolve what we say the problem is. What is going to be in this budget? How much money is there to be spent?
And more importantly, the budget should tell us where it is going to source the funding from.
Exactly. If you
say on the expenditure side.
If you say you are going to reduce borrowing, you are going to reduce borrowing. Where are you going to make the money?
You're going to scrap taxes.
Exactly. Where are you going to make the money from? Where are you going to get the revenue to fund all these projects you are talking about? It's a budget we all look out for, and we hope that they come and give us a proper explanation and a way forward as to where they are going to take this country to through the budget. Secondly, with a 4-year mandate, would President John Dramani Mahama be able to fulfill all these promises like Sami questioned?
Sami doubts he can.
For me, I don't think that the president has to fulfill all these promises. He needs to lay a foundation. He needs to lay a foundation, because realistically,
I don't think a good number of Ghanaians will agree with you.
No, let me disagree, because the promises were profound. Let me explain. Let me explain. We all know here, we shouldn't sit here and behave like we know that we think that in 4 years all the promises which have been said will come into fruition.
Fred, we know this, but the president knows better than us.
And I am saying,
he's more experienced than any politician in Ghana.
I am saying that when you start a project, for example, the old government started the Agenda 111 project, right? What was the aim of the project? The aim of the project was to ensure that we have hospitals everywhere in this country, so that people could access good health care, right? He starts putting up hospitals. He's laid a foundation to ensure that we all could benefit from this good health care. Unfortunately for him, he was unable to complete this project. You understand? What this government needs to do is to ensure that they build upon that foundation by completing these hospitals, so that you and I would be able to have access to health care.
We just heard from the health minister. Did you get an indication that this is a project they would want to complete?
No. Nana, they don't have, you see, for me, they don't have an option. This government does not have an option whether to continue or not to continue.
It's a must do.
It is a must do. Why do we waste state resources to start something and you say you cannot continue it?
And government is a continuum.
And government is a continuum. You don't have an option. You need to complete it. The question is, how are you going to complete it? What are the ways and the modalities you are going to adopt to complete it? The president mentioned the PPP. The president mentioned, he gave another option of where people will take the franchise. The franchising. You see, as a government or somebody or people who have been put into government, your duty is to find solutions. You may not be able to finish everything, but you should be able to set the agenda for others to continue.
Right.
So for me, I don't think that, and I don't expect that the president will complete all the promises and fulfill all the promises he has made known to us within 4 years. It is not possible. It can't be possible.
Just a quick one. Let me react
real quick
to one of the issues Fred raised in respect
of which one is this?
The Agenda 111 thing. We had the health minister tell us that they are going to conduct an audit, and after the audit, that will determine their next line of action with Agenda 111.
Right.
We're in this country. We've seen audits of projects and where it has left the projects. The previous administration said they wanted to do audit of cocoa roads. We never saw the continuation of those roads.
Saglem is an example.
So they left power. And so if it's the same mindset of audits by politicians,
it starts from somewhere.
I agree.
Now, I believe the process has started. There's a which reason they are able to tell us that there is 1.7 billion needed.
If your reset is to go and do the old things, then there's no reset. We live in a country where every government wants to build its own infrastructure. Dealing with the previous one,
politics of legacies,
it's always a problem. President Kufuor started affordable housing, whatever. Yeah. Where is the state now? It was never continued until another MPP administration came to continue it. And this Agenda 111 is a legacy project of the MPP and President Akufo-Addo, former President Akufo-Addo. And you think the NDC will want to continue such a project, which is a legacy? It's something we all condemn. There is state resources. That was or were used in this construction. So it is right and proper and sounds sensible.
It is a sensible thing to do.
And our politicians don't have that to do it.
Sorry.
Secondly, he mentioned, and the president also mentioned, the PPP arrangement. Fine idea, I agree. Yeah. But how is that arrangement going to be there? It's going to be build, operate, and hand over. As we've seen in other infrastructure projects.
There are so many.
Or the PPP arrangement will be that the private sector will come and build it and then you pay them later, or the private sector will come and build it and then own it.
Just as you have mentioned all these options, I am sure whatever team that will be put together will peruse all the options available to them. And of course, work with the most.
We are in Ghana. We know our politicians. So sometimes we shouldn't pretend.
Change.
Something change. These are the same people we work all these years. It's as if they are new in government.
Let me hear Fred.
Is one. We've been living in a country, like Sami said. One government after the other comes to do whatever they want to do.
Because we don't have policies that transcend political parties.
Hold on. This is a president who has told us that he is going to reset the country. I believe that if you are going to reset the country, then you are resetting.
It starts from the mind.
You are resetting the mind. You are resetting the way we do things. You are resetting everything, not just coming to reset what you think you should reset. But if there's a total reset, I don't expect the president and this government to continue to do the things that were other previous administrations did.
Then there's no reset.
Then we should just put that word reset aside and say, but if they really say they are going to reset, then it's supposed to be a reset of mind, reset of actions.
Reset happen. So we shouldn't pretend about these things.
There's no pretense here.
We know the reality.
There's no pretense here.
You have given an assurance of a reset.
President Mahama may also want to leave their own legacy. They may also want to,
which is fine.
Project that they will say, when Mahama came or President Mahama came, he built this, he built that, he did that. They are going to continue a project started by a previous administration.
The best legacy John Mahama can leave for this country is to ensure that his reset agenda works, where all things which we did not like are changed. The way we do things which everybody complains about are changed. That is the best legacy John Mahama can leave for us.
There is a hope and expectation that he will do as he said he would do.
Very well. Thank you, gentlemen. The president gave us 6 takeaways. He says 1 will be fighting corruption effectively, 2, running a lean government of not more than 60 ministers, 3, realignment of the ministries, agencies and departments, 4, introducing austerity, reducing wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collections, 5, widening Ghana's tax nets, reforming tax waivers, especially on investments, and returning to our homegrown solutions, and 6, grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced at home. Hopefully, these will serve as the catalyst for him to achieve.
What happened to it?
Hopefully, these 6 takeaways.
It's an issue which might but this is the state of the nation. We should at least get you to speak about LGBT. It's very important.
He did not inherit any LGBT.
More especially when there was. There is a law which is
that bill expired with the 8th Parliament. It died with the 8th Parliament.
You should have told us whether
he was presenting the state of the nation to the 9th Parliament.
But LGBT is part of it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Sami Wiafe and of course Fred Tete Jabano. We've been live on 97.3 City FM and right here on Channel 1 Television. My name is Nanatufo Boateng. Many thanks for your time. Keep watching Channel 1 TV.
Welcome to The Point of View. This is your favorite current affairs show here on Channel 1 Television. Here on The Point of View, we get the right guests, ask them relevant questions on issues that matter to you. Well, we're live tonight, but our show will not be live because we had anticipated a one-on-one interview with the new chairman of the NDPC, Dr. Nimoy Thompson. But based on a miscommunication, we could not secure that interview. We will definitely speak to him before the month ends. So in place of that, we're going to take you back to my conversation on Monday, still within the theme of independence, but this time on the 24th of February, the overthrow of Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. A lot of you may have missed that show where we spoke to Kweku Dako, Ankara historian, on 59 years since the Osage was overthrown. What are the details? I'm going to do a nice replay of that interview in place of our advertised program. So we apologize for those who've been waiting with bated breath for Dr. Nimoy Thompson. He definitely will be on the show before long. So when we come back from this break, I'll take you to my conversation with Kweku Dako Ankara. Please enjoy.
Do you want a healthy smile?
Persistent bad breath could indicate gum disease. I'm Tanya from Bethel Dental Clinic, Ghana. Did you know that gum disease is a common cause of bad breath or halitosis? But there is hope. As dental hygienists, one of the main things we do when you come for your periodic visits is to examine your gum health by completing a periodontal assessment. What this entails is measuring the space between your tooth and your gums. We are also checking for bleeding gums, recession of gum tissue, and tooth mobility or tooth shaking. Gingivitis, the early stage of gum disease, is common and characterized by swollen, bleeding gums and halitosis. The good news is that gingivitis can be reversed back to healthy gum tissue. But there are more advanced stages of gum disease that are often discovered as well, called periodontal disease. It's in these advanced stages that you lose bone around your teeth, and it's bone that holds your teeth in place. And once it's gone, it's gone. There is still good news though. Periodontal disease can be treated and managed. Regardless of which stage is present, a professional cleaning or deeper cleanings are needed as a first step to treating halitosis or bad breath. Your hygienist will also demonstrate personalized oral hygiene care tips to help you take control of your oral health. So, schedule your appointment with your hygienist now to learn more about maintaining healthy gums and getting rid of bad breath. Bethel Dental Clinic, your smile starts here.
Healthy smile.
After a long flight, Safari Homes gives you the peace to unwind. A short drive from the airport, convenient for all. For nature lovers, Safari Valley Resort is a hidden gem, surrounded by lush greenery and luxury amenities. A place where you can truly escape. Now, for water adventure, Aqua Safari Resort has it all. Jet skis, canoe rides, kayaking, and a visit to the estuary. And for more excitement, Safari Eco Park is the perfect place to get closer to some amazing animals.
Visit Safari World in Ghana, together bringing you closer to nature.
Welcome back. So tonight we're doing some history on the point of view. So if you're watching with your kids, remind them 24th February is a key date. Indeed, 28th February is also a very key date because the 1948 Crossroads shootings was so many people consider the trigger for the independence movement, leading to the boycotts by Kwabena Boni. All of that led to the arrest of a number of people, including Kwame Nkrumah, who was part of the sixth group, which is now known as the Big Six. But today we're first talking about the man Nkrumah and the way he led, and that coup and what it meant for Ghana. Later on, we'll talk about a lawsuit. Democracy Hub and the CPP have come together to file an action to basically demand that Ghana's international airport has its name changed. So Kotoka International Airport is named after Lieutenant E.K. Kotoka, who is the man accused of leading the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah in that 24th February 66 coup. We'll discuss that too. Kweku Dakrankra is a historian. He's been on this show a few times and he's back on. Kweku, thanks for being on the show. Good evening.
Thank you.
Wonderful. It is said that Nkrumah's overthrow at the time was popular because there were so many things leading to his unpopularity. Apparently, prior to 1963, things were going very well, but after 63, things turned bad. The economy went bad. He was traveling a lot. He wasn't very popular and stuff like this. Do you have historical evidence to suggest that the overthrow at the time was popular? Because I will be showing some photos of people jubilating. Nkrumah's statue infamously knocked to the ground, and some of it having school kids even stand around it. What does the literature say about the feeling in the country at the time? Was it just the opposition that were happy he was overthrown?
Yeah.
So, for example, here's a photo that says Nkrumah is the real traitor. People seem to be jubilating. They look like students. Any thoughts on that period?
Yeah. Before I even delve into that, as we're talking today, let someone do coup d'etat today. You will get a lot of people going on the street who are not in support of this current administration. They will jubilate. And international media, as well as Ghanaian media, will have a lot of good photo opportunities showing people celebrating from many angles. Once we are doing multi-party politics, there is no way any opposition, because coup d'etat means opportunity for the opposition to emerge. So during that period, as you have clarified earlier, what happened was that Nkrumah did a lot of policies, okay, economically, in terms of bringing in a lot of factories between those periods. About the count about 68 factories that were put up by Nkrumah within the period. There was import substitution economy. We have a lot of educational improvement, access to education, health facilities, colleges, and so on. At least before it's over, we have 3 universities. Okay, you have the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, you have Legon, you have University of Cape Coast, and so on. So Nkrumah did very well. However, most people, their problem was by 64, economy started tanking because most of the factories were being manned by a lot of CPP members instead of open access for all other Ghanaians who have the competence or the technical know-how to work within the factories and the companies. This was not done, so it became largely partisan. Also, there was a lot of ransacking going on. All opportunities go to CPP supporters at all spheres. And this is not also led to the equitable sharing of the national cake. So, indeed,
there was a lot of ill feeling economically that was hurting because the economy started tanking. For the first time, we're talking about the inflation. What we call the human inflation was first came into our vocabulary, and it was used to see how the government was not performing. Beyond that, what really triggered most Ghanaian was the political policies of Nkrumah. The move towards the one-party state, starting with certain obnoxious policies like Alien Deportation Act, which saw members of the Muslim Association Party, Elijah Amadou Babalami and others being taken away, Balogun and others being taken away within that period. This was against what Nkrumah himself has been advocating for about the African unity and how he used this law, Alien Deportation Act, to deal with his opponent within the Muslim Association Party, as well as even certain church leaders like Archbishop Roosevelt of Anglican Church of Accra, including Bankole Timothy, who used to be the editor of the Daily Graphic and so on, who were all deported from this country. So politically, this was something that really made Nkrumah unpopular. Then also the PDA, Preventive Detention Act, which saw imprisonment of most of Nkrumah's opponents, including Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Obeto Bilamte, and several others. Indeed, a lot of things went on. I can talk about the Pangwan Junction affair, which led to the massive incarceration of opposition elements that were implicated in the Awete affair, when he was accused of trying to overthrow the government and how it impacted on the UP tradition and so on. So some of these policies really helped the members of the opposition. Within the CPP itself, there was also an anger which led to some people moving out. By the time Nkrumah was overthrown, someone like Bodema had already moved out of the government and was in exile. And so on. So, despite the performance of Nkrumah at that time, politically, there was a lot that left to be desired, particularly with the amendment of the constitution, ushering into some form of one-party state, which many people saw as intention of Nkrumah to become an autocrat within the country. So therefore, when the overthrow came, people who had become victims of some of extrajudicial activity, who have become victims of the activities of a young pioneer, because people can rat or snitch on their parent, can snitch on others, and this led to a lot of people being incarcerated at rural level. And some party members even use the PDA as an act against their friends without necessarily the central government.
So it was abused.
So it was over abused, and some of these things.
So there's this iconic photo of Nkrumah receiving the news of his overthrow from Peking on his trip to Hanoi. I interviewed Ali Mazrui many years ago, and by the way, viewers, this is 24th February 1966, so exactly 59 years ago today. Nkrumah was the president of Ghana. This was at the beginnings of the Vietnam War, and he was traveling to go to Vietnam to try and broker peace, and he was overthrown while he was in China. Ali Mazrui said Nkrumah was a great African but not a great Ghanaian, because his stature was larger than life on the continent, and indeed in 2000 the BBC listeners voted him the African of the Millennium. But I thought it was quite interesting to see a man from a country like Ghana flying to Hanoi to try and discuss peace in a world that we know has become quite a big talking point, even in the US, because the Vietnam War is seen as a very unpopular war living in that country. In discussing his local problems, how did you see his international persona within that same period?
As Mazrui said, Nkrumah's persona is beyond the shores of Ghana. He's a global African phenomenon, and this is somebody because of his stance on Pan-Africanism and his also desire for the continental unity of Africans, as well as ensuring independence for all African states beyond the shores of African continent. So this is a man who was for the right of the ordinary people, and his political ideals show him as someone who came from below and moved his way through hard work to reach where he became. And as a result, he understood what freedom means for ordinary people, and he continued to do so at global level. Thus, if you look at his political ideals, when the West and the East ideas came in the Cold War, he decided to be non-aligned. And he said, we face neither East nor West. We move forward. Forward means ensuring peace. Forward means showing diplomacy is used for the betterment of humankind. And that is why you see him moving to Hanoi to ensure that that war, which was affecting the people within the Vietnam itself, as well as the American soldiers, something ought to be done. And he moved to ensure that there is a global peace. It is one of the good tributes of the leader at the time. But how that travel will later be seen as his last of his era is something that really beat his own imagination. That many people say he should have seen it coming. But for Nkrumah, he feels the kind of work he has done, the kind of development around that time, taking the African state first in the sub-Saharan Africa to independence, and trying to and have been successfully taken away from the shackles of not only colonialism but the continuous imperialism, or the nation continue attaching its equal strength to Britain by making us becoming a republic in 1960 was not mean feat. So with all those things he have done, and then the economic development he has also given to the people, he thought that no, nothing could be done to him, but he forgot about the political consequences of the actions he took. So if you look around that time, the elders used to tease that Nkrumah, when he was over to say, my Ghana, my Akosombo, my airport, my harbor.
So this is why people say his autobiography was titled Ghana, the autobiography of Kwame Nkrumah. So he sort of saw himself as the country. I wanted to read an excerpt from Dark Days in Ghana to put it in context for you, and then you can take a comment. So he says, I left Accra on 21st February 1966. I was seen off at the airport by most of the leading government and party officials and by service chiefs. I recall the handshakes and expressions of good wishes from Hali, Deku, Yakubu, and others. These men, smiling and ingratiating, had all the time treason and treachery in their minds. They had even planned my assassination on that day, though they later abandoned the idea. I remember shaking hands with Major General Bawa to be murdered in cold blood 3 days later when he refused to surrender to the rebel army soldiers. I little thought then that I would never see him again, or that Zanerigu, commander of the Presidential Guard Regiment, Kojo Bochio, Kofi Bakun, and other ministers who were there at the airport would be shortly seized by renegade soldiers and policemen and thrown into prison. After a week of so-called maneuvers, which is in quotes, the operation began early in the morning of Wednesday, 23rd February 1966, when the garrison at Kumasi, numbering 600 men, was ordered to move southwest to Accra. Then he begins to give in detail. I mean, Nkrumah is amazing. He says, on the way, the convoy of some 35 vehicles was met and halted by the two arch traitors, Colonel Kwesi Kotoka, commander of the 2nd Infantry Brigade, and Major Akwesi Amankwe Frifa of the 2nd Brigade. Kotoka had only recently been put in charge of the Kumasi garrison and had not yet confirmed his appointment. Kotoka, commander of the 2nd Infantry Brigade Group, and Major Akwesi Amankwe Frifa of the 2nd Brigade. Kotoka had only recently been put in charge of the Kumasi garrison. Okay, yeah. Now it says Afrifa was left in command while Kotoka went to Accra to report progress to Commissioner of Police John Willie Kofi Hali and to find some soldier better known than himself to be the nominal head of the revolt. The man chosen was Major General Ankara, even though the conspirators had thought so little of his ability that they had not previously troubled to consult him. He was, however, one of the few officers who had held even the rank of a major in colonial days and had seen service in the World War, if only as a quartermaster. in the Congo, he has shown some bravery and at least routine ability, and had decorated him for his service, but essentially he was of a mediocre caliber. He goes on to describe in detail, mentioning names like Brigadier Hassan, Head of Military Intelligence, Colonel Zanerigu, Commander of Presidential Guard, Otris Owusu Setre, former head of CID. I mean, these are names that have become known in our history, but the thought that in Guinea, he could have such graphic memory to detail his views on every specific person involved or who was a victim. Quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, Nkrumah was a prolific writer. And you could see from his days in from 1945 West African Students Union, becoming a president of West African National Secretariat, and so on. He has been a writer all his life. So all what he needs is that to bring back those things he's capable of doing. He has been editing newspapers and so on. So it is not shocking at all that he could have that opportunity to write in such a fragrance manner. But the people he mentioned their name, if you look critically, and then also the aftermath of his overthrow, for instance, Halle, Deku, and others were the police, as well as the soldiers. The issue at that time to these people, if you read Peter Baker's work, the Operation Coup Chop, which is the code name for the coup. What actually was really worrying the soldiers at the time was the fact that Nkrumah has created an elite military force, which is called the Presidential Guard, okay, led by Colonel Zanerigu and so on. And as a result, they were arguing that even ordinary dresses and expenses for the soldiers, they were not being taken care of. The police too were also livid about the seemingly role given by this new Presidential Guard, as well as the changes in the top brass. So all these things coagulate in this two group of people, the police and then the soldiers, who were aggrieved to come together to overthrow Nkrumah, that he has refused to respect them, unlike the way the British were taking care of them. So for them, that is where their interests merge. And then the political actors, the civilians, who also want Nkrumah out so that they can also emerge. Their issues of Nkrumah's autocratic nature also came in. So if you look at the overthrow of Nkrumah, I'm glad I'm working on something that has come into my hand about late Justice Austin Ni Abiyoe Evans Emisa. He has written his autobiography that was not published. He talks it's called Not Without Help. In that work, he, as Attorney General, former DPP, was at the core of the overthrow. When they overthrew, something very interesting happened. Initially, the leadership was to go to Kotoka and Afrifa. But when they look at the matrix, that people will see them as people who have always been guarded against Nkrumah, they decided to choose Ankara.
Which is what Nkrumah was referring to as...
Yes, so they brought Ankara in for optics, okay, to be their leader, and people would know, okay. But the Nkrumah was referring to as, he was also a respectable military general, went to the best of school like Sandest, and had the better days in in Congo. So he was not somebody who was just all that diluted as Nkrumah is trying to portray him. He had seen better days.
So he was an experienced soldier with some rank.
Yes, so they respected him. Even the
but
British
he was not directly involved in the coup.
Yeah, he was not directly. He was just brought in, and even what he was supposed to read, the piece that he read, tabulating all the wrongs of Nkrumah, was written for him by Justice Austin Emisa.
Wow.
He wrote everything in his autobiography. Wow. He talked about how the military brass came together, the way Halle went to post, but Halle is least educated. Okay, Halle was least educated, but he was a very powerful man who could be described as the main architect of the coup, before bringing others like Otoka into it, and then they informed Afrifa, and then Major Okra. Those people later coming in to do the coup d'etat. So if you look at the coup d'etat, the architecture of the coup d'etat very well, people want to describe this as a police military coup d'etat against Nkrumah. But it couldn't have come without other causes like the Nkrumah's governance action, which really affected many people, and as a result, they gained sympathies from the Ghanaian public.
This is the point of view tonight. We're doing a bit of history. My guest, Kukuda Akwankra, remembering the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah 59 years ago. Today, reading some excerpts of Dark Days in Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah's book he wrote from Guinea. When we come back, I'll read another quick excerpt from that book, and then I'm going to show you a post our current president made a year ago today to show his mind on the subject. Later on, we'll discuss who some of Nkrumah's key allies were in government, and then what his legacy is. This is the point of view. Stay with us.
When on campus and not well, I worry no more. Thanks to Dragnet. With the Dragnet app, I can chat with a pharmacist anytime for my medications, and they are delivered to me right here on campus.
I am a trader. If I need drugs, I cannot leave my goods and visit the pharmacy. All I need to do is click on the call feature on the Dragnet app, and I speak with the pharmacist. The drugs are delivered to me right here. Dragnet, ahotoswo papa.
As a businessman, moving around to search for my medication could be very frustrating. But now, with the Dragnet app, I'm able to upload all my prescriptions and have them delivered to me wherever I am. The Dragnet app also allows me to order refills for my mother to treat her chronic illness. Dragnet delivers all the medications to her on time. It's so reliable and convenient. Download the Dragnet app from the Google Play Store or App Store. Dragnet, your #1 online pharmacy.
Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet saver, win, even if your bet misses.
The point of view is looking at the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah, 24th February 1966, 59 years ago. Today, my guest, Kukuda Akwankra, who is a historian, piecing some of the stories together. I'm reading excerpts of Dark Days in Ghana, and I think it's quite interesting. So there's another page that says, by 6 a.m. on the 24th of February, the Accra police, acting on Halley's orders, had rounded up most of the ministers and other key political figures, and fighting had broken out at Flagstaff House between members of the Presidential Guard Regiment and rebel army units. There were about 30 members of the Guard Regiment at Flagstaff House when the alarm was raised. These were soon joined by others who managed to slip in by the back entrance to reinforce their comrades. Although heavily outnumbered, they successfully held up the rebel detachment sent to seize the Ghana radio station a short distance from the Flagstaff House. Only 8 of the 124 detailed for this operation managed to get through. These captured the radio station, apparently without incident, and at 6 a.m., Kotoka arrived to broadcast that the army and the police had taken over the government of Ghana. The announcement was premature. At 7 a.m., resistance was actually increasing at Flagstaff House, as the defendants, less than 100 of them, fought fiercely back against some 600 rebel troops. By this time, a battalion in Accra under Okran had joined them, not knowing what the fighting was all about. Thus, the rebels were able to gain control of the airport, cable office, radio station, and all approach roads to Accra. Kotoka had established a combined HQ with the police at police headquarters, and from there the orders were given for the 2nd Battalion to go into action at Flagstaff House. The Guard Regiment fought on, though their position was now hopeless. The outside walls of Flagstaff House had been opened, and the defenders had retreated behind the 2nd gate. Still, they refused to surrender. Let me read the last paragraph in this chapter. It was only after the rebels threatened to blow up the family residence at Flagstaff House, in which my wife and 3 young children were sheltering, that they finally gave in. The fierce fighting at Flagstaff House at this time was in striking contrast to the failure at the time of the April 67 counter-coup of Kotoka's bodyguard to defend his headquarters. He had made Flagstaff House into a strong point for which he commanded the army. Yet when it was attacked by a small detachment of some 25 men, the garrison immediately surrendered, as did that of the broadcasting station, which was also only attacked by a force of similar size. Again, a small group of soldiers, no more than 50 in all, were sufficient to capture the castle at Osu, from which the NLC conducted their government. Ankara, the chairman of NLC, was the first of his defenders to run away, jumping over the castle wall, plunging into the sea, and wading down the shore. So Nkrumah, even in Guinea, was basically saying his guys who defended him were more valiant than the people who defended the 67 government. This book is a must-read for many people. Yeah. Not many presidents write in such graphic terms about what happens. And in that, Nkrumah is different, isn't he?
Yeah, it is, because people have often wondered, even when he was in power writing, that what time does he have to put his thought together and write profusely like that? And this didn't end. After out of office, he continued to write, something we do not see among the leaders that have come after him. Apart from him, Buzia, he was an intellectual, so he's supposed to write. Apart from him, not much have not been written by leaders. And
to be fair, John Mahama has written a book, My First Coup d'Etat.
Yeah.
Which is his autobiography.
Yeah, I know ex-President Kufuor is writing his memoir.
Yeah.
That is about.
But Nkrumah wrote this whilst in exile.
Whilst in exile. So it is after he is overthrown. And so I'm saying that for him, he's way ahead of all the other leaders this country has produced. And he has a way has enriched our historiography and given us opportunity to dive deeper into what the governance things were during his time. Even though he wrote from his perspective, his writings has also triggered others who also have different perspective about the period to also write and say, here is what happened. So you could look at Nkrumah's book, you could look at Peter Baker's book, you could look at Afrife's book, okay, on the coup d'etat. You could look at Major Okran also wrote about the coup d'etat, and you will look at how the whole thing shaped. So from Nkrumah's view, from Major Okran and Afrife's view, as well as outside intellectuals who also wrote about the period, you will know that indeed Nkrumah did this country a very good service, because what is better than a man who was at the center of the affairs, writing about what happened. So he rather have a better perspective of what happened to him, even though there may be a biases that will favor him. That also leaves opportunity for others to write about the other side of it. So for me, Nkrumah did very well by writing, and it is something that ought to be encouraged by our leaders, that you do not only come and serve and go. You need to write about your perspective. There are certain things people will not understand you. By writing, you will put things in perspective. Maybe people outside did not understand how things went about. But when you write about it, I think it can put things in perspective for all of us to understand.
I wanted to show you President Mahamad's post a year ago today. And this is interesting. I haven't seen a post on this today, and I stand to be corrected, but this is 2024, February 24. So it says, 58 years ago today, a group of reactionary forces within the security services with active support from the CIA carried out a coup d'etat against Ghana's president, Pan-Africanist and statesman Dr. Nkrumah. This was a day of infamy in Ghana's history, forever altering the course of our nation's history. Now, John Mahama is a historian and a politician, our current president. Some people think that the NDC government is very sort of leaning towards Nkrumah. For example, John Mahama's government has agreed to bring back July 1 as a public holiday, which was actually the day Ghana became a republic, the day that he became executive president. Nkrumah, I'm talking
about. Which is something I agree myself.
Good. Now, do you think beyond this, there's going to be more done to try and salvage Nkrumah's legacy? Because as we are talking, some people have gone to court to have the name Kotoka removed from the airport. So for a president to tweet or post this a year ago before he became president, obviously now that he's president, will it be realistic to expect that he will do a lot more for the legacy of Nkrumah as president?
Thank you. You see, history has a way of indicating people who did things right, even though they may have their own weaknesses. So after Nkrumah, leadership after leadership that have come, we have seen that they have not been able to live up to his mark. And that alone is a vindication of things he did. In terms of industry, he was able to put the country to almost about 23% around that time. A move that has seen a decline over the years. When we reach there, economists describe it as premature deindustrialization, where Ghana reached. That is when you are trying to reach the apex of your economic height, industrial height, and you are not able to reach there, and it declined backwards. It becomes difficult to restart again. And we have seen this move throughout our period since Nkrumah left office. Only attempt to salvage the industry was at Achampon's time. So if you have seen in recent time, a lot of videos are going around about things that Achampon did. And many are even questioning whether his death was right. Okay? It's because of what Nkrumah did and Achampon's attempt to actually walk in his path. The idea of free education, which Nana Akufo-Addo brought at his time, he himself said he was also working in the path of Nkrumah, which shows you that Nkrumah was really a primus inter pares, who is also a trailblazer, that he carved a certain niche which leadership after him have been trying to compete with. Even though people have also argued from the other side that people should try to make their own mark and be far better than him, rather than trying to walk in his path and trying to be better. So what it is that what President Mahama has written about the reactionary security forces who supported with the support of CIA, which we know to be true after Mahoney's book, trying to talk about it, and then also some of the declassified CIA files and so on, which I myself have some. You realize that there was external help in the coup d'etat. Even the French were involved during the coup d'etat. If you read Du Bois' work on how on a recent disclassified work of one of the French security officers in France, when that work came out, it shows Bouzia, for instance, with Houphouët Boigny. Bouzia was given a code name Mr. No. Also talking to the soldiers and the CIA on where to go, where to move. And so some people even argue that the closeness of the French embassy to our Jubilee House,
Flagstaff
House, should be moved away because it serves as a sort of direct encroachment into our Ghana security network and so on, as a result of that declassified document of the French security operative. So what you see is that this overthrow could not have been done by the Ghanaian security forces alone, because Nkrumah himself has become a thorn in the flesh of the people from the other side. I'm talking about the global right, okay, which was led by America around that time, because this man was suspected of being for the East, which today we call the Russia.
He was described as a Leninist, and then some even spoke about Russian soldiers guarding him and the rest of it. Nkrumah made reference to this as well. So he was at the center of global geopolitics. And he fell victim to this. I wanted to talk a bit now about his friends. So if you look at the big six, before that, if you have the big six photo, you've said before that Nkrumah stands tall. Right? So this is clear that Nkrumah being the youngest in the group, Obeche Bilamte, Akwaje, Akufo-Addo, JB Dankwa, and I think William Oforiatta, JB Dankwa, and then Akufo-Addo. His closest friend was Akwaje, correct?
Yes, his closest friend was Akwaje because he knew him from Lincoln.
So Akwaje was the one who sent the invitation to him to join the UGCC.
Yes, so they were friends, and they were also friends when he returned to London. Okay. It was Akwaje that offered him a house. We do appear to stay at the Agri house there.
Can we say Akwaje was the closest to him intellectually in this 6?
Yes, he was closest to him intellectually than any other person here, because he had no prior engagement with any of the 5, apart from Akwaje.
So ideologically, Akwaje served in his government as well.
Akwaje was ideologically of Nkrumah's kind, because he also schooled in the same United States, have the same Pan-Africanist idea and thought. Indeed, around that period, all of them, by their nature of fighting for independence, could be described as Pan-Africanist, because they were all for the independence, but the way and the manner that ought to be done, and then after winning the election, whether the ideals of the black African, which will be something that will be continued, is where they were different from Nkrumah, because most of them were pro-West, and they were ready to have engagement with the West. And that is why Nkrumah was of different kind, because he was for continuous independence and emancipation of all Africans within Africa and then in the diaspora.
So you notice that he is the only one in that picture in Nkrumah's cabinet. Maybe let me ask. So this is Akwaje, the man.
Yes, that's Akwaje.
Now, who was Bedema and why was he so powerful? He sat next to Nkrumah. This is Kojobo Ocho, by the way.
Yes.
And this is Bedema.
So those two guys are the Saddle boys.
Both Bedema and
Kojobo Ocho and Bedema are the Saddle boys. Very brilliant dudes. Had better education.
So this was his finance minister.
Yes, finance.
And then this was his. What was
he had different portfolios.
Okay.
So if you look at Bedema, for example, he was the chief organizer of the CPP.
Okay.
Without the CPP, without Bedema, CPP was nothing. But he was the chief organizer, and he really worked very hard for the organization of the party towards independence. And then Botio too met Nkrumah for the first time in 1945 Manchester Conference, where he was also and then the two of them formed the core membership of the West African National Secretariat, WANS, and they worked very hard in the diaspora, student activism, West African Student Union, and so on. So before he was also coming to Ghana, he was a man well steeped in Pan-Africanism ideals and the causes. If you
so Bocho was his minister for labor and I think it was labor and labor. Whilst Bedema was his minister
for finance, and we know of Bodema's critical role in the Akosombo negotiation with the Kaiser to come in for the Valco thing. He played a very critical role.
So he was the finance guy. On the extreme right is Kesley Hayford. Kesley Hayford.
There's Achi Kesley Hayford.
There are all kinds of Kesley Hayford.
Yeah, so this is the son of J.E. Kesley Hayford,
a member of the Aborigines. Right?
Yes, Aboriginal Representation Society, and also the founder of the National Congress for British West Africa.
So he was Minister for Communication.
He was Minister
for
Communication.
Kesley Hayford.
A very brilliant lawyer. Who will later be given a chancellorship of University of Cape Coast. So Casford was named after him.
Okay.
In Cape Coast.
Oh, Casford. I see. So of this man or his father?
Himself.
Oh, I see. So this is the Achike
Hayford.
Still sat at the bottom is A.E. Nkumsa, who I'm told was housing minister. Who was
A.E. Nkumsa from the Secondary Takrade area. So he was also an MP, an effective politician at that.
Where was Kojobocho from?
Kojobocho was from Apam.
Central region. Bedema was from Volta region.
Nkumsa was from Western region.
Secondly. Okay, so Central region, Western region, Volta region, and then
Achi Central region. But he was a member of parliament, first member of parliament for what will become was then Kumasi constituency, Kumasi North. And then he also became, so I describe him as the first member of parliament for Menchia.
Okay.
And then when he later on he stood on the constitution 2 times and won. He later moved to Begro in the eastern region and became an MP. He won the Begro seat, so he was member of parliament in 2 constituencies.
There was an Oforiata Honorable A. Oforiatta, he's the one on the extreme left.
Aaron Kofi Asante.
Who is that? He was an MP.
Yes, he's the son of Nana Oforiatta the first.
Oh, and Nana Sey's son became a member of Nkrumah's government?
Yes, he was. He was one of the many people described as less civilized because he had different ideal about the role of the chiefs in governance. He thinks the chiefs were stampeding our speedy move towards independence, and so he identified with Nkrumah very much, and he was a very core member.
So even though his
Nkrumah.
father was not necessarily part of Nkrumah's favorite.
His father died by the time he even.
So this is the Oforiatta was Nkrumah's
yes,
government.
Aaron William Kofi Eugene Kofi Asante Oforiatta.
Standing next to him,
he was attorney. He became attorney general.
Standing next to
first
him,
as a minister of local government.
Next to him is N.A. Welbeck. So, do you know who is that?
Yeah, N.A. Welbeck with a name that is a grandfather and a phantom mother from Cape Coast. He stood on the ticket of the CPP and won the seat in 56, but Ampasadazi of NLM challenged his right to be there because he has not stayed in the constituency for the time that he's supposed to stay to win. So the case went to court, and then Victor Usu was his lawyer.
Oh, really?
And that time Victor Usu was a CPP member.
Victor Usu was the lawyer for N.A. Welbeck.
N.A. Welbeck with Kobina Sechi's son, Kokwenu Sechi.
Are you
so
serious?
the two of them came together, and Olenu was also the lawyer for Ampasadazi. And they went to court, which was presided over by Justice Jack Smith, Emmanuel Plange.
Who won that case?
And then Ampasadazi won the case, and Welbeck later, afterwards, he went back again and won the seat from Ampasadazi. So N.A. Welbeck.
So is the third guy on the left after Oforiatta?
Yes. His grandson is the footballer Welbeck.
Nia Welbeck.
Nia Welbeck. That is his grandfather.
There's also B. Yeboah Ferry, MP, who's the man next to N.A.
Yes, Yeboah Ferry is Ajay Yeboah J's father.
GJA, former GJA president.
Yes, he was from the Bono, one of the Bono stalwarts of the of the CPP branch champion group.
Okay. Then there's J.H. Alassani.
Alassani was a Dagombe man from Kumbungu.
Okay.
He was also a CPP man.
I see. So then I'm seeing then there's J.B. Ezua.
Yes.
He's the man the bespectacled man in the middle, standing just next behind Nkrumah.
He's a solid politician, former headmaster of Ghana National College.
J.B. Ezua.
He continuously denied the first Nzema lawyer Robert Samuel Blay from reading the Atuabo Nzema constituency, and he continued to win the suit throughout until Nkrumah was overthrown.
Wow. And then there's a name that those of us in Accra will know, L.R. Abavana. L.R. Abavana,
so Abavana
is the man behind Bedema.
Yeah, Abavana is from the Upper East, and he's coming from the Kasana Nankana area. So, in as much as his name is in Accra, he was not actually. It is the area he was staying around the time he came from the north. One of the first Kasana Nankana intellectuals to
L.R. Abavana. Then, of course, Akwaje
from La.
Was the next. Then there's a small little man called Kroboeduse.
Mr. Mook.
How come he's so infamous?
The man is not infamous. He's really famous. He did a lot of things. Indeed, among all of them, he was the least educated of them.
And he's an Ashanti.
He's an Ashanti. He was the heart of the CPP activism in Ashanti region. Member of the Ashanti Youth Association, AYA. And he was also one of the chief organizers in the region. What made him a very interesting figure is his dexterity in politics, how he speaks to people, how he connects. He is such a man that when issue, he is a strong CPP man. But anything that affects Ashantis, he was able to come out to defend his people.
Wow.
And that made him unique. So he became like some sort of a necessary evil within the Ashanti politics. And he did very well. Indeed, for me, his role as a minister is really just to start in Akolache will say that who is this Krobo I've heard about? What kind of man is he? When Krobo this came to his court, such a little man with so much power and influence.
So these were mostly all MPs.
These were mostly MPs, as well as in those days, because we were practicing first parliamentary democracy, and then Nkrumah came with what he called the hybridized form, that we have the American type and we have the British type into what we have today.
Wow. So I'm just looking at the regional breakdown. Gredema from Volta, Kesliefer from the central region, Botio from Apam,
Central,
Nkumsa from Western, Oforiata from Eastern, Welbeck, originally from Accra but Cape Coast, and then Yebo Afari from Bono, Alasani from Northern, and then you had, I think it's
Ezwa from Western.
From Western, Abavana from Upper East, Akwaje from Accra, Krobeduse from
Asante.
So this was Nkrumah's cabinet.
Yeah.
It's interesting that during his overthrow, the only names he mentioned, or when I read the excerpt.
Yeah, I'm interested in that.
So he mentioned Kofi Baako. Of the two, so he says, during his overthrow, Kojo Botio, Kofi Baako, and other ministers who were there at the airport will be shortly seized. So he made reference to Botio and Kofi Baako.
Yeah, because Kofi Baako, whom is described in CPP circle as the Ghana's political catechist, or the catechist of Ghana politics, because of his style of politics. He was a very brilliant man. You need to check the parliamentary Hansard of the time and see his argument, even during the time that Modesto Apollo came out that they should vote for Benjamin Pokuta Makolo. If you look at the rebuttal given by Kofi Baako, it was very excellent. I don't know why his son's name is invaded by
so before Kweku Bakun became Kweku Bakun, Kofi Bakun was also
his father, a very solid guy, you know. He knows politics very well. And then both you, as you know, because of his friendship with the Nkrumah back to 1945 Manchester Congress. So these were people who were very close to Nkrumah and they were ready to support him. And for Kofi Baako, because Nkrumah's next to home, apart from Accra, was Sword Pond. And Kofi Baako was the member of parliament for that constituency.
Oh.
You see, so anytime they meet together and then at Sword Pond. So they were very, very close.
I'll show you Kofi Baako when we come back. We're still on the point of view. It's almost like a picture-direct journey into the coup that overthrew Kwame Nkrumah, 24th February 1966, 59 years ago today. When we come back, we'll wrap up with a few more people, and then will the quest to change the name of the airport succeed? I'll ask my guests. Stay with us.
Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet Saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink adds a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back. So today we're reflecting on 24th February 1966, 59 years ago, Nkrumah calls it dark days in Ghana after his overthrow. My guest, Kukuda Kwankra, running through some of the history for that period. We were talking about Kofi Baku, a close associate of Dr. Nkrumah. I have his photo. We want to know whether he looks like his son. So according to Kukuda Kwankra, Kofi Baku was actually quite formidable in Parliament as well, before Mr. Document showed up on the scene. So this is MP for Salt Pond.
Yeah, Infantiman, those times.
Infantiman.
That time it was Infantiman rural.
Okay, and this is Kofi Baku. Yeah. He was information minister.
He was information minister.
And his son was unofficial information minister in the Fourth Republic with all his documents. Very, very interesting.
There's a picture of him and Nkrumah when they wearing the prison graduate. Yeah.
Actually, Fred, if you can go to that photo, when they took him from the prison, the first photo you have, I wanted to see that. When he was carried from...
Yeah, with his hair on camp, you see that this is a hard guy.
Where is he? This is the one. This is him. The picture is not clear.
No,
but
this is not the photo.
But is it not the one in front of him?
Yeah.
On the right?
No.
It's the same face.
Yeah.
It's the same face, this guy.
This one.
Just that, yeah, this is the guy. That's Kofi Baku.
Okay.
So this is Nkrumah when he was
being carried to the high from prison.
I'm told that this picture had to be reenacted.
Yeah.
But Fable tells me that this photo, because when Nkrumah was taken from prison, it was night.
Yeah.
And they realized that they were such a hurry, they couldn't take a photo, so they had to go back and reenact it.
It is not surprising because Nkrumah was an Asafo guy, and Asafo people, things that happen, they reenacted. So if you understand your Asafo history very well, and the man whose campaign was prepared by Asafo groups in the central region and other places, you understand this reenactment.
Now, there's a very interesting story. Democracy Hub and CPP have sued for the removal of Nkrumah's name from Ghana's International Airport. I'm going to read excerpts of that story. Social activist group Democracy Hub, in collaboration with the Convention Post Party, has filed a lawsuit at the Supreme Court seeking the removal of the name of Kotoka from Ghana's International Airport. The group argues that keeping the name of Lieutenant General Emmanuel Kwesi Kotoka on a national monument contradicts Ghana's democratic principles, as he played a key role in the country's first coup d'etat 59 years ago today. And they chose to make this public today for emphasis. We're told the lawsuit, supported by a legal expert from Merton and Everett LLP, follows extensive legal and archival research. Democracy Hub is calling on civil society groups, youth activists, and defenders of democracy to back the legal challenge, describing it more than a court case. It's a national reckoning with our past. I mean, this is very interesting. Where do you see this going?
I think it's something that should be pursued, you know. Naming of monuments is about things people have done. We give honor, we give respect, we show that the nation is grateful. So when people are writing history and then someone is honored, usually the term used is that a grateful nation honored him with order of Volta, with order of Saint so and so, with the OBE. A grateful nation does that because the nation is grateful for what you have done. So anything that is contrary to something good done for a nation, people will see it as wrong. And for people that advocated for the naming of Kotoka, they are looking at the manner of death that Kotoka suffered around that vicinity when Operation Guitar Boys, which was the counter coup, was staged by Yabua and Atta. These young military officers who felt that what they have done to Nkrumah was wrong and they had CPP sympathies also staged a counter coup. And in that counter coup, Kotoka was killed in that
Operation Guitar Boy.
Yes, that's Operation Guitar Boy. They gave that name because around that time, Nigerian musician called Servito Uwafu have sung that song Guitar Boy, and they use it as a coup d'etat's code name, just as the code name for the 66 coup is Operation Coup Chop. You see, so this is what happened. And then how do you call it? So with this coup, the manner of death of Kotoka, the regime realized that they also ought to honor him. And the question is, why were they honoring him? To them, Nkrumah was an autocrat whom they have removed, and anyone who led in that overthrow should be rewarded. And as a result, that honor went to Kotoka. And as I explained earlier, after that was Buzia's regime, who is also a direct beneficiary.
So it was named in 69 by the Buzia government.
By Buzia government. So the naming itself was in accordance with a regime, civilian group, who were grateful for the overthrow, because from 52, people who think they have fought for Ghana's independence and they have never tasted power, for someone they describe as an outlier who did not have that kind of chieftaincy, elitist clout like them, who had started since 1920s, some starting from 1910 and over, for Nkrumah out of nowhere to emerge in 1947, 48, then all of a sudden he has become a leader ruling the nation from 1952 to 1957 as a prime minister in that period, and then becoming a president from 1960 all the way to 66. So they feel that Nkrumah does not deserve to rule, and now their opportunity has come as a result of the military junta, and they were there, so they ought to honor whoever made it possible for them. And that is why Kotoke was given that honor. But Achampo, who came, was where people were thinking that he should have reversed the move. But he himself too was a military leader. He didn't know what will also happen to him if he do and he goes and someone also he read something in his memory. What then becomes of it? Akufu also had opportunity in a short term, which is about 6 months or so. He didn't also do anything. Of course, Rollins also came within a short span. AFRC, nothing happened. Liman was the one whom everybody was expected to do the reverse, because you have PNP, which were People's National Party of the Nkrumah East Party. That was the period this agenda or move should have been done. That move did not materialize. Afterwards, people have attacked Liman's regime for not doing the needful with regard to this specific change of the name of the airport. However, afterwards, a lot of writings have come. Many people have written critiquing the role of Kotoka in the overthrow, which the repercussion today, many people have seen that Nkrumah, after all, was a very good leader. So why do you still maintain a man who derailed the gains of independence? At the nation center, which was actually which was built and expanded first and foremost by Nkrumah. So the question then comes as, are we being nationalistic or we are rewarding removal? And that is where the Democrats, you see, they are not taking it into the politics of it. They are now making a constitutional argument about, do we really support overthrow of legitimate elected government?
It will be an interesting case.
I get that point.
Yes.
And for there, it turns to a constitutional matter rather than a political matter.
Wow.
So that is where I think the argument should be erected, because if you bring it to the issue of politics, people will also express the pain that under his regime this and this happened to my people, my family, and then you are opening the wounds.
Okay.
And that has been at the forefront of this debate.
Kweku, thank you. It's been amazing talking to you, and we're looking forward to a lot more in the month of March when we start our Heritage Month. But today, 24th February, we decided to just bring you highlights of the 1966 overthrow of Dr. Nkrumah. It happened exactly to date 59 years ago. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
of the times, politicians campaign on providing jobs, and these jobs, a lot of the times, are focused on the youth, being a huge chunk of our population. The MPP, when he campaigned in 2016, the motto or the manifesto was titled An Agenda for Jobs. And when he came into office, he introduced NAPCO, among other interventions, and he said that it had helped fix the youth unemployment part. Even before then, I recall Honorable Samuel Kudjeto Ablakwa, when he was Deputy Minister for Information, saying that the Mills government, Mills Mahama at the time, had provided or created so many jobs. Now we have President Mahama leading the NDC back into government, and he appears to also have an agenda for youth. Aside the fact that a number of his ministers are youthful, he has created a ministry specially for empowering youth. What is that ministry going to do? What is the focus? And the man behind the ministry is my guest. We'll be asking him more about what exactly he plans to fix the youth unemployment agenda and the youth empowerment agenda. What does that even mean? My name is Umaru Sandamado, and you're welcome to Face to Face, where I'm engaging the new minister for the youth sector. Please stay with us. My guest on Face to Face today is George Opare Addo. I think he has resigned now as a National Youth Organizer of the NDC, but ahead of the elections, he was the National Youth Organizer of the NDC, the commander of the Green Army. He's been named by President Mahama as a Minister for Youth Empowerment and, Youth Development and Empowerment. He has gone through vetting. He has been passed by Parliament. He has been sworn in. And we've come to his ministry to speak to him. Honorable Minister, you're welcome. Or you should rather welcome me.
I should be welcoming you.
Yes.
Welcome to my ministry.
Thank you so much. Give us water to drink. That's how we do in our tradition.
I gave you water.
Yes, you gave. So don't say other things again. You implicate
I'll leave it here.
I don't want to self-incriminate. How are you doing?
Very well.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Youth Development and Empowerment is a new ministry.
Entirely new.
So it means you have to have a new office place. You have to have... Because there isn't a place where you would go and continue. You have to set up from scratch.
Let me correct an impression. I've not resigned as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. I am still the National Youth Organizer of the NDC. We'll have Congress next year. And so once we go for Congress, what I've made my intentions known is that I don't intend to contest again at Congress. But I currently still serve as the National Youth Organizer of the NDC.
I see. What about your deputies?
They are all still at post. None of us, we are not the only people. Almost everybody is still at post. And so I believe at our next Congress, a lot of us who have moved from the party into government will now not contest, and then other people can take over our place. But so I still go to the party office.
There is a view that usually the governments that are formed by the parties end up killing the parties that form them. And the fact that active national officers are given positions and they are going into government, the role that you would have played, because you're clearly a mobilizer, you will now stop doing that. You're going to be in government. Is that not going to weaken your party further?
I've always said that the NDC has a lot of intelligent people, well-meaning people with the right expertise and the right temperaments to lead in whatever field they choose to lead in. And so if George Opare Addo leaves, I know there are more competent people, more competent than I was, to take over from me. I took over from somebody and I did a job. Somebody else will also take over from me and get the job done. And so nothing is lost. And once we go through that transition, you'll find more capable hands taking over and also doing what we've done.
But if that's the case, and you know that there are people who can replace you, why don't you resign now that you have been given a bigger job to do? Because one, people will start asking, you are youth organizer of the NDC, your priority is NDC, but you are also Minister of State. Your priority is supposed to be the state. How are you going to juggle through that? And also because you have a new ministry you have to run, why don't you leave that responsibility of youth organizer for someone who has time on their hands to do that?
Omaro, when I sit at the party office, I'm the national youth organizer of
But you
the
can
NDC.
sit at the party office.
I'm coming. Like when I sit here as Minister of State. So I serve every Ghanaian who has needs and wants to be served. Once I get in here, I don't discriminate. And like I say, poverty does not know political color. Unemployment doesn't know NDC or NPP. And so my job here is to help develop young people, make them job ready, and also empower them. Any Ghanaian who comes in here, every policy I desire, whatever I decide to do, I am doing it for Ghana, not the NDC. When I close at 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., and I choose to go to the party office, which I do very often, I go there in my capacity as national youth organizer. My job there is to mobilize my party's base. So there are two distinct roles I play.
But one side will suffer, definitely.
No, you see, that is why I'm saying that I try and make up. You know the time I get to work?
No.
When you are looking for me, 6:30 a.m. you find me at the youth office. And then I leave there at about 7:30. By 8 I'm here. Sometimes I leave here after 8, after 7 p.m. and then I go back to that office. Because I know the task I have accepted. Any day the president decides that I don't have to and I have to resign, I'll resign. But as it stands now, I'm not the first national officer who has been made a minister. When Honorable Aaron Idris was communication minister, he was still national youth organizer until we went to Congress in Tamale, and then somebody else was elected in his place.
But do you think that ought to be the case? Should you continue to play this dual role? For me, I hold a view, aside the fact that it is cumbersome, I also think there will be a split of allegiance, and also you should give chance to someone else to say. This is not picking on you. I'm looking at officers who are
we all play double roles. One way or the other. We wear multiple caps. The ability or your strength as a leader is the ability to be able to multitask and manage your roles effectively. You're a father, you're a husband, you're a broadcast journalist, you're a student. You try and allocate times for all this.
I'm not minister for youth.
No, irrespective. So once you accept a certain role, there are people who have multiple jobs. They do all of it to the best of their ability. I believe I'm capable. If it becomes too much for me and I have to resign, I will do so. But as it stands now, I'm very much capable.
Let's talk about this, your ministry now. Let's talk about the broad concept of the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. Do we still have Ministry of Youth and Sports?
No.
So only sports now?
The EI that established this ministry established various other ministries. You know, at the beginning of every government state, it decides which ministries it's going to work with. So we have the Ministry of Sports, and we have the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment.
There used to be Ministry for Education with sports in there. Then later there was a decoupling where we had a Ministry of Sports and Youth. Yeah. There is a view as to why you put those together. Of course, youth and sports. So people thought that is something that went together. Do you understand the president's reasoning for splitting it further?
No, yes, Omaro. I always situate it this way. You have 22 players who play football, and you have one leather ball. That becomes the center of attraction. All the 22 players chase after the ball, and then the one who plays well ends up scoring the goal. The Ministry of Youth and Sports was a lot of emphasis was placed on the leather ball, instead of placing emphasis on the 22 players that made the game exciting. And so the sports ministry took all the attention, and rightly so. Issues that affect young people vary, and they cut across. And so every ministry you go to, you will find an issue that affects young people. Almost every agency has one program or the other that affects young people. And so if you become Minister for Youth and Sports, and you sit in that chair, you realize that sports is a bit concentrated, but the youth issues are all over. And sports itself is also cumbersome with all its challenges. And even sports, even football alone, the Black Stars alone, could make you lose your job if you don't focus on it well. And so they come and sit in there, and then the focus and concentration is on football, on Black Stars. And so it ends up neglecting all the youth-related issues. So over the years as a country, we've pretended to be doing something for youth development. a lot on paper has been done.
But the real beneficiary is the football.
Exactly, and a lot of things have been done on paper for youth development, but there is no social impact. You cannot feel it, you cannot even see it. But when you go to the various, we've done this, if you look at the number of interventions that the NPP government did for youth development, I have a report on my table I was just reading. So many programs. Yet unemployment moved from 8.7% to 14.9% or 14.8%. So there is that big gap. And within that 14.7%, about 38% are young people between the ages of 15 and 35 who can work and are ready to work. And so what President Mama seeks to do is trying to do is that instead of placing the emphasis on just the leather ball, let me separate it and put special emphasis on the 22 players so we can score more goals. And that is why he set up this youth ministry. And also to be able to coordinate. So this ministry more or less is a coordinating ministry. To be able to coordinate all the activities that other agencies and other ministries are doing in respect to youth development and empowerment. So that there is a central focus. And then to be able to align some of the things. Umaro, you'll be surprised to know that, for instance, there is a lot of duplicity. Agency A is doing youth entrepreneurship. Agency B is doing youth entrepreneurship. Agency C. So previously NIP, which is now at the youth ministry, was sitting at the Ministry of Finance. Then the YEA sits under the Ministry of Employment. Then the National Youth Authority sits at the Ministry of Youth and Sports. And so the YEA is running a program for youth entrepreneurs. So Omaro knows Jojo Pariado. I'm the Minister for Youth Employment. He comes to me with a proposal saying he's going to create 20 jobs. So he gets funded. Then Omaro leaves. Because he's in the political space, he gets a lot of information. He goes to another agency. He knows whoever the CEO is. It falls under another ministry. He goes to assess funds with the same program he brought to the Ministry of Employment. He takes that money too. Then he goes to the next agency, let's say NEP, with the same proposal, goes to take money. So on paper, NEP has created 20 jobs. YA has created 20 jobs. NYA has created 20 jobs. But in reality, so when you add it, it's 60 jobs. But in reality, it's just 20 jobs. Because there's one person who has gone around all these ministries, same proposal, and because the ministries were not talking to each other, the agencies, because there was no coordination, a lot of people exploited the system and then got away with a lot of things. Even some of them, and also one of the things the report I was reading talks about is that there was no monitoring, there was no evaluation. So we've not been able to even assess the impact of all these programs that we've done over the last 8 or so years. And that is why President Mama and his wisdom believe that issues that affect young people are many and varied. And so let's set up a ministry that coordinates it. And Omaro, we are sitting on the time bomb with young people. If we don't, because you see, we have an advantage of a very youthful population that can be put to work positively. If we don't turn those energies around positively, that energy becomes negative for all of us and then we all suffer for it.
So let's talk about, so sports has been hived off, focus on sports. Education, they deal with young people. What is the relationship between your ministry and education? Because again, like I said, education used to be education and sports, and which was again youth.
I told you that we are coordinating ministry. And so there are a lot of things that education has got to do for young people. Our job is to help coordinate and see to it that we derive the maximum benefits out of it. AGRIC, there are a lot of programs AGRIC does for young people. Our job is to go and coordinate and see what they are doing and then support it. And then make sure that the right people benefit from these programs. Almost every ministry has one program or the other that affects young people. Employment. This is the whole ministry that is responsible for employment. And employment, if you're employing people, you're not only employing older folks. A lot of the workforce is young people. And so whatever they do, we must have an interest in. Communications. Whatever they do. Because this AI technology is young people that are out there in that space, that ecosystem. It's young people you find. And so our job here is to coordinate all the activities and then somebody to be able to say that this program has happened. These are the KPIs. These are the metrics we are looking at. We achieved this. We evaluated this program. It is not really working. Let's shelve it and bring on a new one. What have we been able to do? We did 10 this year. It went very well. Let's scale it up to 50. That is the job this ministry is supposed to do.
Let's talk about the agencies under your ministry. So, which are the existing agencies that are now moved onto your ministry?
The EI that established this ministry gave us 6 agencies.
6.
It gave us MASLOC, it gave us the National Service Authority, it gave us the Scholarship Secretariat, it gave us the NYA, that's the National Youth Authority, the National Entrepreneurship and Innovative Program, NIP, and then also the Youth Employment Agency. So 6 agencies.
Let's talk about the NSS, which you've mentioned. There's a brewing scandal there. As a minister, what briefing do you have? And we've heard this in the past. NSS people have been investigated in the past. Now we are seeing this investigation ongoing again. As minister, what do you think can be done to end it? The former vice president, when he was campaigning, said he had a different idea for NSS. It should not be compulsory. There are many people who think that NSS is a cash cow. Again, it's a place where people just go to make money. There's also another issue of why do you send people to go and work for 9 months, pay them so much money, and then they leave and go and do whatever they want to do anyway. What's your view on NSS vis-a-vis this current scandal that is rocking the institution?
Omar, we all went through national service. And for me, I am a supporter of national service.
Me too. I got my job through national service. But I'm asking the question.
I'm a supporter of national service because it prepares you for the job market. It prepares you for the task ahead. If not for national service, some of us would not have traveled outside Accra to go and work. We traveled out to go to school. I went to school in Cape Coast, but then I came to Lagos and I didn't go anywhere again. But national service got some of us out of town. And it also helped us socialize in communities who never had opportunities of socializing. It also gave us that job experience. My first job experience was through national service. It opened my horizon and broadened my horizon and gave me different perspective to life. So I'm a full supporter of national service. I am not one who subscribes to the fact that because the water is bad, in throwing away the water, we should end up throwing the baby away. So no. There is a problem with national service. The manner in which the system has been run may have led to problems. Let us investigate thoroughly which is being done. And let's come out with recommendations that will not let us see what is happening again. And so I support the processes that are ongoing. I'm not going to speak to the details because the matters are still under investigation, and as a lawyer, I know what the lines are. But whatever processes that are under, we have so much confidence in the system. I believe strongly that once the investigations are done, anybody who is found culpable must be made to face the law. And I leave it there.
Yes, but in leaving it there, the institution itself, what reforms do you think are needed at NSS?
I have met with the acting director general and his deputy, and we've had a long conversation. We will reform national service. And you see, we need to first understand. Luckily, the acting director general has worked there for some time, so he's not new to national service. We need to understand what the problem is based on the investigative reports or the investigations that is being done by the NIB. Once that is done, we also want to do our own internal inquiries and find out what really went wrong or what has been wrong. And then we will introduce systems that are robust enough to be able to stop this.
You've talked about duplicity. There's NIP, which used to be YES, which was set up by President Mahama with, I think, was $10 million seed capital or something like that. We have seen it go through transformation to now be called NIP. Do we need an agency like that with money to be supporting entrepreneurs when we already have Ghana Enterprise
Ghana Enterprise Agency.
Ghana Enterprise Agency. Then we also have the YEA doing its own thing. Should we not ship all the money into these existing institutions and continue with NIP?
No, they all have their mandates. And you see, like I said, Omar, to be able to be successful on issues that affect young people, you must be intentional. The mandate of the the Ghana Enterprise Agency, which used to be NBSSI, is for small and medium scale enterprises that are already in existence. They have their core mandate. Like I said, because things were not coordinated properly, you realize that people were shifting and doing things that was not part of their main objective. The NBSSI now, Ghana Enterprise Agency, has its core mandate. of supporting small and medium-scale enterprises. The rationale behind NIP was to start as an incubator, an incubation hub, where entrepreneurs will be groomed, mentored, prepared, and then startup capitals given to them. It is also a hub for innovation, where people with smart ideas can come and pitch. So it is like a theme, like a technological theme park where people come with all sorts of brilliant ideas, come and pitch, position themselves and get themselves ready for takeoff. And then investors, venture capitalists come around and listen to their pitches and then support them. And that is the main idea behind NIP. And that is the rationale why we started the YES. So it is for young entrepreneurs. The NBSSR, the Ghana Enterprise Agency, is broad. Everybody can go in there and access it. But this one is for young entrepreneurs. That was the main idea. To support innovation, to support startups, to support mentorship.
But can the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology, Innovations deal with those things in one part?
The ministries themselves are not implementing agencies. A lot of the things that ministries do are done by agencies under them. So policy direction comes from the ministry. Supervision comes from the ministry. Monitoring and evaluation comes from the ministry. Whilst the agencies, which become the implementing agencies, do the implementation. The core mandate of YEA is to provide young people with employment opportunities and create that avenue. So if the National Youth Authority, for instance, does all the trainings and what have you, and that is what I intend to do, to realign all of them to their core mandate so that they all stay within their lane. So NYA can be doing all the trainings and all the skills development. Once they finish, they offload them to the YEA to create and look for the job opportunities for them. Whilst NIP focuses on young people who want to become entrepreneurs, who have ideas, who have innovations, where to explore. There should be a place where they can go and explore those ideas. And that is why NIP.
This is Face to Face on Channel 1 TV. My guest is George Opariado. He's Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. We'll take a break. When we come back, the NPP government had NAPCO. I'll ask him what the plan with NAPCO is. And again, YEA, what is the plan there? And the National Youth Authority too. Is it a regulator? Is it a player? What the plan is for that sector? We'll talk about that. Plus, can Mahama fix the problems of Ghana? Stay with us.
Achimota School, the beacon of leadership, bounteous fountain of excellence and discipline, prodigious source of living water to a thirsty land, proudly celebrates its 98th Founders Day organized by the OA's 75, 85, 2000 year groups with an exciting lineup of activities. Join us on Wednesday, 5th March as the 75 and 85 year groups hand over their legacy project donated to the school, 1.5 million cedis worth of science equipment as part of a STEM fund for Achimota School. The originators of the Bonfire Night then put on a show on Friday, 7th March, an entertaining carnival comprising a torchlight procession, Bonfire Night, masqueraders, and a spectacular brass band, all hosted by the 2000 year group Y2G. Saturday, 8th March is the big day when we host an impressive cadet corps display at 8:30 a.m. crowned with the ever popular Founders Day Derby at 2 p.m. We finish with the Thanksgiving service on the 9th of March at the iconic Agri Chapel. Let's come together to honor the founders of Ghana's greatest school. These events are proudly powered by OA 75, 85, 2000. See you at Achimota School, where leaders are made. A Bafig Bay. She's the glory of the coast, Achimota.
You're welcome back. This is Face to Face on Channel 1 TV. My guest, George Opariado, he is Minister for Youth Development and Employment. There's a Ministry for Employment already. Now we've added jobs to it. Under Akufo-Addo, it used to be Ministry of Employment and Pensions. I don't know if pensions is still part there, but that would be for senior people, not your people. Jobs, why have they sent it there then at Ministry of Employment? Is it not something you're, by developing the youth, are you not getting them jobs? Or what is the meaning of development for your ministry?
Like I told you, my ministry is just a coordinating ministry. So jobs, we are going to create jobs here. It's one of our responsibilities to create jobs and create opportunities for young people. You develop them, you train them, you prepare them, you make them job ready, market ready, and then you can now push them onto the job markets. We have a ministry that has its mandate in looking at policies, labor issues. And so the mandate of the labor ministry or the job ministry is broader in terms of policy, labor rules, labor acts, minimum wage, and all that. Our job is to train these young people, make them employable, give them the skills they require, and empower them so they're able to also join the job market. If it's jobs they have to seek, they go, and if it's jobs they have to create, we position them to be able to also create jobs. And so there is nothing wrong.
So you're going to be coordinating ministries in addition to agencies?
No. So, for instance, like I said, in every ministry, there are activities, they do programs and activities that affect young people. Our job is to also find out what they are doing and then we support them. Keep an eye on them. Coordinate it. Tell them, oh, we're also doing this, so can you partner with us? We don't need to reinvent the wheel all the time. And so, for instance, there is a program that is running in one ministry. Let's say Youth in Agriculture by the Ministry of Agric. And then the NEIP wants to do something in that respect, support people in agriculture. We can just partner with the ministry. And because there is a coordinating ministry this time around, so, because previously you realize that most of all these agencies that are under the youth ministry today were under different ministries. So there was always a challenge coordinating.
But they were surviving. They were doing just fine. Why do we? Maybe that goes to the question of whether we should even have created this ministry.
What has been the impact? If unemployment was at 8% in 2016, and today is at almost 40, almost 50%. And like I told you from the beginning, a lot of interventions have gone on in terms of creating jobs for young people. But we've not seen the impact because we've not been deliberate. We've not been very intentional. And that is why this ministry has been established. Omaro, as far back as 2011, when the Constitutional Review Committee chaired by Professor Fiajo did this work, he made a recommendation in that document that we must separate issues of young people from all other ministries because one, they are in the majority. And issues that affect them are broad and many. And so we need a concentration of efforts in that respect because it is a big national security threat. And so if we don't pay attention, if we pretend to be paying attention to issues of young people, someday will come that it will become that monster that will come and eat all of us out.
President Mahama is referred to as a nation builder.
Yes.
Nana Akufo-Addo had Nation Builders Corps, NABCO. He was recruiting 100,000 people, young people, every year for 3 years, paying them, was it 700 or 900 cedis, and then onboarding them to ministries and all of that. You are a new government. What will you do about NABCO?
What did the NPP do about NABCO? They scrapped it before they left. At the time we took over government, there was no NABCO.
But it was a good intervention, please.
No, Amaro, you see, knee-jerk reactions never solve problems. What NABCO sought to do was a knee-jerk reaction to the issues of unemployment. And because of the promises they made of creating jobs. But those were not sustainable jobs. That is what we want to move away from. And so we are not going to create those temporal jobs where you are in for a year, in your second year, there is no space for you and then you have to go home. Because immediately they go back. They go back onto the unemployment, they go enjoy the unemployment.
But at least you would have enjoyed for 3 years and maybe possibly even get retained in that place. That was the idea.
So the amount of money we spent on NABCO, could we not have spent that money building skills and supporting entrepreneurs to create more businesses? Because, for instance...
But that's what they did, 100,000 people, so 300,000 people in total. They've trained them, they prepared them for the job market.
Okay, so what kind of training was given to them?
Oh, they were given training in Hill Ghana, Revenue Ghana, all those aspects.
All those people are still out there complaining that even their allowances have not been paid. But you see, let's leave that. Let's leave the issue of the allowances. Tomorrow, we cannot continue as a nation, pretend to be doing something when we know we are not doing it. So we do NABCO. We take them for a year. We pretend we are giving them skills training. And then after a year, they leave the program and then they come back onto the job search market and join the unemployment rate. We've not achieved anything.
You think NABCO was a pretense job?
But they themselves say it. I'm not the one saying it. The beneficiaries themselves have been on radio, even on your station. I've heard them complain. That nothing happened. No, all the promises that were made did not. And you see, we cannot repeat the mistakes of yesterday.
So NABCO is not something that will feature in this government in no shape or form.
No.
Not even something like
not, we are not. You see, one of the things we told the young people of this country was that we're going to create sustainable jobs. NABCO is not sustainable, so we won't subscribe to it.
So it is gone. Are you going to investigate it to see what money
NAPCO
was
left
spent?
with the NPP. We didn't scrap NAPCO. Okay. We didn't come and meet NAPCO.
But I'm saying about there was money that was spent on NAPCO. Based on everything you know, is this something you may investigate, or you are letting it slide as a government intervention that has gone south?
Every penny of the states that has been administered, either wrongly or rightly, will have to be investigated. I have always said that anytime you occupy public office and your tenure of office comes to an end, you owe it a duty to the people who put you there to give account and render account of the service you provided. And so there is nothing wrong. And I will ask that the relevant authorities in charge of investigations should, because definitely the auditor will have to audit their records, make it public, and then we can all interrogate it. If there is any acts of wrongdoing, let the law take its course. If there was no wrong, let's not go and look for trouble where there is no trouble. I don't subscribe to witch hunting. But if anybody did wrong, let the law take its course.
The National Youth Authority, as I understand it, is supposed to do coordination. What's your relationship as a ministry with the NYA?
The NYA is one of the agencies under this ministry, and their job is not just to do coordination. Their mandate is broader. If you look at all the youth-related agencies, it's the NYA that has a broader mandate. They can train, they can develop skills, they can even employ, they can create opportunities. They have a far bigger and a broader mandate than all the agencies under all the other youth-related agencies. And it should be the mother of all our agencies for youth development.
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. So if they are the mother, then there's no need for a ministry, because the ministry is then playing the role that NYA would play.
The ministry is for policy directions, and the agencies are implementing the policies that come from the ministry.
So is National Youth Authority, for instance, supposed to create jobs or work on jobs, or that will not be their mandate?
Like I told you, their mandate is way broader, so they can also create jobs. And see, when you train, when you give skills and then you give support, indirectly you are creating jobs. Because the person is going to create jobs. And that is what their mandate is.
Let's talk about one of the big agencies under your ministries. Francis Poku, at the time Minister for National Security, advised in the Kufuor government that let's set up the youth employment. It was called something of National Youth Employment Program, NYEP. Later on, under your government, it became GIDA, and now it has changed to become YEA.
Under our government, it changed to become YEA.
You left it as YEA before.
We created a legal framework for it.
YEA has been stable for a while now, but the mandate is supposed to properly create jobs. I believe that that's the biggest vehicle for creating jobs. What have you found in the handing over notes or in the books? How has YEA fared? And what are you going to do with YEA now that you are minister for the sector?
I have met with the chief executive and his two deputies, and I've asked for a full evaluation report of all the programs they've run over the last 8 years. Per their mandates, all the models they run, after every 2 years, it should be assessed, whether it is doing well or it is not doing well. And no matter time changes. You see, we are in the 21st century, where AI is taking over people's jobs. Some of the models that are being run currently will have to be relooked at again. But we are only able to come to that conclusion when we do an evaluation of the models that are currently running. And then if we need to bring on new models that meets the demands of the job markets, we must look at it. But I've asked for that report. I believe somewhere next week we should have that report, and then we'll be able to take a good look at the whole report, do an assessment, get a technical team to look at what the report says, what impacts the various models they've run so far have been on our job market and our young people. And then those that we need to prop up, those that we need to scale up, those that we need to set aside and bring on new models, we'll look at it and take that decision.
The previous government had YEA job fairs, and then they also had this website where they say if you need a job, you go and apply to. Is that something you think you would continue with, the job fair kind of thing, or you have a different idea?
The job fair was in our manifesto as well, so certainly we'll still continue with it. And when I went to the YEA office, the day I visited Malik and his team, I told them that per our manifesto, we're going to create, employment bureaus in all the districts where people could go and assess. They have something similar already ongoing, but it's not nationwide. We intend to scale it up across the
But
country.
do you have jobs to put those boys? If they come and apply, they say, okay, I'm here, I've brought my CV.
No,
do we even have the jobs for them to go and take up? And again, the mindset generally is that jobs is a government job. What kind of jobs do you plan to offer?
So if you look at our manifesto and if you look at what plans we have, people or organizations that make themselves available on those sites and give jobs, people who deliberately employ young people, first timers, there is an incentive we are working at, and as part of our manifesto promises, there are things we want to do for such organizations. We are also looking at starting what we call the Judiciary program, where we'll start 10,000 startups. We are looking at building the private sector to take the lead in creating of jobs, because government cannot continue to be the one to provide jobs. And are there any government jobs left out there anymore? No. And so we are going to stimulate the private sector so that they take that lead and then support them and provide those jobs that are young.
You are trying to create jobs, and yet those who you have come to meet being employed, especially young people, you are sacking them because you say that they were appointed by the previous government. That is like you are taking with one hand and giving with another.
Omaro, let's get the narratives right. You cannot give what you do not have. Every year, before people are given employment, there is a process that it goes through. Budgets are drawn, approvals are given, and then there is a recruitment regime you go through. Immediately you stampede that process. And when you put people or you give people jobs when there is no budget to pay them, when you had a whole 8 years to employ all these people and put them on payroll and get them going, you didn't do it. You wait until you lose an election and you know a new government is coming. And then in between that transition period, you decide to employ all these people and then offload them or onboard them onto the new government that is coming. When you know that there are budgetary constraints, you don't do that. And when during the transition time, when the new government even tells you that stop this last minute employment, if they've gone through a certain process, those who went through the military processes, they are still the police, they are still at camp. The prisons and the immigration and co, they are still at training. Nobody asks because we know the processes they went through. Yesterday, I heard the Minister for Health say that the health workers who went through the processes and were employed, nobody is going to touch them. But tomorrow, there are some organizations in this country. You go to one office. About a week ago, there was a certain lady from one of these companies who came here. And she said she's looking for a job. I said, but you have a job? She says, yes, I have a job, but I don't have a desk. Because the job that I'm supposed to be doing, they've employed 6 other people to do the same job. And so, as and when you go to work and there is a desk for you to sit on, then you go. A lot of our organizations have been overly burdened by this last minute employments. So one office space that should take, let's say, 2 people. A job that can be done by one person, they've employed 4 people because we are leaving. So let's put all our people in there.
And we're also creating jobs for people. We are giving people a way of, because mind you, these people you are sacking, you are politicians, so they are votes that you are sacking.
Omaro. The NDC got over 56% of the total votes in this country, unprecedented in our history. So we know Ghanaians voted massively for us. And most of those who voted for us were young people. But right is right and wrong is wrong. So if you are do we wait and put all these people on the payroll and when government cannot pay them, let the system collapse? I cannot understand how that on the 7th, on the 6th of January, on the 31st of December, 7 days or 5 days away from handing over, you are still recruiting when there's been a public outcry. Stop it, don't do this. Why would you still do it and give jobs to people, knowing very well the challenges that this is going to bring? You cannot give what you do not have.
Another agency under your ministry is a micro and small loan center, as you have listed, Maslock. So Maslock is supposed to give loans to people, but there's a view that Maslock is a party wing. It's a place where political party members go to collect local fuel. Talk to us about the concept of Maslock and what your plan is to expand it further.
Omaro,
as we speak, the former CEO is supposed to be in jail.
We've always made, we've said things and then we've allowed it to slide. If I'm a politician, if I belong to a political party, am I not Ghanaian?
Yeah, so that's why you should have left the MPP employees too.
But we are working with everybody we came to meet. Everybody who got a job legally and did not go through those last-minute recruitment is still at post. Nobody has been sacked. So if I apply today for a loan, I have a business plan and I go to Maslock, and because I'm NDC and NDC is in power, I have no business accessing that facility. No. We've created an impression that it is only political people that benefit from most of these organizations. Omar, you'll be surprised to note that a lot of people who get these facilities have nothing to do with politics. The issue is that because usually political actors lead in the process, the assumption is that it is for only politicians. No. But how many are we? Those of us doing politics. And so a lot more people get the access to these facilities. The whole rationale behind Maslock is to support micro businesses, very small businesses, small tabletops. That is the whole idea, so that everybody can get it. Tomorrow, where I come from, in my village, if you give somebody 2,000 cedis, it is startup capital. And that is what Maslock is supposed to be doing. Supporting our mothers, our sisters, our younger ones, with some small funds to roll over and then turn over their businesses. I'm doing a tabletop, I have a small kiosk, I need something small, 10,000 here, 12,000 here, 5,000 here, and that is what Maslock is supposed to do.
But governments have been accused of using Maslock to feed its supporters, so provide motorbikes to party supporters, give small cars to party foot soldiers and all of those things. And then the Maslock then runs at a loss, and then eventually as a country we lose money. These are some of the things we hear from
if I go to a village and I give a young man there an Okada or a tricycle, a Pragya, and he starts working with it, I would have elevated poverty in that family. How much does LIP give? The Livelihood Empowerment Program. 300 cedis, 400 cedis, sometimes 4 months, 3 months. Omaro, if I'm able to provide a young man with Okada, and every day he makes sales of even 80 cedis or 100 cedis, in 20 days he makes 2,000 cedis. I have elevated poverty from that household. And so some of the programs we do, we may not get a recovery like we expect, but the question we should ask is, what has been the social impact in society? Has it impacted positively in society? Okay. And I can tell you, I was MC for 8 years. I saw the effect of Maslock in some of our small communities. Even the Less Debt program we did. When President Mills and President Mama introduced Less Debt, I know people today who are bakers, who are still using the ovens we gave them through the Less Debt program. And so these programs have affected lives positively. And to every side of a coin, there are always two sides of every coin. There is one side that you like, and there is the other side you may not like. Okay. But let's not run down these programs because somebody said, or because one politician. But the question is, the politicians, are we not Ghanaians as well?
My last question on the agencies under you before we take a break. Scholarship Secretariat.
Yes.
You've seen the scandals again from there. They say that you give yourselves scholarship. Your here means you, the politicians, when you're in government. How can the ordinary man's child really benefit from the scholarship secretariat?
And that is the new standards.
Is Get Fund also part, or is just
Get Fund is not part of the scholarship secretariat. President Mama's vision is very clear. No office holder, no political appointee, it's even not just you or any of your family members is supposed to benefit from scholarship secretariat. Our target this time around, I've told the new registrar that the target is the very poor and vulnerable in society. And so you cannot go to, let's say, GIS go to Legon or go to Ashasi University or something, and you come to Scholarship Secretariat. If you've been able to afford GIS, you've been able to afford Ashasi University or any of these private universities, you should be able to find a way and go and do your master's program wherever. Unless, for instance, you're a teaching assistant and then just what kind of program or whatever is so important that we must fund you to go and do it and come. Then it's different. But we want to reposition Scholarship Secretariat to support vulnerable people in our society. So that just like that poor woman in my village of Inchemia or my village of Kobo Kobo or Krakwejo has struggled to put his son or his daughter through school, and now he's passed, he's done well, and he has an opportunity of going to school abroad. That is when Scholarship Secretariat should come in and support such a person.
This is Face to Face on Channel 1 TV. My name is Umaru Sanda. I'm here with George Opariado, Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment. When we come back, so President Mahama says that what he saw, the economy, is a criminal enterprise of a sort. As someone who has been a youth organizer of the NDC, can they really satisfy their base? Can they solve the problems of Ghana? That's a question I'm going to ask him before we wrap up. Please stay.
This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apopransa, Rere Kwine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet. See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558-973-973 or 0205-973-973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM and is proudly sponsored by Gino.
You're welcome back. This is Face to Face, Channel 1 TV. George Opariado, Minister, Youth Development and Employment, is my guest. President Mahama says he wants to build the Ghana we want. What is the Ghana we want, and what are the steps you're going to put in place in the next 4 years to build that Ghana for us?
Omaro, every Ghanaian has his own aspirations, and every Ghanaian has a vision that he shares in. I believe you stated here, there is something you want, there is what you look out for. A Ghana where, one, you are free to do whatever you want to do, there are opportunities, they don't care which political party you belong to, which creed, which race, which tribe, where every Ghanaian feels a part of the system and every Ghanaian has access to whatever he wants to do, where you can wake up in the morning and dream and realize those dreams. That is the Ghana I want, and I believe that is the Ghana you may also want. That is the Ghana President Mama envisages, and that is the Ghana he's saying, the Ghana you want, the Ghana we want. The Ghana where everybody feels free, everybody is at liberty to do what is right within the system, where there is no culture of silence, you don't feel intimidated. You know there is some new breeze around us, where people now feel free to even speak, where all of a sudden decisions from our courts are changing so fast. That is the kind of Ghana we are looking for. And so that is the Ghana President Mahama is seeking to build. And he cannot build it alone. He needs our collective efforts to build that Ghana where we will be proud enough to put our shoulders, our hands to our chest and say we are Ghanaians. That is the kind of
How is the foundation being laid? How is the foundation for this Ghana looking? He's been president for 2 months or so.
1 month and a few days.
Is it easy to see that he's laid a proper foundation for this?
Well, I've heard many social commentators say that his decisions that he's taken in the last 1 month or so clearly reflect a certain path. And I've even seen videos on social media of school children telling their mothers that, "Man, don't worry, now we are okay. I don't call because President Mahama has now brought good food to our schools." We've seen what us, even
and it's not propaganda.
No, I don't. You know my politics. I don't do propaganda. There is a certain sense of freedom. There is a breath of fresh air ever since President Mahama assumed office as president.
Yeah, that's good. That's goodwill, but
no.
How long
apart from the goodwill, people naturally feel free today to talk. Omaro, we all saw how our state organizations were run under President Akufo-Addo. How people were scared to speak. We saw how the judiciary, let me leave it there, but we all saw the things that happened in this country. And today, we've seen how people go about their duties freely and not scared. People could not even talk on normal lines.
We are seeing people being detained at Kawokudi.
Was he allowed to go home yesterday?
There's a view that you are going after.
Was he allowed to go home yesterday?
Yes, but another one was not allowed to go home yesterday. And the view is that you are using the state institutions to hound people.
Omaro, where crimes have been committed, it will definitely be investigated. He started by talking about the National Service scandal. Is it wrong to invite the people and detain them and find out what they know?
They say you are going after civil servants, removing them from their bungalows. You are arresting people and taking them to BNI. You are trailing people and questioning them.
Omaro, the kind of ills that happened in the last 8 years. I'm not sure we've done anything wrong in inviting people legally through a legal process of asking them to come and answer questions for their stewardship. I said here that anybody who gets the opportunity to serve in any capacity, after that day, your tenure comes to an end, you must be willing to make yourself available to account for your stewardship. And if crime has been committed, if there is any suspicion of crime, there is nothing wrong being invited. Let's not, see, we've seen people being arrested with Rambo style. We saw it too. Under President Akufo-Addo and his cronies. We saw what happened in this country.
You are doing something similar.
No. Who has been arrested in that manner?
The people have not come out to tell us
because
yet.
Nobody has been arrested in that manner. And when the unfortunate incident of Kenneth Ferrata's house happened, you saw the response that came from government. And so let's not misconstrue. We are law abiding, we are doing things right, and we are not going to do things that are untied. President Mahama believes in the rule of law. We saw how Akufo-Addo hunted and chased people out of this country. We lived it. We saw it. We saw the intimidation. Nothing like that has happened. Why are they running away? They should all stay.
The youth of NDC, and for that matter, the generality of the youth of Ghana, are looking up to you as Minister for Youth Development and Employment to empower them. I want you to just look at the camera and talk to them that hope is here, so that in a year or two, we would come back and say, "Oh, Pablo, you said you would do ABCD, you have done it." Or you said you would do ABCD, it appears you are not doing it. What went wrong?
Omaro, the man whose vision I share in His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama is a man of honor and a man who keeps to his words. He made promises to the young people of this country. He promised us a very youthful cabinet, we have it. He promised us that when he gets the opportunity to be president, he's going to establish a ministry for youth development, and he's done it. The task and duty he's given me is to create opportunities and create jobs for all young people out there, irrespective of which political party you belong to. Hope is here. And as young people, believe in the process, believe in the system. In the coming days, we'll be rolling out our various programs. Ejumera is coming, the National Apprenticeship Program is coming, and the 1 million coders program is coming. Please, as young people, take advantage of this, and let's all build the Ghana we want. Time to reset Ghana. Time to put Ghana to work. Thank you.
Can we put numbers to it? Can we say in the first year or 2 years, this is how many people you are estimating to employ or have employment?
We are looking at training first. Training 1 million coders. Training people through the National Apprenticeship Program. And then starting 10,000 entrepreneurship. If I say I'm going to put figures to it, I may get it wrong, I may get it right. But what I know is that at least if we're able to do the 10,000 Ejumera startups, a minimum of 5 people per each will up the numbers. If we're able to train our 1 million coders and we're able to find works for them and push them even into entrepreneurship, we'll be creating jobs. We are looking at training close to 250,000 apprenticeships every year. If we're able to do it, we are looking at about 1 million apprenticeships in 4 years. Once he becomes an apprentice and becomes a master, he creates jobs. We intend to tackle the unemployment problem that confronts us as a people. And it's going to be holistic. It's not going to be knee-jerk. And so I want to assure them that we'll create opportunities, we'll create jobs. Let's all take advantage of it and let's partner and build for all of us the Ghana we want.
George Oparado, one of the few non-MPs who managed to make it on the list of 60 ministers. Thank you for joining us on Face to Face.
Thank you too, Omaro.
Your prayer must have been a very...
President Mama rewards hard work.
But he was doing 60 and you came from outside Parliament. Congratulations.
Thank you.
That's how we enter this edition of Face to Face, which came to you from Channel 1 Television. My name is Umaru Sandawadu. Thank you for watching. We'll be back next week. Close to the aircraft because you can't go to the airport. Luckily, someone had decided to bring aircraft very close to you. That is what Red Clay is presenting, an opportunity so close to your doorstep that it will help you grow. My name is Umaru Sandawadu. You're live on City TV. It is a heritage caravan with touch base in the northern regional capital, Tamale. And if you look, I have an audience here of 150, a group of patrons that has been touring Ghana. I think you should give yourselves a round of applause. We are very excited and happy that Red Clay has decided to host us here. It is an art gallery like none ever. Seeing an aircraft right here, not just one, not two, so many of them, and looking at this beautiful architecture that we have, I think Red Clay deserves an applause too. And with this applause, I'm going to invite Ibrahim Mahama, not the one you've been hearing about in the news for all the other things in relation to politics. This one is my age mate. He's 36 years old, and he has done so much and put Ghana on the global stage. He is a guy, the brain behind this beautiful thing you are seeing. I know some of you are finding it a bit awkward sitting on a mat and all of that, but it is lovely. It is the culture of Ghana at play, culture of northern Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Ibrahim Mahama. Ibrahim, I wish I could interview you because that's what I like to do a lot. But I want to give you a few minutes to give us a presentation. Your audience is ready. This is a group of 150 caravanners, a city heritage caravan. We are here in your abode.
Thank you very much, Umar, for the introduction and also the very kind words. I guess for those of us who live here, myself, Salom, Benjamin, and all my colleagues, we're just artists who have been interested in, for instance, building an institution that can somehow inspire, let's say, the next generation of thinkers, not just from the northern region, but across the country and also the continent at large. We're talking about your visit, and I thought that it might be interesting to somehow use the opportunity to talk about some of the work that I've been doing on a more intellectual level, because most often when you encounter an artist's work or an intellectual's work, sometimes a lot gets lost in translation.
We are going to have 4 or 3 different music here. Just like you know, in music and dance, we have categories of dances. We have team dance, we have mass dance, and we have individual dance per the customary and tradition of Dagbang. Should be Torah.
Torah?
Yeah.
What does that one mean, or what does it entail?
Yeah. Torah means to hit something against something slightly. Okay. Yeah. This dance is about 493 years old.
That's very specific, 493.
Yeah. It began during the era of Nyenzo, and that was around 1420. next group coming out is Jara. And then Jara in Dagbani means full of foolishness. And what this name came about is that there was a hunter who was embarked on hunting expedition. He went and met against dancing. He stood and copied what they were doing. He came home and told his people what transpired, or what he saw. And then they said next time he go and they dance and leave their dancing materials or resources, he should try and pick them home. So he tried thrice, and later on he went and they left it, and he picked them home. And when he came, he organized his people and started teaching them how to dance. So they told him that this type of dance, if you do not eat up to your satisfaction, you can, or if you are not dancing or demonstrating as if you are a fool, people will not realize it. So that was how the name came about. Jara. Jara means fools or foolishness.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Fool's Dance is coming up next. Lovely, lovely, lovely. Can I do this? Can you? Yeah. What are we coming up next with?
Yeah, the next.
And that will be the final group.
Yeah, the next group would be Bamaya.
Bamaya.
It is also a mass dance, as I have indicated. And then Ba means the valley, and Maya means shocking. And then many years ago.
Shocking or choking?
Shocking.
Okay, shocking.
Yeah. Many years ago, according to history, there was a drought, and then it came to a time that animals were not even getting, feed, and then not to talk of humans. And all water bodies around those areas got dried. So the people sat down and thought it wise that they should pray to Almighty God and also go and pacify their gods. All of them agreed. They went and pacified their gods, came back, asked some of the men to wear women dresses because they said God answered women prayers first. So they some of them turned themselves to be women, and then they demonstrated, pray to God. And then afterwards, they had a heavy downpour. So when they had the heavy downpour, they came out to dance joyfully to demonstrate to Almighty God that He has actually accepted and answered their prayers. And they said, since the valley was dry, it is now shocking. Hence Bamaya.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, the rain dance is coming up next. Fellow Caravanites, are we happy? Wow, that was a lot of waist shaking, man. I feel like doing same, but I'm sure it will lock and then problem will happen. But hey, this has been wonderful. Let's give another round of applause to the Tamale Youth Home Cultural Group. Thank you. They have made our stay in the northern region exciting. But this is just what, day 4? How many days have we done? 4. We have 3 more or 4 more days to go before we finish this trip. Other regions are going to feel our presence, and we're also going to feel their presence. But we have to say goodbye now to Tamale, and indeed for northern region, and also to northern Ghana, and say a very big thank you for the wonderful culture that we have seen here. We'll be going to western Ghana, we'll be going to the Ahafo regions, and experience their culture as well. We also have to say a big thank you to Ibrahim Mahama and his Red Clay for giving us this wonderful.
Love is sweet and beautiful when you find a partner who's willing to find a solution to a problem. This week, Chris Carter and his sisters discuss and seek expert opinion on a very delicate matter.
My wife is a wonderful woman, kind, loving, and compassionate. But there's one thing I can no longer endure: her snoring. For years now, she has been snoring like a freight train. I don't know where to turn. That's why I'm writing to you. If anyone can offer me any advice, it's you. Please help me.
Like you can't
Like
even
what
sleep
way?
to the extent that you know exactly what time. Speak to a doctor. Speak to a doctor. Ask the doctor what you can do.
I think he's just looking for a solution. He's just somebody who is stressed, a husband who is stressed and trying to find a solution to the problem as best as possible and not run away from his problems.
But some of these little things, they eat up your soul, they eat up your spirit. So I wouldn't say that it is enough reason, but I won't falter him if he decides to leave because of this.
Tune in this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for in-depth conversations. Sister Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice. Cindy Rice, sweet aroma, great taste, and Kiwo Pepper.
Are you ready for the road trip of a lifetime? All is set to explore 14 amazing regions of Ghana on the Heritage Caravan 2025.
If you want to come to Basu, see the dancing and write your name.
Dive deep into the rich Ghanaian culture through the food, the music, the history, and the captivating traditions. From the 2nd to the 9th of March 2025, you will experience the road trip of a lifetime. Build connections, network, and share unforgettable memories with fellow adventurers.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? Okay, I'll never do this again.
So this is a grand entry into the water for a hot afternoon bath.
The Heritage Caravan will smoothly drive through the Greater Accra region, Eastern, Volta, Oti, Northeast, Upper East, Northern, Savannah, Bono, Bono East, Ahafo, Ashanti, Western North, Western and Central regions. Throughout the 8 days on the road, groove to authentic live band music on the wheels with the melodic In Chin Chin Band. The Heritage Caravan 2025 will be fun, educative, refreshing, and most of all, remarkable. Stay updated. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates and join the conversation with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025.
The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, Omni Basic Bank, Goyle PLC, GB Foods, Standard Water, Apollonia City and Beaver Beverages. Terms and conditions apply.
Hello and welcome to Newsfeed on Channel 1 TV. I am Ajuatin Krama. Domina coming up, government announces readiness for private sector participation in completing Agenda 111 project. Also coming up, final year students of Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology found dead on campus as authorities begin probe into incident. Coming up in business, President John Dramani Mahama pledges his government's commitment to activate fiscal discipline in mid-year budget. And later in sports, the government pledges dedication to tackle challenges in Ghana football. We're grateful for your company and settle for details of our stories now. We begin from the State of the Nation's address, and President John Dramani Mahama has announced that the government is open for partnership from the private sector to complete the Agenda 111 project. Delivering his first State of the Nation address in Parliament, President Mahama criticized the state of the Agenda 111 project, stating that not a single project has been completed. According to him, the initiative, which was meant to improve healthcare infrastructure, has not yielded any functional facilities, as he further revealed that his government is determined to complete the projects.
Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational.
Well, President John Mahama has also reiterated his commitment to the free senior high school policy, assuring Ghanaians that his administration has no plans to cancel the program. Delivering his first State of the Nation address, John Mahama indicated that rather than scrapping the initiative, his government would focus on implementing or improving it to address its existing challenges. He also announced plans to uncap the Ghana Education Trust Fund, GET Fund, to fast-track infrastructure development, aiming to resolve issues associated with the double-track system and enhance the quality of secondary education in Ghana.
I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative, calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector.
Well, still on the State of the Nation's address, President Mahama has also disclosed that the country's energy sector debt stands at approximately 70 billion cedis as of 2024, posing significant financial challenges to the sector. The president, however, assured that his government will implement prudent measures to reduce the energy sector debt to sustainable levels.
My administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline.
Well, for President Mahama, the previous administration made poor economic decisions despite being under an International Monetary Fund IMF program. He argues that even with external financial support, public debt soared, inflation worsened, and the cost of living became unbearable for many Ghanaians. Well, there have been many reactions to the president's first State of the Nation's address, and the first is from the minority in Parliament. Here's the former Deputy Finance Minister and Member of Parliament for Insha, so Dr. Stephen Amwa, addressing the press shortly after that State of the Nation's address.
The true state of the economy is one that is actually illustrating insecurity, mass termination, mass violations of human rights, and misapplication and breaching of our own constitution, which is the 1992 Constitution of Ghana. If you have been realizing what is going on in our country today, even public servants and civil servants who have what it takes to also access public facilities as enshrined in our constitutions are being sacked. But our president, presenting his statement, made it clear that he is in this position to make sure that equality and equitability prevails. But what we are seeing in our country today is never true. It's the opposite.
Let's get more reactions on the State of the Nation's address, and we are joined on the phones by economist and lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School, Professor Patrick Isumen. Good evening, Prof. Thank you for your company.
Good evening and good evening to viewers.
Right. So the president presented a stark reality of the economy. In his own words, and I quote, "We are broken on many fronts." Would you consider this a fair assessment of the state of the economy?
Yeah, in the main, yes. I think the difficult position that the economy is in is not what was proclaimed by the former president on his last address. I think so in essence, the indicators that the president presented is not very different from what the former president presented, except that, if one took a position from where we were in 2022, make the point that the development and the economy is recovering. Whereas one looked at the broader indicators in terms of our recent history, and obviously you have to come to the conclusion that the economy is in difficulty.
Right.
Yeah. So I think in the main, the characterization of the economy by the current president is probably closer to the reality than what the previous president said when he last addressed the nation.
I'm glad you have brought that in. I was going to ask about the hopes of a rebound of the economy. We heard the former president talk about the economy currently gaining ground. How long from where you sit realistically will it take for Ghana's economy to come back even to the pre-COVID-19 levels?
Well, it depends on the specific program that the current government will bring and the efficiency with which they are implemented. Now, in terms of the program, the president only gave highlights. I don't think he gave sufficient detail. And sometimes, you know, the way it works is that you might come to office with your own program and ideas, and you might end up doing something completely different because there are so many things that are outside of your control. So right now, I think it might take, I mean, with even very good politics, it might take almost the whole of 4 years of the current administration for us to return anywhere near where we were before the COVID.
Prof, I would like to let you go, but before that, talk to me about how the current government should position itself, especially on fiscal responsibility, if we want to get quickly to rebound in the economy.
Well, I think it's been clear that the president wants to pursue a fiscal consolidation plan slightly different from the previous administration. There's been more commitment to addressing the expenditure side of the fiscal policy. And even though there's been talk about rationalizing the tax system, I think we haven't really heard enough yet. Perhaps when the finance minister presents the budget next week, we will learn a lot more detail about that.
Very well.
But so far, I think, you know, trying to address both sides is very, very important. You know, backing that with the institutional changes to ensure that those improvements become more sustained is very important.
Thank you so much for speaking with us. That's Professor Patrick Isumin. He's an economist and lecturer at the University of Ghana Business School. Let's bring you some more stories. A final year student of the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, KNUST, has been found dead on campus. University authorities have identified the deceased as Joanna Deladem Yapani, a biological science student. Her body has been taken to the hospital for autopsy and her family has been informed. But Channel One news sources indicate that one suspect has been arrested in connection with this incident. Speaking to Channel One News, Assistant Registrar of the University Relations Office, Anita Ekwia Chewa Kuma, stated that the university's internal security and the police have launched an investigation into the cause of death.
She was taken to the tech hospital, and at the time that they picked her up, she didn't have any ID on her, so UITS was quickly deployed to come take her biometric, and after the biometric exercise, they realized that she's a student of ours, a fourth year biological sciences student, and that has been established, and she's undergoing the necessary medical examination right now. Investigation is ongoing. We're doing so in collaboration with the Ashanti Regional CID Command, who is currently on campus.
You're still watching Newsfeed on Channel One Television. I am Ajuatin Kramadom. Still to come, Ghana Journalists Association GJA condemns attack on Channel One Television's Western Regional correspondent Akwesi Ejene. We'll tell you more shortly. Please stay with us.
March, we invite you to splash in the pool of cultural expressivity and soak yourself in the celebration of indigenous authenticity in our Heritage Month. Join us for the Heritage Month launch on Friday, February 28th as we kick off a month of unforgettable experiences. Pack your bags for the Heritage Caravan, a week-long adventure across Ghana from March the 2nd to the 9th. Discover the beauty and history of our land. Savor the flavors at the Back to Your Village Food Festival, a culinary extravaganza on March 29th and 30th. Taste the essence of Ghana. Tune in to the Heritage On Air series on 97.3 City FM and Channel 1 TV. Feel the rhythm of our music, journey through our religious history, and indulge in indigenous Ghanaian food. Join us to celebrate our heritage this Heritage Month, where every moment is a story. Only on Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM.
Of their labors, toils of the brave, which have brought results.
Welcome back to Newsfeed on Channel 1 Television. Let's bring you some more stories. Now, the Western Regional Chapter of the Ghana Journalists Association, GJA, has condemned the attack on City FM and Channel 1 Television's Western Regional Correspondent, Akwasi Ejeanim, and 2 other journalists by illegal miners in the Breman Adomenya forest. Now, the journalists were investigating the activities of Galamsey operators in protected forest reserves on February 21 when they were assaulted. Speaking to Channel 1 News, the chairman of the Western Regional GJA, Desmond Kujo, described the attack as a threat to press freedom, democracy and environmental sustainability.
So what is happening is that you are intimidating people, you are putting fear into journalists from exposing the ills of illegal mining. That's a major threat. That's what is happening. So if these attacks continue, persist, no journalist will be eager or willing to go to any of these areas to report on what is happening. And if the whole nation is kept in the dark without knowing the effects of this illegal miners, what happens? Before you realize, boom, the whole country is destroyed. So I believe what is happening is that it's a kind of subtle attempt to catch journalists in submission so that they will not be able to go and expose some of these ills that we have in the forest communities. If you go to our water bodies, they are being destroyed. Forest reserves are being destroyed. Farmlands, cocoa farms and others. Now, what do? If I'm going to be attacked, even in the presence of the police, then sometimes what is going to happen is that when it tells something is happening, or if I get information, as you normally do, I'll just keep quiet and sit to my office and not do anything about it. So this is serious intimidation that I believe the security agencies need to address this concern and help us, all of us, so that we'll be able to address this concern.
Now, as part of efforts to restore degraded lands in the country, the World Resources Institute has launched the Restore Local initiative. The initiative, which aims at empowering farmers, community members, and not-for-profit organizations, also referred to as champions, also seeks to reignite interest and essence of landscaping and its benefits in protecting the country's land. So far, 22 local champions have been trained and have planted 2.8 million trees and have also successfully restored 7,681 hectares of degraded lands, providing over 5,000 full and part-time jobs for local people. In an interview with the media after the launch in Chebi, the landscape manager for the Ghana Cocoa Belt, Eric Latte, says the government's renewed commitment in fighting illegal mining in Galamsey will help restore local environments.
Behind the illegal mining is the political influence wielded by our political actors. I think that has been a very big challenge to restoration, and I'm pretty sure that once this government has committed to confront the illegal mining menace, we'll definitely make a headway. I think previous governments have made their own efforts, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to stamp out illegal mining. So let's hope. It is not, the onus does not only lie on government, but it takes the efforts of, the ordinary citizen to, for all of us to come together to fight it.
Meanwhile, Director of the Global Restoration Initiative at the World Resources Institute, Sean DeWitt, in an interview with Channel One News, revealed that $3 million has been invested in Ghana since 2023 and assured that there is ready funding available for non-governmental organizations and groups who are interested in taking up restoration.
So far, we've invested about $3 million in Ghana in support of local projects since 2023. And so, you know, we have significantly more resources to invest in Ghana. It's really going to depend on the readiness of communities and entrepreneurs to be able to take this forward. So what we need to see plans. So we encourage communities and entrepreneurs to put together plans for how they would restore certain areas. Because we do have resources available to support them. We have resources from philanthropies. We have resources from some government sources internationally that we're ready to deploy in Ghana, and are really excited also about some additional funding in loans from some of the development finance institutions that are ready to support much larger scale restoration as well. So there's a mix of financing ready.
This is Newsfeed on Channel One TV. Up next is Business with Nateli Neti Ajaho. Natalie, it appears I was about to change your name.
Yes, so that comes as a cost. Thank you.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
You look glorious in the, is it red?
Orange.
Orange.
Yeah.
Nice, nice. What's happening in the world of business?
Yeah, we know that President Mahama has addressed the state today about the state of the nation. So he's assured that the upcoming budget, which is in March, on March 11th actually, is going to bring hope to Ghanaians and restore confidence.
That is a few days away.
Yes.
Okay, let's get right into it.
Okay. President John Dramani Mahama has indicated that a yet-to-be-presented 2025 budget will activate fiscal discipline and set Ghana on a path to debt sustainability. According to him, the budget will offer hope to Ghanaians while boosting investor confidence by implementing corrective measures to stabilize the economy. Delivering his first State of the Nation address to Parliament, President Mahama also noted that his administration is working to complete the fourth review of the IMF-supported program.
We are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming fourth review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash.
Now, former Managing Director of the Bulk Energy Storage and Transportation Limited, Dr. Edwin Provençal, is cautioning the new administration against any rash decision to discontinue the Gold for Oil program. According to him, the policy has played a crucial role in stabilizing fuel prices, particularly after the record highs experienced in 2022. Dr. Provençal made these remarks in an interview with City Business News on the sidelines of a lecture at Academic City University, where he spoke on the topic driving innovation and profitability in public enterprises.
The human institution, any program can be enhanced. I don't think that we are God. We are not perfect. So if the new minister assesses the programs and thinks that there are areas that can be improved, why not? We are not God. And anything any human being does can be improved. If we do a proper analysis, because I am blind to the gold side, I know what the oil side looks like, but I'm not, so I don't have the full view of the total program. But if they did do a proper value chain analysis and there are weaknesses in certain areas, why not? It's for all of us, and nothing stops the minister in executing the mandate the president has given him to review and enhance the program. I would advise against the hasty decision to scrap it because our fundamentals are still weak.
Meanwhile, the president of the academic society has stressed the importance of academia engaging with industry leaders to bridge the gap between theory and practice.
This is part of the ongoing strategy for Academic City. We like our students to engage with practitioners from the field. We want people that have lived, live and walk the walk, and they're not just talking the talk, right? They've led the walk. And so for our students to see somebody who has actually been in industry, actually taking a company in distress and bring it into profitability, I think that is the ultimate thing that we as an institution should strive for our students. Our emphasis has always been on entrepreneurship. Every student that comes to Academic City takes 4 modules in entrepreneurship.
And that's all for business. I am Neteli Nete Ajaho.
Well, next on the bulletin, we have sports with Bernarda Big-Huotre. Please stay. Welcome, Abeku.
Hey, Aja, how are you?
I'm well, how are you?
I'm a miracle.
The president has been making some promises to fixing Ghana football.
Absolutely. He certainly knows what's happening at the Ghana Football Association, so he would want the spotlight in that space as well.
What's the details?
That's more. Let's get into it, shall we? Now, the President, John Dramani Mahama, has reiterated his dedication to tackling the challenges plaguing Ghanaian football, vowing to ensure the Ghana Football Association remains accountable to the people of Ghana. In his 2025 State of the Nations address delivered on February 27, 2025, the President spotlighted the recent struggles of the Black Stars, underscoring the urgent need for enhanced transparency and effective management within the Ghana Football Association.
Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation.
While addressing wide-ranging issues affecting the country, President John Dramani Mahama also highlighted the importance of recreation in sport by his move to restructure the Ministry of Youth and Sport to the Ministry of Sport and Recreation, adding that a National Recreation Day will be celebrated monthly to highlight the importance of recreational activities in the sporting space.
Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds.
Let's now stay with one of the clubs in the greatest league on planet Earth now, Liverpool's manager. And his Lord says his focus is on tackling the season one match at a time, brushing aside any obsession with the Premier League title race. The Reds surged to a commanding 13-point lead at the top after nearest rivals Arsenal stumbled against Nottingham Forest. The Dutch tactician, unfazed by the growing gap, has already shifted his attention to Liverpool's next challenge, a crucial UEFA Champions League clash against PSG.
I don't know, because I don't think that way. I think about Paris Saint-Germain already, and what you don't know, but what I do know, because I watched them against City, because we play City, and I'm impressed. I'm impressed by the quality they have. I think they are on a similar run as we are. Hardly lost any single game for a long time, although I'm not always correct in data, because 2 days ago my son told me that I made a big mistake by saying.
And that's the very latest from the world of sport, and I am Bernard Abekoche.
And that'll be all for today's edition of Newsfeed on Channel 1 Television. I am Ajwa Tinkrama Domina. Many thanks for watching.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
You know what time it is? Yeah, it is a weekend, and I come your way once again with the Channel 1 Countdown right here on Channel 1 TV. My name is Call Kumsing, confirmed on all social media platforms. A PK_Kumsing spelled with a double N. Yeah, I'm trying to sing it for you to know where you can find me on all social media platforms. Right. Now, the Channel 1 Countdown is a show that chronicles the top 10 songs right here in Ghana. So we get to know which song is actually, banging everywhere in Ghana, which song is actually losing its banging vibes everywhere in Ghana, right here on the show for you. But before we get into this week's list, or this week's countdown, right? Let's get to know which song was number one last week on the Channel 1 Countdown. And the number one last week is Kojo Black featuring Calvin Boy with Excellent. Let's enjoy it one more time and actually honor him, because he's been good. He's worked hard and he's topped the chart for last week. Before we get to know which song is going to make it for number one this week, enjoy Excellent.
Only you bad feet my chest. Your back asset. You know them play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly. But no bata me kongo no. Baby kongo so. You dey see me no fit kill am for my head. I need to know where you dey. Oh yes, me all okay. Shabali you no delay. Oh, my nest are not it. I need to know where you dey. You look at Shapali, you know delay. My nest are not eating. Come to my da. Oh, excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty, excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency. Tell me I need you. You make a man feel in you. All I want is you. Oh, yeah, tell me what I know feed do. I you. Whatever you want, I go give you. Oh, my baby boo. 247, girl, I'm ready. Body set it. Go to my shit for my baby. Wanna do many things very crazy. Now she telling me, say she be Jensen. She rockin' Fendi. Pull up in a Benz. Bum bum, they offend me. when she bend it. You go put me in for it. Oh, yes, and me, oh, look again.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown. This year, something magical is happening. A celebration of tradition, flavor, and community. Welcome to the Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025.
Taste the heart of your heritage with mouth-watering dishes from across the country like Ademe with Akple, Tozafi with Ayoyo soup, Kokonte, Apopransa, Rare Quine, and many more. From rich spices to sweet treats, it's a journey for your senses. We're taking you back to your village.
Oh yes, let's recreate our age-old recipes.
But it's not just about food, you know. We're celebrating culture, connecting with family, and making memories that last a lifetime.
This March, let's come together and discover the flavors that make us who we are. The date is 29th and 30th of March 2025. The venue, Accra Metropolitan Assembly, and the time is 10 a.m. through till 6 p.m. each day.
The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025, where food, fun, and tradition meet.
To see you, my father, yeah. I want to see you, my father, yeah. I want to see you, my father, yeah. I want to see you, my father.
See you there.
Interested vendors should call 0558 973 973 or 0205 973 973 to register. The Back to Your Village Food Festival 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV with support from 97.3 City FM. And it's proudly sponsored by Gino. This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown. Good song there from Kojo Black featuring Calvin Boy with Excellent, number 1 last week. But let's start off this week's episode from number 10 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 10 this week, this song peaked to number 1 before. It's on the Stonebwoy 6 studio album, Up and Running. Stonebwoy is actually on a tour in the US, so make sure you catch him somewhere close to you. Special shout outs to my big man, Mr. JB Alote. He just drove past us right now. But hey, number 10 on the Channel 1 Countdown, we have Jiggle and Wine by Stonebwoy featuring Spice.
Number 10.
Ready for wine up, me body coming no walk. One of the queen of Jamaica, queen of dancehall. Spice.
Whoa. We are gonna mash up the world, cause we know walk one. Ghana, Jamaica run the program. Stonebwoy come with the Afro dancehall.
You ready?
Tell her to cut the party, to cut the block. Tell over party, see how she the rock. On the head top, she the wine non-stop. Make a bad man put away the Glock. Grab it and choke it, the girl them a broke it. And not a novice, the way them a chop it and broke it. Me love it. Yo. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the body them a wine. Girl them a jiggle, see the slim body girl wine. Medium body girl wine. Thick body girl wine.
Me that.
Sexy girl and wine. Slim body girl wine. Medium body girl wine. Thick body girl wine. Sexy girl and wine.
I'm the queen from Jamaica, link up in Ghana. Black sexy girl a bubble pan the corner. Take me to Lagos, Gaza or Cubana. Give me a shy man, man or a bad man from Nima. I'll wind up your body, make your body jump up. Man body you fi get up when him see the clump up. Girl you have the ash, make your body jump up. When me jiggle up me body you choke.
I don't focus here, what's up? I don't focus here, what's up? Ting ting the theater, what's up? From me know say your body bad girl, what's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? Yo. Girl, them a jiggle, see the body, them a wine. Girl, them a jiggle, see the body, them a wine. Girl, them a jiggle see the body, them a wine. Girl, them a jiggle see the body, them a wine.
Wine pon the body so me jiggle and a wine. Wine pon the body so me jiggle and a wine. Wine pon the body so me jiggle and a wine. Wine pon the body so me jiggle and a
Slim body
wine.
girl wine, medium body girl wine, thick body girl wine, sexy girl and wine. Slim body girl wine, medium body girl wine, thick body girl wine, sexy girl and wine. Bumba clad in a Barbados, girl a flying from out of Lagos. The bumper truck can't contain us, 'cause the girl them enough so I be a chaos. Curaçao, Bahamas, Dominica, Cuba follow. Anywhere the girl them go we follow. Suriname, don't let we mash up the carnival. I to focus here, what's up? I no focus here, what's up? Ting ting the theater, what's up? From me know say your body bad girl, what's up? What's up? What's up? Slim body girl wine, medium body girl wine, thick body girl wine.
Need that
sexy girl and wine. Slim body girl wine, medium body girl wine.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Yeah, Stoneboy with the jiggle and wine. I mean, this guy is such a massive guy. He's a musical, institution right now. We need to steady Stoneboy. We need to appreciate all the good job he's done. But it's so interesting that at number 9 on the Channel 1 countdown is his brother. Yeah, he's a brother, like some two brothers I'm seeing right now, Kingsley and Patrick. Special shout outs to you guys. But yeah, Stoneboy's brother is at number 9 on the Channel 1 countdown, and at number 9 is Wash by Sha'a Wale. Yeah, the Rolls Royce King right now in Ghana. He has actually dropped a song. 2 songs ever since his Rolls Royce job. One is Rolls Royce, one is Rolls Royce, but what is this? But I enjoy Wash by Sha'a Wale at number 9 on the Channel 1 countdown.
Number 9. Wench. Wash. Make them feel am. A lion they talking, no be goat. Them no see nothing yet. Natural I go jam them, no be boat. If na crown na define na king level, I go give them. I no be vibes scatter, but me and my girl, we dey see them. Wash. We dey wash them under tea. 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 Wench. Wash. Wash. A heavyweight I be, no lightweight for Stan Maleno. From Shukura to Niba, this Lego nigga. All these girls you see around me, they love my pele. Mona big girl, if you're out of big girl, change your style. Make them feel am. A lion they talking, no be goat. Them no see nothing yet. Natural I go jam them, no be boat. If na crown na define na king level, I go give them. I no be vibes scatter, but me and my girl, we dey see them. Wash. We dey wash them under tea. 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 Wench. Wash. Wench. Wash.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good song there for Sha'a Wale, but at this point, you Wash tired. But yeah, let's move on to number 8 on the Channel 1 countdown. And number 8, we have Black Sheriff featuring Fireboy DMO with his brand new song on the block. So it goes.
Number 8.
I've been working all the summer, getting my bread up and shit. Moving from place to place, from plane to plane, spreading my word out and shit. I'll be doing this for a while. Searching a better place for my life, cause where I'm from, no resting. All we had was nothing. Say it was zero and blessings. But I had blood in my eyes, fire on my head, survival plans full my head. I was getting tired, but you make me wanna trap again. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
Yeah, and so it goes. See, this life is a lonely road. Every day hustle for the dough. I'm on the road. Put my body, mind, and my soul. That's why me, I head to the top. Cause man, I've been walking. Nobody can stop me. See many people talk, many people do, many people yeah, many people try, but I keep walking. Nothing will disturb me. My me, oh. And now we never rest till I see my mama smiling. VVS diamonds dancing, oh. We up forevermore.
Asoiko, 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 Asoiko. I'm tryna put you in designers, fly you Bahamas, Maldives, Jamaica. Take you everywhere I go, show you Mama Africa from Ghana to Bafana. So send a little prayer, and please try to say less. Ooh, girl, shut up, cause nobody really cares like that. Nobody gives a fuck higher, but them all ready to listen. Everybody, don't let our love be entertainment. To all these motherfuckers, on my life they don't deserve it. And she said, if you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. If you see the light, remember that I was with you when you were lost a lonely lover. Don't forget about me so soon. Asoiko, 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 Asoiko.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Blacko Kuku the Traveler. I mean, some of his names I've even forgotten because right now the guy, he has so many names. I mean, he keeps evolving and changing his style every single time. But now his newest name on the block is Iron Boy. He'll be dropping an album very, very soon. And the album will actually have So It Goes, a song that we just enjoyed on there as well. Song was able to hit 1 million views in a few days, which tells you that this guy is actually loved from Ghana to the whole world. So from Ghana to the whole world, so all from Konongo to the whole world. Yeah, talking about Black Sheriff. You could just Fireboy DML on that. But now let's move on to number 7 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And the number 7 is a song that has been on the chart for some time now, but now it's solidly at number 7. I'm talking about Sarkodie, the rap lord, the rap god. The king of rap in Ghana and in Africa. He has earned his spot. Recently, at a performance with Daddy Lumba, he knelt before the legend to actually pay homage to him, and that shows the respect that he has for our legend, Daddy Lumba. Sarkodie with Losa at number 7.
Number 7.
Hey, baby. Now, the right hair thing here. What are you talking about? No, for Ben, you're ready. Wait now.
Yeah. Now we're getting on and I'm on your size. Or Jabo to the shower task. Master D with you and Woody 5. Okrada bena wobas. Oto wobela o do. Petroleum dia between my show. Okase fly Nico Greece first class of a champagne 12 can grey you the whole. Rocket you and a LV. The told you on a Versace. Double machine we are of a taxi. And I want the neighbor chef VIP back seat. Who was the care the Lambo? High time gear, we both to Santo. Who they bet to a numerous is a mango. Man, it's a take a graph for Yango. My one arm bottle. What else? Are you working? Okay, tell me, are you still a virgin? Do you have somebody taking all your burden? Have you been to Turkey to see a surgeon? Who was the KB that were counting? How did you make an afouti? A member be a measurable panting. If you are what you're a baby auntie. Have you been to Dubai before? Are you doing soko? Jamapena koko. Keminima then why you born? When they can grow your wompna. Now will you be your china? My bodyguard and then found coffee and I come back when your man and I will chew with them in pencil. What else?
Captain Sankwana 5 million.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Charlie, good advice from Sarko here to all the young boys out there who don't get kwacha, but they want to control big woman. Sarko is telling you, if you know you cannot board a car, return the lead. Yeah, but it's good. It's good one there from Sarko. We are looking forward to the project that he has for us later on this year, because a lot of people are saying he's becoming like old fine wine. The older he gets, the finer he becomes in his craft. But let's move on to check out our discovery of the week for this week. And our discovery of the week is one of America's finest, Yautog, with his brand new one, Casamigos.
Slapped on my soul, me die like I was on curfew. Had to face shit, had to face all the drama. Chevy don't care, mookie karma. But I never gave up, and you know, see I dig it. You best off and the nice, never send the true purple. VPN Madagascar, all my boys on go, I am ready. And then I can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. And then I can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. Pull up in the yard and I feel it jiggy wide. Shorty won't fly, shorty won't go Trinidad. Backstabbers, they won't come back to the yard. What is the control now? Pie, what about giving now? Pull up in the yard and I feel it jiggy wide. Shorty won't fly, shorty won't go Trinidad. Backstabbers, they won't come back to the yard. What is the control now? Pie, what about giving now? And then my dear can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. And then my dear can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. And then my dear can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. And then my dear can say me come mama losing me steezy. She said she go there for what easy. Trip to the island, free me, freaky. Yendi on the mix.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there, Casamigos by Yautog. I mean, a lot of people have been asking, where has Yautog been? It's good that he is back giving us good music as always. We'll go for a quick break. When we return, we get to know our next batch of songs on the countdown for this week. We'll be right back after this break.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Are you ready for the road trip of a lifetime? All is set to explore 14 amazing regions of Ghana on the Heritage Caravan 2025.
If you want to come to Basu, see the dancing and write your name.
Dive deep into the rich Ghanaian culture through the food, the music, the history, and the captivating traditions. From the 2nd to the 9th of March 2025, you will experience the road trip of a lifetime. Build connections, network, and share unforgettable memories with fellow adventurers.
You have done half of the way. You have half more to go. How are you feeling?
I've never doing this again. This is a grand entry into the water for a hot afternoon bath.
The Heritage Caravan will smoothly drive through the Greater Accra region, Eastern, Volta, Oti, Northeast, Upper East, Northern, Savannah, Bono East, Ahafo, Ashanti, Western North, Western and Central regions. Throughout the 8 days on the road, groove to authentic live band music on the wheels with the melodic In Chim Chim Band. The Heritage Caravan 2025 will be fun, educative, refreshing, and most of all, remarkable. Stay updated. Follow all Channel 1 TV and 97.3 City FM social media handles for updates and join the conversation with the hashtag Heritage Caravan 2025. The Heritage Caravan 2025 is powered by Channel 1 TV in partnership with the Ghana Tourism Authority with support from 97.3 City FM and proudly sponsored by the National Lottery Authority, Hollard Insurance, Omni Basic Bank, Goyle PLC, GB Foods, Standard Water, Apollonia City, and Beaver Beverages. Terms and conditions apply.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
You're still watching the Channel 1 Countdown right on Channel 1 TV with me, Paul Kumsing, from on all social media platforms, PK_Kumsing, spelled with a double N. So I did there, yeah, because it's a music show, so we gotta sing sometimes when we are doing the intro. But let's move on to number 6 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And on number 6, we have, the twins who are blazing it hot right here in Ghana when it comes to creative space, specifically music. And I'm talking about Dope Nation with brand new one, I Pray. Oh, they are praying, but they are beef also with Kwame Eugene. What's the current status?
Number 6.
As you can see, Charlie, as today breathe, Charlie, they envy me, Charlie. They won't take me 6 feet, Charlie. Jehovah sees, Charlie. Jehovah oversees, Charlie. So when I go down on my knees, I pray for the things I don't like. I pray for the things I don't like. I pray for all the family vibes. I pray for all the ones with they like me. I dey pray for my boys and my guys. I pray for the girls with the nice. I pray for that guardian rights. I dey pray so we gon' make come in life. I pray, I pray, I pray. When I wake, I dey call Elohim, cause I know he gon' answer my needs. Every day, in the morning, evening, cause I know he gon' answer my needs. Yahweh, make you notify me. If the money come, notify me. I dey pray everything I dey wish come true. I pray for the things I dey like.
I pray for the things I don't like. I pray for all the family vibes. I pray for all the ones who they like me. I dey pray for my boys and my guys. I pray for the girls with the nice. I pray for that Scotty and rice. I dey pray so we gon' make coming like it. I pray, I pray, I pray, I pray, I pray, I pray, I pray.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one from their twins. Now let's move on to number 5 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 5, we have DJ Varosky, Kitty, Kim Paluta with Sika. Sika shell, Kakraberu Kuku, Kakraberu. Well, yeah, what's Salimoni?
Number 5.
You're welcome to the world of finance. Number
1. Tell me the truth. Am I not your son? Oh, am I not your son? Oh, can't you see? Oh, say sika fatame. Oh, can't you see? Oh, say sika fatame. Mi besika, bizoya ya fogi. Ese me pema, kamin petien, plenty doggy. Mi besika, bizoya ya fogi. Ese me pema, kamin petien, plenty doggy. Baby, yeah, baby, paluta, yeah, baby, yeah, baby. Them found ya shisi can share uboto. Mi konya mi daily brodo. Kakarabe confieso, kakarabe europieto. Mi nyadia de odo, ni tida me koko. Na siga try me photo, siga oh. Na yanso ya se fonka se yanso ye fieri siga oh. Ken palute siga oh. Na yanso ya se fonka se yanso ye fieri siga oh. Yeah, I don't know about it, Bible. Mi besika, bizoya ya for. Ese me pema, kamin petien, plenty dog. Mi besika, bizoya ya for. Ese me pema, kamin petien, plenty dog. Baby. Dancing, when you want bar, or not a cry. Sika baby, hustle, if I hustle, oh, can't you see? Oh, say Sika fatame. Oh, can't you see? Oh, say Sika fatame.
Number 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there. Sikasha. I love it. The song it'll be. But DJ Varosky, next time, please just sing your song. We beg you. A line or two or some rap. I mean, what's happening? It's good. From DJ Varosky, featuring Kitty and Kim Paluta. We love it. But now let's move on to number 4 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at number 4 on the Channel 1 Countdown, we have I Pick It. Yeah, I know most of you are like, no, that's not the title. We will say the title is I Pick It. You, the prim and proper, you say it is for the popping. So now for the popping, it's for the Montessori people. And we in the Zongo class, we say I Pick It by King Paluta.
Number 4.
Paluta, yeah. It's King Paluta, yeah. I did not pick it. I pick it. Hey, I did not pick it. I pick it. Shaking my meal, I get it. Baby, I so swan, I pick it. King Paluta. This is for the This is for the but I am gonna spend the money. This is for the everybody. This is for the Obama, come wait for me. This is for the Obama, come wait for me. This is for the but I am gonna spend the money. This is for the for the Obama, come wait for me. Shaking my meal, I can check. Baby, I just want I pick it. Give holiday. This is for the but I am gonna spend the money. This is for the everybody. This is for the I can't bustle. I don't change a bustle. Feel the fear, share buckle. But the animal in my tussle. I saw me day. I saw me day. It be the same, it be the man, it's like a pepper. Oh, power sign, baby. I saw me day. I saw me day. Oh, yeah, what is a maybe? So, oh, yeah, what is a maybe? Face, oh, body, oh, yeah, on your fire, and I'm fed. Oh, yeah, what is a maybe? So, oh, yeah, what is a maybe? Face, oh, body, oh, yeah, on your fire, and I'm fed. Yeah, yeah, good. So, I'm going with me, carry. Yeah, yes, I know, I say, on your fire, and I'm fed. Oh, yeah, what is a maybe? So, oh, yeah, what is a maybe? Face, oh, body, oh, yeah. King Paluta. But I am gonna spend the money. Everybody. Obama, come wait for me. Obama, come wait for me. But I am gonna spend the money. This is for the
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from King Paluta. I mean, this guy has been blazing hot. Is he actually going to pick up Artist of the Year this year at the TGMAs? Let's see how the nominations go, because nominations are open right now, so you get to nominate someone who is there to go. A whole lot is going to happen. But yeah, some of us are rooting for him because he has done very well when it comes to the year under review. But right about now, let's check out our African music of the week. And this week we are heading to Tanzania, where we have a female artist, Zuchu, featuring The Voice on Hujanizidi. Yeah, I think I got it right. Hujanizidi by Zuchu featuring The Voice.
Diblo one touch. Yani mara 10 ungekuwa mbaya, alafu ungekuwa na hela. lakini tatizo lako mbaya alafu hauna hela. Ni mara 10 ungekuwa kijuso alafu ungekuwa na hela, ila tatizo lako kijuso halafu hauna hela. Samona unapata tabu kujichubua, tako unafosi kujibinua. Bebwangu kadata na chura kaujajua, kadata na mambo matamu nayomgea. Nikwambie wewe, kwa uzuri ujanzidi mimi, kwa utamu ujanzidi shoga yangu, kwa uzuri ujanzidi mimi, kwa utamu ujanzidi shoga yangu.
Nayo beba kwali kwa wakwangu, kabla ya kwa wakwako waunambi kitu kuhusu yeye. Hata kulala lilala kwangu, kabla kulala kwako kwa ya unikishimbwa wewe. Oya we, hakuna ulichonizidi cha kunipa stressi. Wenyota yako ya kunimie mwenzako ya gesi. Mwenzako zulungu nechoso wako wakupeki, mana mwenzangu na rangi nyingi kakombati ya jeshi. Sambona unapata tabu kujichukua, tako unafosi kujibinua. Bebwangu ajadata na chura kaujajua, kadata na mambo matamu nayomgea. Nikwambie wewe, kwa uzuri ujanzidi mimi, kwa utamu ujanzidi shoga.
Kwa uzuri
ujanzidi mimi,
ai uduguwe kwa utamu
ujanzidi shoga.
Au nitishi unisumbui, jiangalie kuva ujui. Ai, hapo kwanza nicheke. Wanangu bado sijasikia shangwe kama umeme umerudi. Masela bado sijasikia shangwe kama umeme umerudi. Ai, mara tena umekata, mara tena umerudi. Wewe mara tena umekata. Twende shobi gidi gidi gidi, baby gidi gidi gidi. Twende gidi 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 we, gidi gidi gidi. Kwanza muone amepandwa na ibilisi, alika pembeni hivi sasa ameingia kati. Ona mwili mkubwa kumbe kibonge mwepesi, kulia kushoto dunda kama kitenesi. Twende sasa gidi 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 gidi. Twende gidi 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 gidi. Hapo kwanza nicheke.
Oya we ligo manoma, kwani amelipiga nani? Wanafanya wanangu paka wanapanga shetani. We ligo manoma, kwani amelipiga nani? Wanapoa mashati kwenye miti wanachuma majani. Oya wanachuma majani, wanaleta majani mama, wanachuma majani, wanaleta majani. Oya Biblia nipe, nipe tena. Biblia nipe, nipe tena.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Zuchu, and I see female artists doing so well. I get super excited, and I mean, going all the way to Tanzania tells you that there's good stuff. But there are good stuff on the continent of Africa. But to most of you who may be wondering who this lady is, let me tell you a little bit about her, because it will be good for you to know a little bit about her. Now, Zuhara Othman Saud, who is called Zuchu, was born on the 22nd of November 1993. I mean, her stage name is Zuchu, and she's a Tanzanian. She's a singer, she's a songwriter, and then also she's a recording artist. She's with the record label Wasafi Record Label. She has also been awarded a silver play button by YouTube for exceeding more than 100 subscribers within a week. It tells you that a lot of people really love all that she does, and they're looking forward to supporting her. She was also the first East African female artist to reach 1 million subscribers on YouTube 11 months later. That was in the year 2020. She was also named the Afrima Emerging Artist of the Year. Now, she comes from a musical Swahili Zanzibarian family. She is the daughter of a revered and famous female Zanzibari Taarab musician, Khadija Kopa. So you can understand why she's also into music, because music is already in her family. She's also has good relations with people like Diamond Platinums and a whole lot of artists in Tanzania. She has actually performed outside of Tanzania, and her first stage was at Techno On The Stage in Lagos, Nigeria, where she was auditioned together with singer Nandi. So this lady has been doing so well for herself, and I want to let you know that these are the people that we need to support. These are the people that we need to push, and these are the people that we need to do our weight behind, because these ladies are blazing the trail for us right here on the continent of Africa. We'll go for a quick break. When I return, we get to find out our top 3 songs for this week. Last week, number 1 was excellent. Is he going to retain the spot, or Lord I'm Amazed is going to knock him off, or who is going to take the top spot this week? I don't know, but we get to find out right after this break.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Love is sweet and beautiful when you find a partner who's willing to find a solution to a problem. This week, Chris Carter and his sisters discuss and seek expert opinion on a very delicate matter.
My wife is a wonderful woman, kind, loving, and compassionate. But there's one thing I can no longer endure: her snoring. For years now, she has been snoring like a freight train. I don't know where to turn. That's why I'm writing to you. If anyone can offer me any advice, it's you. Please help me.
Like you can't like even sleep to the extent that you know exactly what time. Speak to a doctor. Speak to a doctor. Ask the doctor what you can do. I think he's just looking for a solution. He's just somebody who is stressed, a husband who is stressed and trying to find a solution to the problem as best as possible and not run away from his problems.
But some of these little things, they eat up your soul, they eat up your spirit. So I wouldn't say that it is enough reason, but I won't falter him if he decides to leave because of this.
Tune in this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for in-depth conversations. Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice. Cindy Rice, sweet aroma, great taste, and Kiwo Pepper.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Welcome back to the Channel 1 Countdown right on Channel 1 TV with me, called Kumsi. My name, confirm on all social media platforms at PK_Kumsin. Kumsin spells with the double N. Now let's get to know our top 3 songs for this week. And at number 3, we have Lord I'm Amazed by Black Sheriff, his second song on the Channel 1 Countdown, which tells you that he's doing so well for himself. So ladies and gentlemen, are you as amazed as Black Sheriff is? Then let's be grateful to God, because Lord, we are amazed by Black Sheriff.
Number 3.
Lord, I'm amazed, I don't know if you describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I needed you. Oh, your name is one more, could I ask for? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for? Blessings flow like a river, freezing cold in Medina, Neverland Peter. For me saying cool na majija, took some potion dinner. I'm a my sister, might be hosting a dinner. Seafood a granted your love and dessert. Vegetarian sebe yemu stir fry. Veggies of course no calamari. I'm full of love, can see on your telly. Son of the sun, I'm never unlucky. It's written and bound to happen necessarily. Why worry? Keep going, man, polyjack. I say some grace for you. Pick yourself off the floor. You design, God ensures. Keep going, man, polyjack. I say some grace for you. Pick yourself off the floor. You design, God ensures. Lord, I'm amazed, I don't know if you describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I needed you.
Can you miss one more? Could I ask for one? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for one? Lord, I'm amazed, I don't know if you describe my feelings. Give me all the love when I needed you. Can you miss one more? Could I ask for one? That's the way that you make me feel. I'll be lying if I say I'm not patient enough. Tell me one more, could I ask for one?
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Black Sheriff with Lord I'm Amazed. Good song there. This is actually how he expresses his thanksgiving for a good year in 2024. How is 2025 going to be for him? We don't know. We get to find out as he's yet to drop a lot of projects this year. This year he's promised an album. When is it coming? Probably in the second quarter of this year. But now let's move on to number 2 on the Channel 1 Countdown. And at the second spot this week, we have Messiah by Sarkodie featuring Kwaku Flick.
Number 2.
Insan kokomotie ho bopo go bi bepa ye ho anaje yewu na pa mo bofa ye ho ne mo hyehyɛ ne nyina ye hu mo mfa ne ahenkyɛ ne fata no nye de wodi hu be hye ye mu ne sie ho abakwan ena ma bo bi abewura mu bi ya bre tige ma sebe preko bi fi bola so me ye hu fi yo di mi dia ko hye bebi a wokwanche me fire no onfa ne ntwe koma boso di odi ye chi ne Messiah
Level number 2 no banco. Mechamako, Ojana so. Attends from Betty Dame from Messiah. From Betty Dame from Messiah. Anybody to me, share.
I will for Hun and Sapokra when you pay for the and son and the Fenny that to board and Sakuta be Miana Maye and Kodanka to a Sukono Mama Shamwama with Sefi. And then the kind of Yakebi Yabasu Yaswesi. Yansonia Beman, a Beman in your Sibe Gemos, a Bevany. Then I am one time in this Akamuanka, the Wama Yeme. Pomochiche, Frisomo Becasa Denchemua. See then I said we will try out what if he and Nini Bedjimani.
Level number 2 no banco. Mechamako, Ojana so. Attends from Betty Dame from Messiah. From Betty Dame from Messiah. Anybody to be shared. Let's throw mommy Jamuta. R.I.P. Daddy, watch me say, Mammy, Bohun, the do to me. Open this day, Kusiaka. FNF so ba beni betro mi kan so ne no phone yes e betia to tra agrona mi pro yes e ma say na si se mi ni obi ani la fini moji me fe me si ye damage abone pese wo ka unti na wa fe ne si a kire wo hwe iye ni panye hwe iye onyi su ye ye di tia to ne so me ba mo koko e chuma ni nyina na ma ye level na be du no banko me chama ko ojana so atanfo me ni na me fo Messiah from Messiah. Anybody to be shared. Let you money now. Level number 2 no banco. Mechamako, Ojana so. Attends for me de from Messiah. From Messiah. Anybody to be shared.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
Good one there from Sarkodie, the rap god, the rap father. I mean, the king of rap, African rap, Obrebe the landlord. All the names you can, give to him, he deserves it. He's done very well, and he's aging like fine wine. Charlie, the guy, the older he grows, the finer he becomes with his rap. But let's move on and get to know our number one song for this week. But before we get to check our number one song for this week, I want to let you know, thank you very much for making a date with me right here on the Channel 1 Countdown on Channel 1 TV with me, called Kumsin. I mean, I've enjoyed your company. Thank you for being here and getting to know the songs. I hope you've updated your playlist and actually gotten to know which song is blazing hot right here in Ghana. And number one on the Channel 1 Countdown, I want to let you know that he retains his spot at the top spot. I'm talking about Kojo Black featuring Kelvin Boy with Excellent. I love this guy so much. He's doing so well for himself. And I want you to know, Kojo Black, you are going to go far. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, XLL. Good one there. See you next week as you enjoy it.
Number one.
Bad feet my chest, your back asset. You know they play my chumba rest. Me see my jolly, but no bata me kongo no. Baby kongo so. You dey see me no fit kill for my head. I need to know where you did. Oh yes, me all okay. Shabali you no delay. Oh my nest are not dead. I need to know where you did. Send me all okay. Sapali go no delay, my nest are not eating. Come to my da, oh excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency, shorty excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Tell me I need you, you make a man feel in you. All I want is you. Oh, you tell me what I don't feed do. I you. Whatever you want, I go give you. Oh, my baby boo. 247, girl, I'm ready. Body set it. Go to my shit for my baby. Wanna do many things very crazy. Now she telling me, say she be Jensen. She rockin' Fendi. Pull up in a Benz. Bum bum, they offend me when she bend it. You go put me for it.
I need to know what you did. Oh yes, me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh my nest are not dead. I need to know what you did. Send me all okay. Shabali girl no delay. Oh my nest are not dead. Come to my da. Oh excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency. Shorty excellent, 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 excellent. You go put me for emergency.
Ugly and toxic.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
This is the Channel 1 Countdown.
'Love is sweet and beautiful when you find a partner who's willing to find a solution to a problem. This week, Chris Carter and his sisters discuss and seek expert opinion on a very delicate matter.
My wife is a wonderful woman, kind, loving, and compassionate. But there's one thing I can no longer endure: her snoring. For years now, she has been snoring like a freight train. I don't know where to turn. That's why I'm writing to you. If anyone can offer me any advice, it's you. Please help me.
Like you can't like even sleep to the extent that you know exactly what time. Speak to a doctor. Speak to a doctor. Ask the doctor what you can do.
I think he's just looking for a solution. He's just somebody who is stressed, a husband who is stressed and trying to find a solution to the problem as best as possible and not run away from his problems.
But some of these little things, they eat up your soul, they eat up your spirit. So I wouldn't say that it is enough reason, but I won't falter him if he decides to leave because of this.
Tune in this Friday at 9 p.m. on Channel 1 TV for in-depth conversations. Sister is proudly sponsored by Cindy Rice. Cindy Rice, sweet aroma, great taste, and Kiwo Pepper.
Welcome to the show. It's your boy Tajudeen and I'm back again on your screens to serve you something rib cracking and something entertaining right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. We are right here at the Osu Oxford Street. This is the heart of entertainment in Accra, and so we'll be interacting with the people to bring you something rib cracking. But like I tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, Murife, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'll be right back. Don't go nowhere.
Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have locked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet Saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
What's up?
I dey inside, boss.
What be your name?
My name be Nanapoku.
Charlie, the way you shut out there, no be here.
Who am I to say? The drape, no be a hair drape, or this one, no be drape, it be menstruation.
How many continents are there in the world?
Continents? Okay, so 26.
Wool up, just wool up.
Okay, mention them.
Okay, China.
Okay.
India.
Don't angry me.
South Africa.
What sounds do birds make?
Sounds. Feel.
Yeah?
Feel.
Sometimes you can hear feel.
Yes, yeah, that's the sound. Akukọ su yebi. Akukọ su tinye feel.
Recite the national pledge.
The national pledge. God bless Nana.
National pledge.
And God bless our homeland.
Are you asking me or telling me?
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland.
Okay.
I pledge myself to the service of Ghana.
Okay.
With all my strength and with all my heart.
Okay.
I promise to hold high esteem.
Okay.
Our heritage one for us. Through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things. So I uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
Clap for her.
Hey, what's it?
Me call Legon.
Oh, really?
Sir,
Historical names kakra.
What's it?
Historical name kakra.
Historical. Oh boy.
Yeah, any you more.
Any book.
There be any la any share. Young kwani ya die.
What's your name?
Frimpong.
Frimpong.
Yes, ma'am.
Koku Frimpong, they are Sembebo.
Yes, ma'am.
I also they are Sembeba now.
Yeah, we don't for him, man. Maybe me is gonna be here.
50,000.
How many continents are there in the world?
Continent. Yeah. Like 4 or 5.
Mention them.
Asia, America, Africa, Europe.
The guy be very deep. Recite the national pledge.
Why? Me come across Akabako.
He's asking my producer to come and help him.
God bless the homeland. Kwame, I don't mention you know him.
What's your name, say?
Enoch.
Enoch. So if you don't kill you for the Bible, or you don't die, where you just ascend to the heavens and things. If you say, what will your name say?
Yeah, I'm Victor.
What?
Victor.
I'm a Victor at my office. It's my guy. You know, that guy is some way. But yeah, I don't like him. What's up?
Bright.
Right. Another bright today, they be accountant. What will your name?
Victus.
Hey, Victus. Victor and Victus. Victor and Victus. If you so, I'll start with Victus. Please get close to me. I'll start with you. How many continents are there in the world? How many continents are there in the world?
I can't tell. I know there's. I know there are lots. I know there's Africa. I know there's Asia. I know there's Europe. Yeah, I can't give a figure to it, but I know some few.
Yeah, I think 6 or 7.
Okay, so mention them.
Europe, Africa, Asia. Which ones?
Australia.
No, Australia is not part of this. It's part of Europe. How do they call the North Americans no more? That side.
What sounds do birds make?
Birds. Is it real or something like that?
What about you?
I have no idea.
No problem.
What sounds do birds make?
No idea.
Be careful, huh?
Recite the national pledge.
The national pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my heart and with all my strength. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers.
Perfect.
I promise on my honor.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all things and with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself with all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
Hi.
Hi.
What's your name?
I'm Ransford.
Ransford. How many continents are there in the world?
5 continents.
What do that? Name them.
Africa, Asia, America. I think South America.
Okay. What sounds do birds make?
Chip.
Chai.
Spell it.
Chip. C-A-U-P.
Recite the national pledge.
National of Ghana.
Stop it.
National pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana and motherland. I pledge myself to be safety of Ghana.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit.
With all my strength and all my heart, I promise to be high esteem or I irrigate for us.
Oh, really?
Through the blood and to our forefathers, I promise I to do all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana, so help me God.
Someone, quick one before you go. What's your name?
David.
So you killed Goliath. How many continents are there in the world?
6.
Name them.
Europe, Africa, Australia, South America, North America.
Recite the national pledge.
National pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland.
Okay.
I pledge. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to be
to be strong and fearful.
To be fearful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland.
What sounds do birds make?
I don't know. Birds.
Yeah.
Birds. I don't know about that.
Yeah.
You don't know the sound they make?
They make she, yeah. She.
Take it again.
She.
So when you hear she, then that's a bird.
Yeah, that's a bird.
You like birds?
When you WhatsApp your body, you rotate your body, go up you.
Twitter is tango.
You monitor him. Tango, visible, everything you go see him.
God have
I have something they call it pedicle. It's pedicle, medical, standacle, chaticle, brothercle, sistercle, anticle, fathercle.
How many continents are there in the world?
Hey!
You are saying 8.
You won't kill me today too, and then to you.
Recite the national pledge.
Hey! I promise on my Hannah. Me, I don't know. To be faithful and loyal is what I know.
Anyone who is watching you right now, what do you have to tell them?
Hey, you are watching me. I saw everything at overhead circle. I saw pedicle, medical, standacle, chaticle, fathercle, sistercle, anticle. So you should come. We saw everything here.
Guys, I'm loving it so far, but let me take a short break. When I come back, there's more for you. Don't go nowhere. This is Vox Pop Central. I'll be right back.
Life is a celebration of moments. Big and small.
The sun is scorching, I'm feeling the heat.
With Piva Drink, every moment becomes a refreshing celebration. From the beach to your home, in every corner of your world, Piva Drink at a burst of refreshment.
Give me Piva cocktail and tangerine.
Celebrate every moment with Piva Drink. Refreshment for every occasion. Piva Drink, a taste you will love.
P for Piva.
This advert is FDA approved. Here's Kwame and Yao. After hours of planning, both have knocked in the same perfect multi-bet. Big win for United, over 1.5. And both teams to score in the London Derby. But who could have picked Leicester over City? Or a high-scoring game at the Bridge? There's nothing worse than having your perfect multi-bet missing. But there's nothing better than having it saved. Bet Saver. Win, even if your bet misses.
You're welcome from that break. This is still Vox Pop Central with yours truly, Tajudeen, right here on Ghana's number one and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. What's your name, sir?
My name is Destiny Hassan.
Destiny Hassan. That's a beautiful name. How many continents are there in the world?
7.
Name them.
We have Australia, Austria,
You are a disappointment.
Asia, South America, North America, Africa, Europe, and Antarctica.
What sounds do birds make?
The sounds birds make? I don't know. You want me to make a sound?
Like. Yeah. You can tell the type of bird it is.
Yeah, like a parrot.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, parrots like to make a lot of noise. Yeah.
Okay, give me an example. You're a parrot. You're a parrot.
I like to talk sometimes.
Okay. Yeah. Recite the national pledge.
I don't know. I only know the African pledge.
Oh wow. Okay. Recite the African pledge.
The African pledge is we are one. Okay. Yes, I believe in Africa. I believe I'm an African. I'm not Ghanaian and I'm not Nigerian. In fact, to be honest with you, anytime I'm in Ghana, I'm Ghanaian. If I'm in Ivory Coast, I'm Ivorian. So I believe myself to be an African. I don't have any nationality in Africa. Yeah.
A word of storyteller. Are you sure?
Excuse me. So let me talk to my big man here quickly before he goes. What's your name, sir?
I'm Ebenezer Nelson Haiti.
Ebenezer, how many continents are there in the world?
6.
It's the audacity for me.
Name them.
Oh. This is class 1.
Okay, let's go.
We have Australia, we have Africa, we have Europe, we have Southern America, and then Northern America. In fact, there's another continent being developed because the hemisphere of the world is changing. Okay, the sea is departing and creating more continents. So there's a high possibility we will get another continent in addition to those we know.
Okay. What sounds do birds make?
Sound, bird, the bird.
Yeah.
No, this one, move to another question.
Recite the national pledge.
Oh, Jesus. How much will you give me?
I'll see you, Jimmy.
You see? The national pledge.
Yes, let's go.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland.
That's right.
I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem
That's right.
our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
What's your name?
I'm George.
George.
Yeah.
How many continents are there in the world?
Continents. I hope I won't train though. I think there are about 4.
Stop it there.
Mention them.
Australia.
Okay.
Africa.
Okay.
South America. Then Asia. Europe.
What sounds do birds make?
Birds. I should mention the sound they do make. Why am I missing this? But most birds make different sounds. They don't make the same sounds though.
Okay.
They don't sound one. They have different sounds they make.
Give me an example.
I think some quack.
Man, this guy can't play, I beg.
Recite the national pledge.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my heart, with all my strength. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and live the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
What's up?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
I'm Sharif.
Sharif, nice name. What's your name?
Sonia.
Sonia. Sonia. How many continents are there in the world?
Hey. I have no idea.
Yeah?
I have no idea.
No problem.
How many continents are there in the world?
I forgot.
The Marshal Department, get ready.
Okay. Can we try naming them? Africa.
You are saying A.
Asia. Europe.
Recite the national pledge.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage won for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself in all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
Clap for her.
Recite the national pledge.
She just recited it.
Recite yours.
I'm not a Ghanaian.
What sounds do birds make?
What sounds do birds make? I don't know. Yeah, something like that. Me or something like that.
What sounds do birds make?
Quaw. Some make quaw.
What do you mean by that?
Like they make a whole lot of noise. Like we have different types of birds, so yeah.
Wow.
Quaw.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not quaw kese.
Quaw. Those bola birds, they're black and white ones. No?
Stanley, where you get dimple? Dimple Stanley, bro.
Do you have dimples or it's just username? I have many dimples, but not in my cheeks.
What's your name?
Abdul Rashid.
I'll start with you. How many continents are there in the world?
Continent. E. Maybe 5 or 4.
Name them.
Africa, America, Asia. Asia. Yeah. Russia.
How many continents are there in the world?
7.
Name them.
Africa, Australia, North America, South America, Europe, Asia, Antarctica.
Recite the national pledge.
Okay, I promise on my honor to be loyal, faithful to the.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. My motherland. I pledge. I've forgotten.
Get out.
What sounds do birds make?
What sounds do birds make?
Yeah.
Like the name of the sound or the actual.
I mean, any. Feel free. Tell me what you think.
Kwa.
You can recite the national pledge now. All right.
I can really like it's tension. I know it's tension.
So, okay, guys, relax. Don't do this. Recite the national pledge.
I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I promise to.
Okay, last question. Last question. That's fine. What sounds do birds make?
What sound? The cherubs. Hey! Like cherubs. Yeah, cherubs.
Okay, like.
Like. Okay. I think they best cherubs, but something like qua. Yeah, something like qua.
What be the name?
My name is Mark.
Mark.
Yeah.
What sounds do birds make?
Some squeak.
Yeah.
Some birds squeak.
What?
Some birds they squeak.
Okay. Recite the national pledge.
National pledge. Asemu. I promise on my honor to be faithful and loyal to Ghana, my motherland. I pledge myself to the service of Ghana with all my strength and with all my heart. I promise to hold in high esteem our heritage born for us through the blood and toil of our fathers. And I pledge myself through all things to uphold and defend the good name of Ghana. So help me God.
How many continents are there in the world?
Continents. I don't remember.
No problem.
It's been a long time, so at the Sona, see at the Charlie.
What did you banku? Yellow man, gang. Ala gang. How many continents are there in the world? Yo, Rastaman, you ask some question. Street boys here, kill the wool off. Alright folks, thank you so much for riding with me on today's episode of Vox Pop Central right here on Ghana's #1 and Ghana's favorite television station, Channel 1 TV. I hope you had a good time as always, but I can tell you all the time, when you see me on the streets, very fair, don't run. I'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Let's get into the world of sports like never before.
You know how we do it on Fridays.
Join us every Friday at 7 p.m. on 97.3 City FM for Sports Panorama, your ultimate destination for all things sports.
One of the biggest scandals in this country's history. Yeah. You can't spend 250 million USD and come out with that.
From the thrill of association football to the excitement of basketball, tennis, athletics, and even emerging sports, we cover it all. Whether it's the Premier League or the latest NBA showdown, we bring you the stories behind the stars.
Getting an opportunity to become a national team coach, he should understand the politics around football.
And don't miss the prayer of the rabbi.
Joe was Zebal. How Zebal there? Zebal won
We're not just about the games, we're about the community.
If you are going to be given this kind of treatment, then you need to be that guy. When I look at him play,
He's not it.
Or when it's time for Don't Call Me.
Moria picking, picking. No,
Join the conversation as we connect with fans across the country and beyond. What's the latest updates? Send us your thoughts and we'll feature your comments live on air. And remember, we like to hear your predictions for matches and your thoughts in general. Think you know who's going to win? Let us know.
Big shout outs to my YouTube people.
Tune in every Friday at 7 p.m. only on 97.3 City FM. Sports Panorama, where sports come alive.
Me can man be money your Kofi Adam no my kami. Matwale. Man ke la ke no yane. Meneke. Fe won sha ko ba club me fake DJ. Ni wo hia ka wo hye. Ye Yesu gba mi. Amen.
Sports Panorama, your weekly sports fix. Don't miss out on the action. Sports Panorama. Catch the excitement every Friday.
Hello there, it's a conversation on the illegal acquisition of funds, the transfer of it, and also the illegal use of it. And that's the conversation we're having here as part of the 2025 edition of the Oxfam Tax Dialogue here on 97.3 CTFM as well as Channel 1 TV. The conversation is on illicit financial flows, and last week we brought you the first episode of it. Today we are continuing, and this is part 2 of the conversation. I am Nila Tilase. Thank you so much for joining us this time around. We're taking a short break. When we come back, I'll introduce my guest and also have the conversation in proper context. Don't go away. Welcome and thank you for staying with us here on the Oxfam Tax Dialogue here on 97.3 CTFM and Channel 1 TV. My name is Ni Latte. In our previous episode, if you remember what we discussed, we were talking about illicit financial flows. We spoke about the 3 legs of it and how it affects national development, revenue generation, and what have you. The conversation was interesting. A lot of comments came in, and today we've decided to continue and have a different leg of it. And so if you care to know who my guests are, we have Seth Nana Amwakon, who is head of analysis at the Financial Intelligence Center. We also have Daniel Noah, acting director, revenue policy division of the Ministry of Finance, as well as Maxwell Courier, a policy analyst at Global Financial Integrity. Today we have 3 guests. In the previous episode, we have 2 guests. Today, we have 3 guests. We tell you that the conversation is getting more interesting and more packed. And so they are here to really help us understand what it takes when it comes to illicit financial flows. So last week, we had the basic understanding of it. We also had the forms and shape it takes, how it affects revenue generation, and even the provision of, social and developmental infrastructure. You were here with us last week. And so I just want to move to Maxwell, who is new with us here in terms of this conversation, and I'll come to Mr. Noe as well. Just your first thought when it comes to illicit financial flows, just a recap of it. I know we heard from Seth last time. We just want to hear from you, and then we'll look at the different legs of the conversation as well.
Thank you so much. As you rightly put it, illicit financial flows is something which has been a scar and then is ravaging developmental efforts across the world. And then it stands to reason that monies that comes from illegal source, okay, that is maybe from drugs, from theft, corruption, money laundering, and it in a way impacts the amount of money that is raised for development purposes. So for me, it stands to say that it's something which we need to really put our efforts together and then try to stem it. And at least generate enough revenue to be able to put it together and develop Ghana.
I see. So back to you, Mr. Noe. I want to know how the issue of aggressive tax planning, the effect it has when it comes to illicit financial flow. Is it a determinant or a resultant effect?
Right. Maybe before I dive right into that, I would like to talk a little bit about tax and illicit financial flows, if I may.
You have the floor.
In the sense that generally, any tax abuse program that affects the tax system has that effect when it comes from illicit financial flows. So it could be a transfer pricing issue, it could be a trade invoicing issue, and all the other evasion and avoidance issues in terms of tax, which deprive the government of the resources that they need to put to developmental use or to provide public goods for that matter. And so when you're talking about aggressive tax planning, the issue that tax planning generally is said to be acceptable. Tax planning is differentiated from tax avoidance and tax evasion. Tax and quick one, tax avoidance is where I take advantage of loopholes in the law to avoid paying tax. Tax evasion is when I'm supposed to pay a tax and I refuse to pay it using several means. Tax planning is where I take advantage of the tax system to do what. So for example, let me give you a example. I'm supposed to pay a tax by the 15th of the month. Otherwise, I pay a penalty. So I plan my actions like that by 14th of the month or by 15th, I've paid it so that I do not have to pay a penalty. That is part of my tax planning activities. If I was doing it in terms of tax avoidance, and is the avoidance and evasion, which is the aggressive part of tax planning, is where I know that I have to pay on the 15th. Then there's a loophole in the law that allows me that I can say that, okay, yes, I can pay, but then I come and tell the authorities that something has happened, and so I cannot pay on the 15th. I cannot pay on the 15th. And therefore, they allow me not to pay on the 15th based on the reason. The reason might be very wrong. It might not be genuine. So when I use the ungenuine ones, then I'm doing something which is more aggressive, which I'm trying to avoid paying the tax on time. This time is on time, not paying it at all, but paying it on time. So there are various schemes. So the aggressive tax planning really is the one that is negative and has a negative effect on both tax and government. The other one, as I said, tax planning generally is to help you to arrange your matter so that you pay the right amount of tax and the right time and no more and no less. So generally that's the way I'll look at it.
I see. So this tax abuse you talk about, is it commercial tax abuse or any other form of tax abuse?
Okay. So when you're looking at the categorization of tax illicit financial flows, most of the time the tax one falls under commercial tax abuse, where is and because of the fact that it involves revenue. So if I'm mispricing, then I'm using either a lower price or a higher price to take advantage of the tax system to enable me to pay less tax. So it's more of the commercial one, so it involves, yes, generally revenue. Let me put it that way.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Noah, for your preliminary talk on this particular subject matter. And so Seth from the Financial Intelligence Center, your opening remarks.
All right, thank you very much. Maybe just to touch on what Mr. Noah said, or to add on, in terms of other factors that may contribute to that, you're also looking at the fact that tax haven jurisdictions can also be used as a way of moving maybe profit from here to this tax haven jurisdictions. And that may also affect our domestic maybe tax compliance. Maybe another area, the fact that we have a lot of informal sector players, it's also a contributing factor. So, and maybe the last one from my side will be, we have tax incentives, and it may also be abused as well. So there's the need for us to ensure compliance or enforcement or regulation when it comes to
but these tax haven jurisdictions that you talk about, is it what gives rise to what has become known in the sector as a basic erosion and profit shifting? Is that the situation?
It may be one of the legs or one of the factors, but of course there will be other areas that may also be exploited.
We'll go into proper details when it comes to BIFs and what have you, but the integrity man is here. And so this abuse that we talk about, I just want us to have the aspect of transparency, the issue of compliance, the issue of flexibility. So 3 key issues here. Do we have transparency in our tax regime in the country? Is the processes, or are the processes flexible enough? And also, is there an issue of compliance or non-compliance, for which reason we are dealing with illicit financial flows in various sectors like we discussed the other time? We have mining, we have real estate, and what have you. I don't know what you make of this particular subject matter.
Okay, talking of just a little bit on what Seth mentioned about offshore jurisdictions. For instance, there is a...
So offshore jurisdiction is the same as tax haven jurisdiction?
Yeah, you can say so. But in terms of maybe let me just go straight to the question about flexibility, transparency. For instance, in Ghana, information is key to fighting illicit financial flows. And one sector which I think is a little bit problematic for us, and then for SET's organization to be able to adequately work and fight illicit financial flows, has to do with DNFB fees, where suspicious transaction report.
If you use the technical terms here, my listeners and viewers will not understand. So please break it down for us.
Designated non-financial businesses and professions.
Designated non-financial
businesses and professions, like the lawyers, accountants, real estate agents and brokers.
I see.
Yeah, I think I've
okay.
mentioned
So
the lawyers.
they are required to give information to suspicious transactions. Okay. But we have a situation whereby we have a cash-based system, which is a problem. So for instance, I can go and buy a house with cash. It becomes very difficult for traceability purposes. It doesn't leave any trail. That is one aspect of it. Then the second aspect, which he also mentioned, is the informality. Basically, once we have a large informal systems and then transactions doesn't go through banking, it is that limiting for sets in organization to be able to use to fight. So when we talk about transparency purposes, that's where we have to start maybe training and then do a lot of public awareness so that people will get to understand the negative aspects of lack of transparency in tax dealing and exchange of information, so that like we will be able to have a better understanding of the requirements to properly pay our taxes in Ghana. Yeah.
I see. So let me yield to Mr. Noah. What do you see when it comes to the challenges, the biggest challenges in dealing with illicit financial flows in developing countries such as Ghana? Because it appears this particular subject matter is one that is dear to all of you. I see the passion with which you speak about when it comes to illicit financial flows. But you sit at the Ministry of Finance. You are the acting director in charge of revenue. And from the picture you see over the years, what is making us lag behind when it comes to tackling this once and for all?
Well, talking about the challenges, I won't talk about lagging behind, but I'll say challenges in the sense that we've put in quite a number of systems to do, which I'll talk about later. But one of the things, as has just been mentioned, is the exchange of information amongst government agencies where we sit in silos. So it's one of the things we've recognized. So if you pick the medium-term revenue strategy of the Ministry of Finance, you realize that there is a portion of it where we talk about a whole of government approach.
Exactly. I just want to read that bit to you. So from the medium-term revenue strategy, the Ministry of Finance says that it is proposing a whole of government approach to tackling illicit financial flows, and in there you are trying to develop that approach in tackling it. So, for example, if you say a whole government approach, what do you mean? Is it cutting off those silos you talk about in the government agencies?
Yes, so generally, we've actually started working on something. So as part of implementing the recommendations of the Mbeki panel, you realize that when it comes to anti-money laundering and some of those things that relate to illegal, there are already committees that are there working on these things. We don't always come out in public, so a lot of people don't know, but there are a lot of these things that are being done. So it's to deepen that relationship and make it even more robust in terms of that. So, for example, we put together another committee for the validation. You know, as part of the Mbeki panel, there were some recommendations made. So we're actually working on what we've done under the recommendations. There's a committee coming out where we'll launch the validation process to show what we've done and the additional factors. So that part of the strategy is to deepen that and make sure that we have that exchange of information internally, which is important. Because once we work together, and because he talked about the informal systems, then we're able to tackle some of these informal systems because we all have information sitting around, which when we put it together, helps us to tackle IFFs. So tax-related IFFs. I mean, as I said, I'll talk more about tax-related IFFs, but then generally, that's the idea.
If you are listening to us on radio, this is the City Business Edition on 97.3 City FM. On TV, this is Channel 1 TV. You are listening and watching the 2025 edition of the Oxfam Tax Dialogue. This is our 4th episode, and we are delving into illicit financial flows. I have 3 guests with me. Stay with us. We are taking a quick break. When we come back, we have more in store for you. Welcome back to the Oxfam Tax Dialogues on illicit financial flows. My guest today is Seth Nanamwako, Head of Analysis at the Financial Intelligence Center, Daniel Noe, Acting Director, Revenue Policy Division of the Ministry of Finance, as well as Maxwell Kure, a Policy Analyst at Global Financial Integrity. So far, we have been looking at commercial tax abuse, aggressive tax planning, the biggest challenges in enforcing anti-illicit financial flows, revenue measures, and all those issues. But now I want us to do a bit of comparative analysis. What are some of the international best practices, structures in place that a lot of organizations have outlined to help us deal with some of these issues that we are talking about? And how has Ghana so far taken advantage of some of these structures to better our game when it comes to illicit financial flows? Mr. Noel, should I begin with you? Okay.
So generally, there is some international standards that have been put in. And there's a current one actually being at the UN, which is looking at international tax cooperation. And one of the items it looks like is tackling these financial flows. The other one, which a lot of us are aware of, is the OECD Inclusive Framework and the BEPS issues. Ghana is not a member of the Inclusive Framework, but then the items that have been taken in terms of tackling transfer pricing, harmful tax practices, and all the other things that are there are things that Ghana has taken advantage of. And we have some of them in our laws already, the others that we are putting in laws. There was an issue of tax havens. What we've done with our domestic law is that we have what we call the limitation of benefits, where if you're in a treaty country and you just go to that country because you want to take advantage of the treaty, your benefits are limited. You cannot take advantage. There must be some precedent. You must be doing something in order to take advantage of the treaty with either of the parties. And it's in our domestic law to that effect. So that if there's a treaty and even if you do that, you don't get advantage. We've done something on tax incentives, where if you enjoy an incentive, and then, for example, we have a tax holiday for 5 years, and the 5-year ends, you cannot just close down and then come up with a new company. Because our law says that once there's even one person associated, not necessarily even a member of associated with that company, you don't get the incentives again. And there are a number of general anti-avoidance clauses in our laws that help us to tackle these things as we go along.
All right. Just to also touch on maybe the grey listing aspect, the effect of that when a country is grey listed.
So this grey listing you are talking about came up in the previous episode where the European Union will have to blacklist some countries or even grey list them, which Ghana
was added.
Was a victim.
Was a victim. Exactly. So
just to get it clear, it's also one of the international structures
certainly
that is helping us fix, illicit financial flows.
Yes, not only illicit financial flows, but the whole AML, anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism framework.
Maybe help us and educate us here. What's the difference?
Okay, so anti-money laundering basically measures that you have in place to combat money laundering. And last time we met, I told you about some of the illegal sources that can get money to wash or launder to make it look clean. We also said that when it comes to illicit financial flows, money laundering is one of the pillars. So the whole framework is to help us to put in place controls, whether for money laundering measures or illicit financial flows. Now, when you don't do well in terms of assessment, then your country will be grey listed or blacklisted. Grey listed meaning you'll be given a set of actionable items that you need to address. And if you're able to implement them, you'll be taken off the grey list. Blacklisting meaning you are not ready to cooperate. And Ghana, we've been doing well in terms of addressing our deficiencies. So usually we say that the country is having AML, that's anti-money laundering, combating the financing of terrorism, strategic deficiencies. So if you're able to address them, then you'll be taken off the grey list.
So these controls that we talk about and inefficiencies or deficiencies, specifically, what is the EU looking at?
So we're talking about international standards, which all countries are using.
What are the benchmarks?
So the benchmark, we're talking about supervision. And supervision, we're talking about the financial sector and also the DNBPs that Maxwell mentioned. So we want to know how regulators, Bank of Ghana, SEC, NIC, MPRA, Gaming Commission, Minerals Commission, all the key sector players are supervising their licensing institutions using the international standards. How we, even the general public, we understand anti-money laundering measures and even reporting suspicious transactions to a designated office, in this case, FIC.
And so usually, how is this done? Is it that the EU comes here to come and look at our books? Usually, how does it happen?
So Ghana belongs to a regional body called GIABA. It's called Intergovernmental Action Group Against Money Laundering West Africa, based in Senegal.
I see.
So GIABA is a regional body also to FATF, Financial Action Task Force. And we are all using the international standards called FATF standards or methodology. So our regional body will come to Ghana, like ECOWAS body, with experts who will come and based on parameters or using the international standards, we go through our books, if I should use your words, to see whether we are complying with the international standards. And some will touch on supervision, some will touch on even licensing, or even the beneficial ownership concepts, how we know those who are ultimate beneficiaries of entities. So we have different, parameters that we use called immediate outcomes. There are about 11. Transparency is one of them. Reporting of suspicious transactions, which will be more like preventive measures, understanding of money laundering concepts, even dealing with terrorism financing investigations, a whole lot. So when you are being assessed, these will be some of the areas that you need to make sure that you comply. And if you don't comply, then of course you'll be grey listed or blacklisted.
And I'm sure if you are grey listed or even blacklisted, it will have an impact on fiscal policy.
Certainly. Certainly. So when you are grey listed, reputational issues. So for example, maybe international partners will not be ready to come and do business with you, which may also affect our financial stability to some extent. Also, when you are grey listed, you're talking about the fact that when you're engaging in international transactions, there will be some delays or even enhanced due diligence to be conducted on you, all because your country is not in a good shape because you are not complying with the international standards. There are a number of issues when it comes to being on the grey list and also when you are being blacklisted. Corresponding banking relationships will also be affected as well. The whole financial stability will also have some impact.
It's a gloomy picture you paint. And so at the time that Ghana was grey listed, it had effects when it comes to all the things that you've mentioned.
Maybe some of them.
It will not take all the boxes.
Yes, maybe some of them. But I'm just giving the general overview of when you're on the grey list. But by all means, as we deal with other international banks, and you are grey listed or blacklisted, in our case, maybe grey listed, the partner overseas will want to do more work on the local bank here, and that also delay transactions, which may also not be good in terms of a business relationship.
Global financial integrity. I'm sure this should be a matter of concern to you. Grey listing, basic erosion and profit shifting, and all its attendant challenges. I didn't know that this was the challenge a country will go through if that country is blacklisted or grey listed. It has a lot of reputational, effect. But we are wrapping up in just 5 minutes. Let me have your concluding remarks when it comes to the way forward in dealing with the issue we talk of now. There are some proposals you want to share with us, recommendations, or some works you've done in the past. I'm sure you would have. Or
okay. Seth already mentioned one of the key ones, which is beneficial ownership transparency. And it just basically talks about the fact that every existing company should have at least a natural person who benefits or have substantial control over that particular company. So the second proposal, which I think I will mention, is the issue of blockchain technology in our ports, which is basically to facilitate the exchange of invoice validation data or valuation data, where maybe if I'm bringing in a car or a mattress or a TV from a particular country, there will be that exchange of information through the blockchain, such a way that when it gets to our customs, they will be able to tell that this particular item costs this amount of money and be able to apportion the relevant or the right amount of tax such that the importer pays. One of the
So simply, just to bring to an end the issue of misinvoicing and invoicing.
Yes, okay. Yes, to basically eliminate that, and it will go a long way to raise revenue for Ghana. The second issue has to do with trade involves commercial shipping, and it's one of the points where we will need to have a global commercial shipping BO registry, where we will be able to eliminate those that are used for nefarious activities, they trade in narcotics and then counterfeit goods, for instance. And once they sail closer to your country, you'll be able to determine, or when you see numbers, you'll be able to determine whether this particular or that particular ship is properly registered to be able to do business in your country. In a way, reduces the risks associated with like international trade when we have commercial shipping BO in the world.
Yeah. I see a lot of things happening at the ports, right? When it comes to illicit finance, so a lot of shipping issues over there. But Mr. Noe, what are the next steps from here, from the ministry's perspective?
Generally, it's more exchange of information.
You are more concerned about the exchange of information,
because right? I mean, where there's light, the darkness cannot exist. So once the information is out there, it enables you to tackle all these issues. If I'm going to tackle mispricing, I need to exchange information. So there's the safe framework under customs, which we are working on getting more, dealing with more countries to have that exchange of information with them. On the customs side, we have exchange information on the income tax side. Currently receive what we call banking information on individuals. And so we are telling people that come and file your returns. Otherwise, if you don't file the return, GR will come after you, assess you, and charge you penalties. So all this, once the information is there, it allows you to be able to do the follow-ups and then plug the holes. So our whole of government approach is one of our main targets. Put that one in place, and it resolves a lot of the problems that we have.
Mr. Noah giving us some biblical quotes there. What's your final conclusion?
Sure, mine, basically to enhance interagency cooperation. We need to work together. So my unit working with all the stakeholders in Ghana, so then we can exchange intelligence as well and see those who are, in the case of what we are discussing, those who are tax non-compliant, will be able to also monitor their transactions and, if possible, charge them for the offense of money laundering or any of the predicate offenses. The other one I also want to touch on is the fact that we need to also make sure we prepare well in terms of combating money laundering issues. It's not always to do with the financial sector. Other sector players like the accountant, the lawyers, should also appreciate AMS CFT issues and see how best they can help Ghana to do well as we prepare for the third round of mutual evaluation next year.
All right, thank you very much, Seth Nanamwako, Head of Analysis, Financial Intelligence Center. Next to him was Daniel Noah, Acting Director, Revenue Policy Division, Ministry of Finance, as well as Maxwell Courier, a Policy Analyst at the Global Financial Integrity. This has been another episode of the Oxfam Tax Dialogues here on 97.3 CTFM and Channel 1 TV. I am Ni Latte. Thank you so much for listening and watching. The next time we meet, we'll be talking about gender tax. Bye-bye for now.
The people of West Africa are fighting an opioid crisis.
The task force is here to arrest one of the drug dealers.
Thousands of lives ruined by powerful and illegal pills, packaged as medicines, but sold on the streets. We set out to track the opioid route.
Tramadol.
Which is illegal. And it leads back to my home country. Where do they come from?
India.
No one has ever exposed the pharmaceutical executives behind this deadly trade.
Yes. 5 million tablets.
So which companies are making and shipping these pills?